Papa, you don't come. Oh. Papa, oh, Naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Chifu Waila ti keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Pardon me. There it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So we have a very rare privilege of a very important guest, a lady who wears so many hats. So she'll join us momentarily. I think her system dropped, so she will join us momentarily. But we are joined by Erelu Tunwase, a lady that, like I said, that wears so many hats. She's an Ifa devotee. She's a descendant of one of probably the most bluest of stock of the Yoruba race. She's a descendant, a direct bloodline descendant of Alaafin Sango. So that's how eminent the company is. But she's not just a direct descendant of Alaafin of Sango, as well as being an Ifa devotee. She's also a conservative politician in the British political system, that is. Twice, 2 terms, mayor, I think that's in Wandsworth somewhere, and an advocate for Yoruba related matters and Black matters generally all over the UK. So it is a rare privilege, like I said, a lady that wears so many hats. So Erelu, good to have you. A real privilege for my audience. Good to have you here. Thank you for doing this.
Likewise, too. Good evening to your audience.
Good evening to you. So I was just saying that you wear so many hats that you were a 2-term mayor. Would that be in Wandsworth somewhere, and a conservative politician as well? So a true blue.
Royal blue, indeed.
Yes. I was also talking about your progenation, that you're a bloodline descendant of Alaafin Sango. So I'm not quite sure I've been as privileged to be in such a privileged company. So do you want to talk us through that bloodline, your blood relationship with probably the most preeminent Yoruba person that has ever lived?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying, hopefully this evening, a lot of myth will disappear. I wouldn't be the first to demonstrate my blood lineage. There are direct blood descendants of Obatala. As you very well know, there are direct descendants of Oduduwa, and let me say, my great-grandfather was a grandson of the Alaafin Sango, Telaoko. That is his name.
All right. So, like I said, you don't get more blue blood within the Yoruba pantheon than that. Hopefully you can still hear me okay. I'm hopeful that your system has not frozen.
I can hear you clearly.
All right, brilliant. So yes. What we really wanted to there's so many things we want to hear from you. So I'm not quite sure if we'll satiate it fully in this one session. We may well have to invite you back. But the main thing we wanted to expand upon with your expertise is the Ifa pantheon. So let's kick it off with the most basic of questions. What is Ifa?
Let me start off by saying any attempt to use English language to describe the legacy of the people of Ife would not be accurate. Using English language to describe it would not be appropriate. You asked me the question, what is Ifa? Ifa is simply the voice of Olodi, the voice of the truth. It does not belong to anyone at all. I am an Ifa medium, apart from the fact that, again, there's no English word for it. Mosodefa, Logbodu. Being a medium is the most powerful of it, a medium, which means I can hear the voice of both Orisha and what is called Ifa. And let me explain. What exactly is Orisha? 4 alphabets out of a very long word. Any Orishada, simple. Any Orishada, any person. Ori, head, destiny. Sha, select. Da, create. That's really the full word that people used to describe those extraordinary human beings sent to this world for a special assignment. So let's get that clear. Ifa does not belong to anyone. Once upon a time, we had a gentleman called Oromila. He had the capacity to hear the voice of Ifa. He had the capacity to hear the voice of Ifa. My biological descendant, Shango, also could hear. You can hear the voice through Obi. You can hear the voice through a number of items. That is the same Ifa. Odu. Ifa is a difference. Let's get it right. Ifa does not belong to anybody called Oromila. He had the most cherished privilege of being able to hear the voice. And the voice he heard, he also was extraordinary in that he was able to decode those words. And also, he arranged them into 16 Odus. The word Odu is Ife word. Revelation. Revelation according to Ifa.
Erelu, I wanted to sequence it in a particular manner. We will get to the Odus and all of that. I was actually going to start you from Onumila, who was an Orisha, but there was something you said there, which I wanted you to sort of distinguish two spaces for us. There is an Orisha, which is there is an Orisha, which is a being that descends from the heavens. And then there is Inumole, which is also a sacred being, but that descends from the earth. So Orunmila, of course, and Orisha, known as Igbakeji Olodumare. So what's the distinction then between an Orisha and an Inumole?
Let me make it very clear. Don't go long-winded. Don't waste time. When people come before me in court, don't waste my time. One, the first thing is their spirit being one without physical form. That's the spirit. Both spirit beings, they are directed by that's all there is. That's all there is to it. That's your answer.
All right. So the understanding is that Orunmila he is the deity, is the Orisha for wisdom, divination, knowledge, etc. And Ifa is the voice with which Babalawos conduit people's concerns towards the Orisha, that is Orunmila. That's the lay understanding of it. So does that understanding hold true? That the Ifa pantheon was progenited by Orunmila, and the babalawos then, who are the diviners then, through odus, etc., they are able to then access Orunmila knowledge via some form of divination. So does that lay understanding, does it hold true?
Let me throw your rubbish work pantheon into the dustbin. I've told you, do not describe what the legacy of our ancestors are with those words, not the words that don't belong to us. This is how we've had misunderstanding for years. And I'm going to say this. When we say we are Aborisha, they think we are saying we worship Orisha. Aborisha, I mean we feed Orisha. It doesn't mean we worship Orisha. So any English words you use tonight, don't throw them out because they create confusion. Let me go to your point. Listen, Orunmila had the capacity to hear the voice of Ifa. Ifa does not belong to him. No. Orunmila was an extraordinary person. Yes, he wasn't the only one. Before he came to Oyo, we were using Agbigba without him. So there are so many others with the capacity to be the source of communication with the unseen. The most important thing is he had the capacity, just as I do, to hear from the unseen and tell you unbelievable things about situations. I didn't ask for it, I didn't learn it, I inherited it. So let's be clear. Orunmila, you describe him as Igbakeji Olodumare. This. It's like Oriki. Yes, how can he only be the Igbakeji Olodumare? No! He only owns 16 Odus. Within the Odus, each one, of course, have three parts of significant importance. But let me go back to the issue you have to raise. When you go to a babalawo, he's going through Orunmila. When you go to a babalawo, he dials, he contacts, he uses a telephone exchange. I say so. That telephone exchange can be Okpele. He dials that telephone exchange and brings forth Odu. The Odu belongs to Orunmila. So he's dialing Orunmila. Orunmila is the one that is connected to the Olodumare, not the Babalawo direct. So if you do that contact through Babalawo, he's going to bring you Odu. And he's going to tell you the Odu before me is Oyeku. To whom does Oyeku belong? Orunmila. And it is true that all the Babalawos are followers of Orunmila. They are followers of Orunmila. They are not followers of Olodumare directly. No. They are followers of Orunmila. So they are the source, the medium of communication between anyone in difficulty and Orunmila, the owner of the Odus. So it's like horoscope. Yes. You go through Babalawo, you are going to go through Orunmila before you get to marry. But when Orunmila was around, he never went through anybody else. He went straight to Olodumare. So Orunmila is not just someone who can link you to Olodumare. He's also the link between you and the Babalawo who studied Ifa. If they don't study it, They can't deliver no message on behalf of Orunmila. Hear me well. If they don't study all the Odufa and have it in their brains, they cannot deliver anything. So, to whom do they speak? To Orunmila. Orunmila is the one who helps them to know what is happening. He's left a template for them to use. A number are competent. Majority are absolutely incompetent.
All right. You spoke about a telephone sort of contact with Olodumare,
Yes.
with Orunmila via the babalawos. So the telephone line, of course, is the Odus. So the Odus is it's a literary body.
That is the telephone line. When the babalawo puts down Okpele, that is telephoning Orunmila. Somebody needs help, and Orunmila will give an Odu. The Odu comes from Orunmila. You telephone Orunmila through the Okpele or Iki. Iki is the palm kernel that you see a babalawo do this with. That is more reliable than the Okpele. And those who do that, they are more intelligent than those who do Okpele. So I'm saying to you now, when you use the two items, one, Okpele, two, Iki, that is when you are dialing Orunmila. And the answer the babalawo will get is one Odu or the other. Remember, they'll do it more than once. I don't need to go into that. But most important thing is, no babalawo who comes with an Odu Ifa has direct contact with Olodumare. Orunmila is their contact.
All right, for the benefit of our audience, I may be showing some of these images just to give flesh to what's been spoken about. When Erelu talks about Okpele, so that's the Okpele right there. So in the process of divination, the babalawo speaks to the Okpele, the wants of the person that's come to consult him, and then he speaks to the Okpele, and then he throws the Okpele, which Erelu is explaining is the telephony to Orunmila. So now I wanted to get into the Odu. Actually, where does the Odu come into this? So when the babalawo speaks to the Okpele and then he throws the Okpele, then the Okpele and then your assertion is that when he throws that Okpele, Olodumare then gives him Odu. So the Odu, of course, it's a literary body made up of about 256 volumes, which is divided into two categories. So there is 16, which is the Oju Odus, and then talk us through the distinction between the Oju Odus and the Amulu Odus, because the Oju Odu, of course, 16, the Amulu Odu 240, and it is through the Oju Odu, the Amulu Odu, and then the Okpele, which is that's where the divination comes from, and then also what role the yes, talk us through that one, those ones first.
I'm not going to get into teaching you anything. These systems are learned by a babalawo. If the only basic information any layperson needs to demystify everything is that the babalawos have learned all the Odus. If they don't learn, they have learned it. Like if we go to school to be an engineer, they've learned it. If they didn't learn it, that Okpele is of no use to them. So that's the only basic information that an ordinary person needs. And I've explained when that Okpele is utilized, the babalawo in his brain, he's been taught. When there are 2 down, 4 down, he already knows, he's been taught. If he's not like me, I don't need a Kwele to tell you what I see. They are consulting with Oromila. And I've told you, it's just like horoscope. It's already there. Everybody who is a Pisces gets the same information. Everybody who Oyeku appears for, they get the same information. Anybody who Ejogbe appears for, same information. Anybody who Osameji appears to, same information. They have learned it. And without learning it, they cannot be a babalawo. Oromila left them that legacy. And that legacy had to be learned. It's in their brain. They know the system. They are taught. It's the same thing as if you're a car engineer or you are a radio engineer. You've learned it. If you don't learn it, you can't deliver. Same thing with the babalawos. They've learned it. And so they rely on what comes out of the divination to tell you what is wrong with you. And it's Oromila who has left that template in black and white. Some of them have it. They have it in their brain. And if it's anybody who consults Babalawo and comes up with any of the Odus, they get the same messages. Nothing is different. That is the way it operates. Anything else?
All right, brilliant. There's several more, but I was going to ask you the distinction between Babalawo and Onishegun. But before we go to that, we've got Chioma joining us, who I think may want to put a question to you as well. So Chioma, we've got Erelu Tunwase with us. Chioma.
Good evening, Ma. Good evening. Thank you for coming in.
Some of them have got capacity to hear and see. Plus, the audio that they learned. But very few of them have the capacity. Which means they are not anyone without the system of Oromila taught to them. The system is taught to them. It's not natural to them. To be an Ifa medium is natural. My biological ancestor Shogo had a natural capacity to hear and see and to do many different things. And many people of Yoruba descendants have the same capacity. The same thing that you see them using in Aladura Church. The same thing that you see them using in Celestial Church. The capacity. But they hanker it to whoever can help them to explain it. In their cases, they hanker it to Jesus. If I pick up a message about you, if you are a Jesus devotee, in fact, without me knowing the Bible, some verses of your Bible will come out. And you'll be amazed. I only learned Christianity through religious knowledge when I was in primary school in Nigeria. So I've made myself clear to you. Nothing more than what I told you. Anybody wants to know what you do, whatever you want to know, go and learn it. Go to a babalawo and learn it. You don't need the theory. Go to a babalawo and learn it.
Erelu, I think people are very fascinated and curious about it. Not so much wanting to learn it to be able to practice it, but wanting to learn it just as an historical documentation of what constitutes the Yoruba language. But as I was saying,
let me say this to you. I'm sorry. Nobody goes and learns the Bible because it constitutes. Please, if you want to get close to the knowledge of the practice called divination, and the word divination, that's English language too. It says a method to reach out to the supernatural. And it's not only Yoruba that does divination. Even the Anglo-Saxon, where I've been since the age of 17, they do have a form of that too. So when you say people want to demystify, no, I understand. You want to know about it, go to a babalawo Tell the babalawo you want to know. Pay him. Don't look for free service. Do not live for self-service. Go to a babalawo, pay him to teach you. He doesn't have to do anything other than collect money from you and teach you. And they are professionals. They have the capacity to teach you without any ties, without telling you that Odu has come out for you, or it hasn't come out for you. They can teach you. Pay them, and they'll teach you.
All right, brilliant. I've still got several more questions, but we've got Chioma joining us, as I said, and I think she's curious to put a question to you. So Chioma, unmute and speak to Erelu. Chioma.
Good evening, Ma.
A very good evening.
We're excited to have you. We've been waiting for you for like a whole week, and one man has been promoting you, and some people don't believe in the Risha stuff and the traditional practice and stuff, and some do. We have like so many people on the show that worship Ifa and all those things, So I'm just very interested in Yoruba tradition, and I'm very fascinated by it. So, but I have a question. Before, let's say, for Yoruba people, before they get married to a woman, do they consult Ifa? Because someone on the show said he consulted Ifa before he found his wife, and so I'm just wondering if it's real, and also with do you have like powers, since you have such deep knowledge on all the Ifa stuff? Do you have your own powers? Do you have spiritual, insights to see things like future?
Thank you for the question, Chioma. First of all, let me make it quite clear that when you use the word fast, this is where you too have access to what we Yoruba call Ifa. You too, because you have a spirit in you. That spirit, its capacity to work with you, your capacity to maximize your potential is also there. The word Ifa does not, it's a Yoruba, I would say Ife word. It's not even Yoruba word. Once upon a time, there were no Yorubas. They were Ufe people. The Yorubas started after Oromiyan. That is where I descended from. Founded Oyo Ile. So let me go back to your question. Yoruba tradition. It's actually again a framework put in place to help us from making mistakes. It's put in place. We believe in prevention is better than cure. Let me digress. I have people contact me every day asking me to check for them if one man or one woman is appropriate. I'll come to that. Yes, it is real. But
Wow.
let me say the practice of it is a different. For instance, it has what we call a war. Before you sleep with a man, that's when you should do it. Don't come to me after a man has slept with you. I'm not interested.
Really?
Because yes, you've already committed yourself spiritually. Once he enters that hole, you're already his.
Oh.
That is. Don't come to me after.
Okay, is that if he's in a tradition, as in, is that if he practiced the Ifa?
Listen to me now. Forget whether he practiced Ifa or not. Yoruba tradition. I've told you, before Orunmila came to this world, we have been operating this tradition of reaching out to the unseen. The unseen. So, in fact, in those days, many centuries ago, perhaps, before you were born, you'd be already betrothed to someone, because families come together and become one when marriage takes place. Marriage in the Yoruba tradition is not about a man and woman. No, it's about two families. That is our tradition. It's got nothing to do with the fact. It's a tradition that families follow to ensure that what is meant to be for life remains for life.
So, Mom,
Because
what if they're just dating, like it's their boyfriend? I mean, like, like they're just dating. They're not, they can be.
darling, date, do whatever you like, please. Don't come to Yoruba tradition once you're ready to remove your pant. A spiritual contact, that in fact is the most important in terms of relationship between a man and a woman. Don't come to me after you've already done that.
With the person or in the past?
No. If you want to know, if you got someone you believe you may want
to marry,
get to, that is the time before that person sleeps with you.
Okay.
Before that person sleeps with you, let me also explain it. I once a whole year I did a series of lectures on spirituality and sexual intercourse. Spirituality. Let me say a little bit more. Once a woman is slept with by a man, she forms emotional attachment. Straight. Men often don't. The woman does. And some of them, they become, I'm sorry, English is not even my first, it's not my first language. It's not my second language. The women become psychologically different just as a result of sex once. Most women will form.
Erelu, is it safe to say then that there's a spiritual connect, there's as well as physical contact, there's a spiritual meshing together when two couples come together? And is it what you're suggesting then is that once that has taken place, the Ifa divination then it's a bit too late to come to Ifa after that? So you should come to Ifa before you make that physical connect, which then obviously transmutes into somewhat of a spiritual connect.
Yes. Let me also say that when most of us are born, our families will consult. They will consult Ifa, and Ifa will tell our families a lot about ourselves, the sort of man we should marry, and the kind of profession, the line, the way I put it, present those here, our life, what it's meant to be, why we are here on earth. And the first thing is why you are here on earth. That is why we Yorubas must do it. If you're here, for instance, to be a politician, and that means you're going to be a female leader, and you go and marry a man who has no capacity to understand that role, you're already in trouble. That's an example. So let me not spend too much time. Let me also make it clear, whether you are Ifa follower or not, you can be Ifa follower, you can be Orisha follower. Ifa is still, Onumila is Orisha. And there are many Orishas. Now, these are mentors of the ways of our life. So we have a standard understanding. We must prevent problems. That is what you need to know about we Yoruba. Whether you follow Ifa or you don't follow Ifa, Our ancestors laid it down clearly for us. Always prevent problem. To prevent saves you a lot of aggro. So that is why we will always, anything we want to do, we'll go and ask. Anything we want to do, we go and ask. Anything we want to do, we go and ask.
So,
Just to add that, Choma, I think what Erelu said there is ignorant sàn ju ẹbọ rírú. I think that's where that captures the yes, ignorant sàn ju ẹbọ rírú. But Choma, yes, one more question, and then we go to gas them up, Baba, and then I still have a series of questions for Erelu, but carry on, Choma.
So I have 2 questions. So one is, you said that once the man sleeps with the woman, that she automatically belongs to him. I mean, I don't understand.
Chioma, let me turn it all right upside down. Once you, a woman, surrenders yourself, don't say man sleeps in you, surrender your bottom. Don't bother to come to me. You're already conquered.
Okay.
Sex is not for pleasure. It's not a way of getting to know each other. No. Very serious business to surrender to a man. Very serious. Don't never surrender to a man you don't want to marry.
Okay.
You lie down, he comes on top of you. Excuse me. You have surrendered. And then you want to come to
it doesn't mean you will marry the man.
Well, that is you. We Yorubas, in the past, once you surrender to a man, we pack your bags and throw you inside the family to go and marry them. That is the most important item to do with marriage.
That's back then. Okay?
Well, I must say to you now, you're asking about Yoruba tradition. Please. Okay. Yoruba tradition cannot look. I don't mind modernization. Westernization, no room for it. I still do the same thing. You have a choice. I've told you. My ancestors make it quite clear. Prevention is better than cure. You are Yoruba, you've been told you can do what you like. But there are Orthodox people like myself. You come to me and tell me, oh, Erelu, the first question I'll ask is, have you surrendered your bottom? If you say yes, I'll say, I'm sorry, I'm not. You are not the person I can deal with. Because you've already formed a bond. We don't go and surrender. That is the teachings of our ancestors. Only surrender yourself to the man you want to spend the rest of your life with. So how many men do you want to surrender to before you marry one?
How about those men that have 3 wives and all those many wives? How many women have they surrendered to?
No, they don't surrender. The woman will always surrender to them. This is our belief. You, a woman, cover your bottom. Unless the man rapes you. If he brings his stuff, tell him to get lost.
Yes, ma.
Tell him. You always say yes to him because you want him and you are pretending. The man is naturally inclined to want you. But you as a woman must be upright. Please. That is our teaching. You don't have to follow it. You can literally just surrender your bottom to as many men as you like and claim you love him. We don't want that. Because you know what? Once you are already emotionally attached to a man, please, don't waste that time. Go and marry him. What is the purpose of marriage? Will a man marry you without any sexual contact? The main purpose of marriage is that. That is why you keep it away from a man until you're sure he's yours, that he wants you. Yes, so. But you don't know he wants you. You just surrender like that. And then he goes, he's no longer interested in you anymore. And you start crying. Bottom power is what we call it. You, the bottom power. Do not surrender to no man that you don't want. That's our teaching.
All right. Erelu, that's somewhat of a is that historical view? Is that historical stance? Is it does it transmute into contemporary times? Because the modern times live a different life. So does the life that the modern times live now, does it preclude them from being able to access Ifa? Because I'm not sure that I'm not sure. I think young women might struggle to adhere to what you're suggesting.
Who don't know what they are doing. I come across many women who are mentally sick, having married the wrong man, and the man wants to go after somebody else, and they are crying to me. Crying for what? Crying for what? Excuse me. Do not use the word contemporary. I am an orthodox Yoruba. If you ask me about the tradition of my ancestors, I will tell you what it is. I'm not asking you to tolerate. Can't you see the disaster all over the place? I won't hide it. I was disvirgined by the man I married. Yes, so, and my father-in-law gave me money and congratulated me. There's a tradition. So I'm not preaching what I have not practiced. That's the way we are brought up. Keep your bottom away from a man until you are sure who he is. And that means check that your life and his are compatible. Not just you. Check that the two families are compatible. Often a man and a woman marry each other. The families are not compatible. They're not compatible. And then they start having problems. And they start competing with the mother-in-law and the father-in-law, and the nonsense starts. Marriage is supposed to give you peace. It's not something that should be giving you palpitation every minute.
So,
do it right.
Ma, I have a question. Let's say if
Go
someone
ahead.
okay, thank you. So let's say if someone was to come to you as a single woman, right, and they broke up with someone, and they want to, know who their husband is. Let's say they've been single and abstinent for 2 years, for example. You can still, guide them in that sense. Okay.
Chioma, I haven't communicated this well. The need for me to know about your history, it has to do with the man you want to marry. If you come to me and say, Erelu, I have met Jack, and I believe I want to marry Jack, I will straight away say, have you slept with Jack? I don't care what's happened in the past. You want to marry Jack. Okay, Jack, have you slept with Jack? If you say yes, you have, I'll say, my darling, I think you really have already surrendered to this guy.
But you can still tell her if Jack and her will have a good marriage, Abby.
Yes, I can still do that.
Okay, then you can. That is possible. You can still see the lady.
In fact, you see now, there are codes of practice. There are ways by which our ancestors have taught us to manage our lives. So when you said, oh, you can still do it, yes, I still take on board the fact that we live in modern times. Modern times is different from Western times. Modernization. Let me explain what I mean. A lot of women now, the men will say, unless you surrender to me first, and I know what you're going to be like, I'm going to marry you. And some women will say, well, I better try this man, because if I try this man, he may not be able to perform, and I don't want to have miserable life. So that is modernization. In the past, women had to be quiet. I mean, I can actually talk about people in the past who married an impotent. Impotency was, for instance, a result of diabetes. And I can also talk about women who comes to me and say, "Mommy, I am finished." And I say, "Why are you finished?" And she says, "Oh, the item is only 2 inches. I'm finished." And freely, that is modern times. The woman will talk about it, or the man will talk about it. I've had situations where a young man came to me and said, "Mom, I love XY, but oops, when I entered, it was as if I entered a whole yard." And you see, I have to then provide counseling because it is true, both of them love each other. But this young man believed he couldn't psychologically cope with what he believed should have been the case. That in early parts of his marriage, he should have a woman who is quite tight, not the one who is a yard. So that's another kind of modern day issues that I have to assist young man and young woman about. So I'm not, I don't want to be seen as rigid, but the question you asked, I needed to tell you that yes, it is our way that you must check. You must check the background of the man. Is family, if you ask me to do if you ask me to check a young man for you or the reverse, I'll check the family first. I will check the two of you first. I'll check the family. And often when I pick up issues, I will point it out to both of you. As long as you are aware of the issues, I may also suggest that you can better manage it, that the kind of behavior management that will be necessary. At least you know what the problems are.
All right, thank you, Choma. Hold on, Choma. No, hold on, Choma. We have a Erelu for a limited amount of time. I think she only agreed to.
Important question. It's actually important.
All right, make it the last one, and then we're going to gas them out. Yeah.
So, Ma, I wanted to know: is there a spiritual implication in consulting someone like you that practice, Ifa, and like consulting you for like guidance? Is there like spiritual, implication for me or anyone that ask for your guidance or your vision?
There is no spiritual implication.
Okay.
And let me explain that.
So sorry, Erelu. Sorry, Erelu. Are you asking it from a Christian prism, Choma? Are you asking it from a different religion? Are you saying you as a Christian are consulting Erelu? Is that where you're coming from?
No, because I know that she would do some maybe incantation, or she'll seek from Ifa, so I don't know.
Well, again, this
will be
thank you
disturbing.
for asking that question. I don't.
Yes.
I can tell you straight, I don't need no okpele. I see. I don't need no okpele. Let me give you a scenario, for instance. Now, there are moments even when there are occupants of our ancient thrones that I can't go near. Once I do, I go into a trance and I start delivering messages. I avoid going close to them physically, because once the trance takes over and I start talking, I won't be able to hold back what needs to be said. And the gift is as powerful as when I'm reaching where I need to step back, I can feel it. So let me say this to you. I don't use no okpele. I don't use no incantation. However, let me tell you, once you contact me, the first thing I'm going to do is to ask Olodumare. We refer that to Orisha Oke. I would ask Olodumare, invite Olodumare to present to me the appropriate template for you. It's not unusual. I would say to you before I talk to you, you must have a bowl of water in front of you. And it's not the same. Everybody's unique. Everybody's unique. Often, I said to you, I'm not allowed to do this at the time you're calling me. It has to be first thing in the morning. I'll tell you it's going to be first thing in the morning. I'll say it's got to be before daybreak or it's got to be after dark. I get a template direct before I do anything. And most people who have used me will tell you I don't have, I'm not like a doctor that gives paracetamol for everybody's unique. And anything that may be necessary for you to do, I would tell you exactly what to go and do. That's the way it used to be. That's the way my ancestors operated. They would tell you, this is what is needed. This is what is needed. You go and do it. The only weakness I have is once I've told you, so people who use me, I always insist, please have a pen and paper. Don't come back to me. I won't answer you. I will give, because those messages come when I am under spiritual guide. So I will say, write this down, write this down. Often I'll say, send it back to me by WhatsApp. I will read it there and then. If I want to do a map, and I'll pass it back. You do what you like with it. That's the way my ancestors used to work. That's the way they used to work. Rarely will they say to me, I should do something for someone. Again, the calling is different. Often, there are times when they say, I need to do this. Then I will let that person know. And that's we don't have what the impression you have is that everyone who is connected to Ifa must use Okpele. No, there are those who use Obi. I went to talk to a group of traditional Obas just yesterday. Listen to how this Ifa works, the voice works. I went to speak to them, and I was sitting, they did the Obi in front of me. They didn't have to tell me what the Obi said, but the Obi spoke to me as I was sitting. And the Obi also told me, to my right, I should give them so much money. To the left, I should give them so much money. And after they finished, I told them, I said, I received a message. I am asked to give you money. This sitting, I'm asked to give you money. They were shocked. And I told them, why? My money, no small money. I gave it to them, to the sitting. I said, for this to happen, I am asked to give you the money. And I transferred the money immediately. And I left. They were shocked. So I go to settings, and if help is needed, they'll tell me to provide the help, and I'll do it. That's the way it works with me. And many people will normally tell you, there are times when somebody comes to me, and even before I've started talking to the person, the Spirit will say, this person is going to need your help. Something is going to be needed, and you will need to cater for this. And that's what I'll do. Or they'll say, this is what to do. I mean, I remember there was one instance, I was told to tell a gentleman to go and find 6 lemons. 6 lemons. And inside the lemons, there'll be seeds. And those seeds will be needed. Would you believe? He went the first time, he bought lemons, no seeds. He went again, no seeds. He went again, no seeds. He came back to me, am I sure? Oh, could I change it? I said, no. I wouldn't say more about that. But that exercise was a spiritual exercise to teach him a lesson. I had to take him through the procedure he needed to do to be able to find the 6 lemons with seeds. And it worked. I didn't leave where I was sitting. So it's about enabling, when you are in contact with a medium, it's about enabling you to do things. It's not about taking over from you. Because you are in between those who want to help and the person who needs help. I hope I've answered you. I don't use any of that. No. I don't use any of that. Ancestrally, we use Eridilogun. Ancestrally, I don't use Eridilogun. But if I hold Eridilogun to my ears, it will be talking. That's the cowries. I've inherited it. That's a gift. And that is what you'll find with Sango priests normally. And again, I have my lineage. The one before me gone through this.
All right, thank you, Chairman. So, Gastem up here up next. We have Erelu Tunwase with us. She's an Ifa devotee.
One man, can you ask if she could drop her contact on the private chat?
No, I have her contact. If she's happy for me to let you have it, then I will. Okay. All right.
So one man, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So I was just introducing.
Okay, so
go on. Yeah.
I just want to quickly point out. I have 3 specific, and these are specialist questions. So just 3 questions that they shouldn't be too long, but I want to ask Madam very quickly 3 questions. So my first question, thank you for being on here with us, Madam Erelu. My first question is, can you please tell us? One man, I don't know who was that. That was
no, carry on. That's Chioma. So carry on.
Okay, yeah. So, Madam Erelu, thank you for being here. My first question is, if you can explain to us the meaning of Iwure and the power and significance of that, and then compare it to Adura, if there's a difference in your opinion.
Is that a Wure, not a...
Yeah, Iwure, sorry. My pardon. Listen, I don't speak Yoruba. Yeah,
yes, I know. Carry on.
Can I answer that very quickly? It's not long.
Yeah, go.
Right. 2 things. Iwure, digging goodness. That is what it means. We don't beg when we want something from God. We'll say. We command. Prayer, you are begging. My ancestors don't beg.
Thank you so much for telling me that. Thank you, because I was on the platform and some of the Yoruba speakers, even though I'm not a traditional Yoruba speaker.
Hold on, Gaston. Let Erelu expand on the question you asked, and then ask.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So sorry, carry on.
Ancestors will always do Iwure because they are digging goodness. We digging goodness. When you say you are doing prayer or Adura, you are saying, no, we don't have that time for that. We'll say, let me say that. You shall have journey messages. You shall go and you shall come back. That is command. We don't say, as you are going, may you have the protection of Olodumare. Please, we come with authority.
Thank you, ma'am, for that. So I just wanted it to be clear because I was on the platform before and some of the other Yoruba speakers were trying to attack me and say that I was wrong, and I was taught that what you said. So that was my first question. My second question is, can you explain to us the power of Eshu in terms of the meaning of Eshu to you, and does Eshu equate to the devil or Satan as the Christians have taught us?
Short question. I do teach a lot online. I was telling my students the other day, as far as Yoruba is concerned, Eshu is not your friend. Eshu is not your enemy. Eshu is a messenger, a standalone messenger. Do not rely on him. I hope I've answered the question. Eshu is not your friend.
Can you expand on that a little bit, Erelu? Because there's a contention. Eshu is a day.
Nothing to explain. Eshu is not your friend. Eshu is not your enemy. Important of all, do not rely on Eshu. So, Please, let me tell you something.
Is he a negative force?
Emma
Bino.
Very good. Eshu, Kishore, Eshu, Kishore. You know why? Because when you send Eshu a message, Eshu will actually seek opinions elsewhere. And Eshu will act in accordance with his wishes. Nobody directs Eshu. Nobody. Yes, some people they'll say, I went to Trinidad. The ancient ancestors of Trinidad invited me to come to Trinidad. And I wrote to them, I said, I'm coming. I'm an unusual person. I'm not the kind of person you know. I'm coming because your ancestors have invited me. And they saw it on my itinerary. Now, when they took me to their palais or shrine, you go before Eshu before. You go, I said, excuse me, please, 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 please. My ancestors don't go before Eshu. Eshu lives outside. We don't go before Eshu. Lie. Eshu only orita meta. You don't go before Eshu. I was there before they go to Eshu first. Another shrine, Eshu first. I said, please, I don't go before Eshu. No. So let me make it quite clear to you again. Eshu is a messenger that cannot be influenced by anybody. Eshu has a mind of his own. I don't care what Christianity tells you. To some people, Eshu is evil. To some people, Eshu is good. The nature of Eshu is that is an entity with its own mind. That is why some people will be saying, let's appease Eshu before we do something. Let's appease Eshu. There is no guarantee Eshu will actually open any doors for you. You cannot
Madam,
hold on, guys. Erelu, just to hold that space for a moment. Hold on. You still get to interact with Erelu a bit more, but I'm somewhat curious because within the Yoruba culture, Eshu is seen as a negative force, and the prayers are often first to pray to move Eshu away from the will that you want to express. I think we are sophisticated enough to know that it's not the embodiment of the devil, but is it right that within the Yoruba pantheon, Eshu is seen as a negative force?
Let me thank you for asking the question. The so-called Yoruba you're talking about, we believe in every situation you have good and bad. We are not stupid. We know sometimes when you say you've encountered goodness, it may be a source of evil to you. We know that. We are very sophisticated people. That when you say, I have got money, that money may be a source of your disaster. So we know that every situation, there are two sides to the situation, good and bad. We know, like a man teach it. Now, let me go on. Now, you got Eshu Lalu Ogirioko. You got Eshu Odara, some people call it. But let me make it clear to you. You won't be mistaken if you are trying to bring in the teachings of the Bible to this. But when you look at the teachings of the Bible, which I am not an expert of, now it is true issue in Christendom and in Islam. The Muslim will say, I will be like Mina Shaitani Rajim. Every day they are conquering issue. Now, what they are doing is recognizing that the evil side is more potent. They lift up the evil side, and it's a common sense ideology. If you know somebody is neither your friend or an enemy, now it's better to see the person as your enemy. That is the thinking behind that. With us, we are dear devil in the kind of. Can I finish?
Oh, sorry, ma.
We have capacity to attempt to get the goodness from Eshu. And we have the capacity to prevent the evil from Eshu. And that goes to every human being you've got in this world. Every human being has got good and evil. Eshu is no different. So we start from basic common sense. Every human being is potentially evil. And if you know that, then you have benchmark. Wọ́n ní nítorí ìjà la ṣe ń wọ́n ní nítorí ọjọ́ iwájú la ṣe ń fi àyè ìjà sílẹ̀. So I hope I've answered that question. In terms of Christendom or any other that you're going to talk about, it's appropriate for them to promote Eshu as evil. With us, the Yoruba, we will say, acknowledge the fact that there are two sides to every person, the good side and the good side. If you work hard at it, you'll be able to get the good side. If you work hard at it, you'll be able to get the bad side. That's the bottom line.
All right, brilliant. Did you have a follow up, gas them up?
Yeah, I just want to my last question, but before I say my last question, I just want to tease at the Christians. If you spell Jesus, you know Eshu is in there. So keep running from Eshu all you want. You'll find him in Jesus anyway. My last question, madam, is I saw a video a while back, and it was something that I agreed with, but I wanted to hear your thoughts. There was some, I don't know which state in Yoruba land, but there were some Shango practitioners who stated that Shango was not initiated in Ifa, and that Shango and many other Orishas have their own divination. So, you know, many times we hear people say Ifa and they don't realize Ifa is just divination, right? It's not it's not something. So Obatala, like you said, Orumila and all the Orumila has he's the one who I believe that brought Ifa, but other deities have their own forms of divination. Like you said, you don't necessarily use some of the instruments that a babalawo would use. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on that. Were they correct to say that Shango was not initiated in Ifa? And if that is the case, does that mean that a person can have their head or their ori with a particular orisha and not have to partake in Ifa as the way people see it today? I hope my question was clear.
Let me make it very clear. Shango is a highly gifted person. Shango doesn't need any ceremony to be able to be triggered. And the initiation you go to is a cult. I say so. You don't need it. You do not need it. I say so. In Ife, we call it Awo Olodu Merindilogun. Awo Olodu Merindilogun. You don't need to be initiated into Ifa to use the service of Ifa. I repeat, you don't need any initiation. You don't need it. You know, this nonsense has continued to diaspora. Every person they find is one hand of Ifa, one hand of Ifa, one hand of Ifa. Please, you do not need initiation. Ifa belongs to God, but the Awo Orunmila, Awo is a cult. Constructively called them. We have others. We have Oshugbo. We have Ogboni. I'm no stranger to the three. We have Ogboni. We have initiation in Ogboni. We have initiation in Oshugbo. When you talk initiation into Ifa, you are being introduced into the cult of Orunmila. The government, the spiritual governance of Orunmila. So let's get this straight. We have two others like that. Oshugbo and Ogboni. I'm no stranger. You don't need to be initiated into any Ifa. You know what? When you ask people, why are you doing initiation? Does that make you an Ifa devotee? Rubbish! You can learn the wisdom of formula and use it. Because even if you get initiated into Ifa, as they call it, you are not a babalawo. No, you still have to go and study the Odus. I repeat, and in effect, it is called Awo Olodu Merindinlogun. Awo Olodu Merindinlogun is called. Of course, it's not necessarily negative. So when you get initiation, when you the Ifa devotee, please don't call me no. What do you mean by Ifa devotee? I'm a medium of for Ifa. We are all devoted to, please, whether you like it or not. You hear the voice. Sit quietly and see whether you won't hear voice. Ifa is the voice of Olodumare. I went to the ceremony of going to what you call Igbodu. I went.
Sorry, Erelu. Is that not where the Oni goes before he takes his throne? Igbodu. I think he spent 7 days there.
Ikpebi is different from Igbodu. Ikpebi is different from Igbodu. When I became Erelu Tunwase, not Atunwase, Tunwase is a title that belongs to Awujale crown. I started with Ikpebi. The same ritual that any Oba would have. The only thing without a crown. Tunwase is a ruling house in Ijebu. The family that's entitled to put on the crown of Awujale. So, when you start talking at Tunwase, you are talking about the Shekiris, or that they use the word at Tunwase. So, let me put it to you again. You do not need to be initiated into an Ifa, as they call it. Ask them, why are you initiated? They say, so you can know you're a war. You're a war. After that, the Tariki give you. Many of you, when they give Iki to you, you can't look after the Iki. In Nigeria, they stash it up in the babalawo's house. Let's not talk about some of the disastrous occurrences after that. I repeat, you are not a babalawo. Why do you want to be initiated into Ifa? Initiation into Ifa is joining the Awolodu Merindinlogun, are joining a cult. And the same thing, Ogboni, we have initiation ceremony. I've been through it. Oshugo likewise. So let's get it.
One man, can I ask one last question? Can I ask one last question before I go? Wait, I know. Can I just ask one last question?
Hold on. Order. Hold on. Hold that question, Choma. Let's do this. Let's have Baba ask have a turn, and then if Erelu is happy after Baba to do a whip round of one more questions, then we do that. So I want to make sure that everybody gets to speak with Erelu that is on the screen. So Baba, you're up next. As you can see, an epic, eminent personality, Erelu Tunwase, who has come here to give us the benefit of the expansiveness of our knowledge. So Baba, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, one man. You, Moshibao. I have two questions, but I just want to start by saying that since you are a descendant of Alaafin Sango, and since Oronyo, since Elempe, the wife of Oronyo, begat Sango, can I conveniently give you or eulogize you with the Oriki of Takpa?
Obinjara Lodo.
Omolubisi Heron. Moshiba. My first question, very important one. If you have Ifa at home, in Igba
Yes.
or in Awofunfun, and you worship it every morning, or you pray with it every morning, and after some time, you kind of lost interest
Yes.
in it, what is the implication of abandoning it?
Thank you for asking the question. I can't thank you enough for asking that question. Now, let me start from my own direct experience. Even before I did 15 days for my DEFA, which is Tadonogun. Even before I came to 15 days, they were already seeing magic that I was performing. And when I took the Ikin home, the Ikin was talking. Will tell me what's going on there. What's that? First I experienced the Ikin. Now, the Ikin is supposed to be for you to do Iwure, not Adua. It's supposed to be a form of a share. Mo fẹ́ jáde lónìí o. Mi ò ní jáde lékú lọ́wọ́. Mi ní jáde lárùn lọ́wọ́. Màá délé báre. Màá rìnà kórè. Affirmative. Now, many of you are also told you have to feed that Ikin with water or tea. The tea that they are telling you to use, which is ogogoro or shinap, our ancestors never had that. The original tea is made of corn. Now, the question. Hear this loud and clear. When you get to a situation where you feel you want to detach yourself, you are supposed to consult a medium. But as you're talking, somebody like you, what I'm saying is what I'm going to tell you. You, if it were you, because there's what is called an ancestral link between you, Ile, that is the ground, and the sea. You just carry this thing, dig a hole near a tree, igi. Put it into it, put palm oil, arrow, and cover it up, and say goodbye. You shall have peace. From henceforth, anytime your mind goes to it, just put palm oil on the floor. Arrow just in.
I share you. My second question, I observe after every propitiation, there is always an OB they use in divination to know whether a buffet, and that divination, when they throw the abata, which is more appropriate? Abata, that is a cola, with 3 eyes, Oloju Meta or Oloju Mary? That is one sub question. The second question will be that
Let me answer that one first. I'm sorry, don't waste your time. There's no any OB will answer you.
any OB,
Benny, OB is OB.
good.
There are many countries where they don't have anything other than Olojumeji. Our wishes are not so prescriptive and intolerant. And again, not every Baba, some babalawos will just use up to ask. Some babalawos, after they've taken the ebo to where ebo has been chosen, they will do that consultation the next day. So
that means
again,
Ifa crowns every propitiation.
listen, once don't use the word Ifa. Again, I would say no. It was Orunmila who prescribed the ebo.
Okay.
Ifa is a separate entity. Orunmila, when he heard the voice, he documented it, he interpretation of it, he gave you stories to interpret it. Sometimes you have to say to babalawo, please, Otito, they carry on and on and on and on. And at the end of the day, they'll say, once upon a time when this happened, they gave this, they gave that, they gave that. It's what Orunmila did before.
Yes, yeah, I find that fascinating, actually. I know there are a lot of Islamic students who do the whole Quran on their head. But when I see an Ifa priest consulting the Orunmila, when they go on that, the word, let me just use the word, I get fascinated. What kind of Isoye do they use?
I do. When you use the word, what kind of story they use?
Yeah, because
Many
I
people
use
know
that.
me.
Yeah,
I
because
do.
it's so vast and so
I do.
wide.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't. When you get into Freemasonry, they're just as perfect. Even better. I don't talk what I don't know. They're not the only one. The first thing I repeat, they are not the only one. Many things that goes on in certain circles, they don't write it down. That is why when you get to Druidism, you can't know 3/4 of what is going on. Because the foolishness of our people continue to document so many things, and then it's subject to adulteration. So let me say, they don't use no Isoye. Let me tell you one encounter that I had. I only met this man towards the end of his life, a babalawo. He couldn't even go to school. And he wrote with his hands in the old way that they were taught. 1,023 pages. It's not published yet. He died 3 years ago. Let me also tell you another thing. I met a woman on the street of London. She was 6 years old. They brought her as a housemaid. I won't say long story. That was how I got into her life. This lady could not read her own name, but she could read the Bible. She couldn't read her own name. She couldn't write, but she could read the Bible. The only Bible, the only thing Mama would read is the Bible. So please, never see anything as extraordinary. Let me assure you that the people, this scientists will tell you what the brain is capable of, and that is why some people consider putting too much in your brain. Some of it will be lost. Some get confused. But there are those who they don't use no Isoye. They don't use no at all. I have first-hand evidence of that. I have a number of Oluwas under me. Those that when they put up down, they know me. I will see it. What they don't see, I'll tell them this is what it is. And they will. I will even be telling them about themselves. They don't use no Isoye. I'm not saying there's no Isoye, but they don't need no Isoye. It's a spiritual
Thank you,
term.
Yeye. Thank you, Yeye. Orunmila Agbewa ma.
Boom.
Did you have a last question? You sound as though you have a last question, Baba.
No. I'll give other people a chance. I'm a fair guy.
You said you were gonna let me ask my question.
All right, good, Choma.
Come on, one man. She had the whole floor for like 50 minutes.
No. Let's not do that. We have a guest. Gas them up. Let Choma go, and then you gas them up, and then Mike will have the final question, and then we'll see if Erelu Tunwase is still happy to spend a couple more minutes. But Choma.
Yeah, thank you, Ma. You know, I'm so sorry for asking you too many questions, but I'm so inquisitive. You know, my pastor, when I picked up a prophetic thing, he on what he wrote, he told me not to take a chieftaincy title. And I have friends that have chieftain. Like I have friends, like my Yoruba female friends, that have chieftaincy title. One has even two. But I'm Igbo, and I don't care for all those things. But he specifically wrote on the prophecy that I should not take a chieftaincy title. And I approached him and I said, why all of these things and why this one? And he said, it's because I don't want them to initiate you and that you're very pure. That's what my pastor told me. He's a prophet. So is it true what my pastor said? Thank you.
Thank you for asking the question, Chioma. I'm pleased to tell you that since you say you are Igbo, you have exactly the same as we qualify you. Yours is called Afa, and I have interacted with the practitioners of Afa. I even was a lecturer in one of the universities where the two sides, Ifa people and Afa, you have Afa. And all the things that we use to divinate, you have it in Igbo. We have Ogboni, you have Ordinani. I'm not a stranger to Ordinani. And let me shock you. There are many Igbos in Ogboni, many Igbos in Igbo, and we have a historically Igbos and ourselves. As far as your pastor is concerned, resounding yes, right. Resounding yes. The word initiate you into it, not the word. Whenever you get a title, you are pronouncing on yourself a lot of money. It's in fact one of the things I've been talking to part and parcel of the government of Ife recently. Don't give anybody any time to go to diaspora, and they are clueless. Don't, because if they give you Yalode, it has a meaning. It's already connected to ancient rituals. It has a meaning, and we have Orisha Yalode. So you don't have to be initiated. Once you take that title, I am Erelu. Erelu has a meaning. I am Tunwase. It has a meaning. Names matter. I met a driver was allocated to me recently, and I asked him, I said, how do I refer to you? He said, Baba Esther. I said, who is Esther? He said, my daughter. I said, okay. I said, but gentleman, you that I see you as somebody from a family with crown. He was shocked. I said, Iliobalotiwa. What is the Yoruba name for Esther? Give the name. Ade something. And I said, you see, you don't know your Bible. Esther was a slave who became his wife. And you are giving your daughter the name of a slave. From today, you shall not do that anymore. And I sat down with him and helped him to trace. He was shocked. I said, you are calling a princess Esther a slave? How about making myself? Titles mean.
Yes, yeah, you're making sense. Yeah, because sometimes we don't even understand the name of the title, the chieftaincy title they're giving us. We just accept it because it's a chieftaincy title. But I love how you define the whole, the Esther part. Wow, it's very powerful. I never really think about it that deep. Even a whole biblical name can have such a strong, Yeah, wow. Thank you so much, Ma.
All right, thank you, Chema. That's
My pastor is right. Don't take chieftaincy title; they'll initiate you.
there it is. Don't worry, I'll be invoicing you for that, Chema. You'll be getting an invoice for the consultation.
God bless you, Ma. Thank you.
Can I say, Chema, they won't have to do it. It's already done. Before you get the title, it's already done.
Wow.
Once the title is slapped on you, it's already done.
Erelu, I'm going to go to gas them up next, and I think a couple more people will still like to ask you questions, but just let me piggyback off Chioma's question. I come from a family that has titles as well, and there's a title. I could take a title if I wanted to, but if that title is already historically allocated to your homestead, for instance, the title of my own homestead is Odofin. So, is there anything wrong with taking that if it's already historically assigned to your homestead?
Well, a title like Odofi has consequences if you don't play the role. So that is ancestral title. It comes with responsibilities. It comes with duties. For instance, there will be times when required to fulfill. So when you take on the title, make it business to know more about it. As if you get yourself inducted properly, given background information, ascertain what duties or Dorfi, not you, what duties is associated with the title of Odofi. Let me give you an example. Everybody calls His Imperial Majesty, that is Oni. Oni. He is not the Oni. He is Babatunde Adeyeye Niton Ogunwusi Ojaja. That's another title. So he's doubled up as the Oni before him, and before him, and before him, and before him. And also Ojaja. So his representing is a physical form of those who come. And then he sits on the throne. Powerful stuff. He ceased to be Babatunde, what he then becomes, whether he likes it or not, he becomes someone else by that title. Oni Risha. So remember, never take a title you can't live up to. So Odofi, yes, Odofi, what else I would do to be able to get yourself tuned into it. So once they give you the title, ask for an induction. Tell them to enable you to understand the role. Make sure you are certain the do's and don'ts, but don't take the title. Don't automatically believe that because it goes in your family lineage is for you. Please.
So you can't take it ceremonially without having to do the ritualistic whatever. You can't just take it as a ceremonial sort of.
Well, let me give you an example. When I first became a man, I thought it was just ceremonial, but I was so privileged to be able to get beyond what most of you know. There's no ceremony. You cannot ceremonially take anybody's title. No, you don't want to be it, don't get near it. You don't want to be an Odofin, please stay away. We don't want superficial Odofins. It's going to be a nuisance. And that is going to be a nuisance to you too, because you will have repercussion. I'm very clear. Don't be an Odofin half-hearted. That title is not for fake Odofin. You want to be original? Welcome. You want to be fake? Stay away. Why do you need a title from us when you don't want to be a dog? Deceit! We don't need deceit. There's a penalty for deceit. You don't want to be a dolphin? You don't want to be a dolphin? Stay away. We don't have half-baked.
All right, thank you. Let's go to gas them up. So gas them up, be short and succinct so that we can get 2 more people in, and then we'll ask Erelu if she's still happy in our company. Gas them up.
Yes, Erelu, thank you for taking the time to speak to us. We really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. So I wanted to ask you very quickly because, when we hear the word Aje, we often think of witches. And in my studies of the European system, 2 things that I noticed is that people like Isaac Newton were called their last occultist. And it's very interesting in the history of Europe. They burned their witches for hundreds of years, right? On a spiritual level, my opinion, I want to hear your thoughts on that, is that we in Africa forgot to listen to the powers of the Aje and take their technology and adapt it to combat the Europeans, whereas the Europeans killed the Aje, stole the technology from their witches, and combined it with their Dibias and babalawos, people like Isaac Newton, and have conquered us today. So my question to you is, do you think that the Africans, particularly the Yoruba, us West Africans, do you think we have to tap back into that power of those ancient mothers, not witches, and find ways of getting technology from them to strengthen us and bring us back to our glory?
Thank you very much for your question, and I clap for you. I clap for you because you know nothing. In England, we have witches. I don't read it in books. We have witches. We have witches meetings. We teach witchcraft. And the Act of Parliament allows witches to practice. But it's for the upper class. You will hear what I don't know firsthand from me. Don't be deceived. We have witches in England. I can't tell you about Scotland. I can't tell you about Wales. I can't tell you about Ireland. But as far as England is concerned, I can lose you in England. We have witches. Powerful people. Yes, so hear it loud and clear. And we also have an Act of Parliament to protect our witches and practice with pride. So don't fool yourself. I've been in England since the age of 17. And there's no corners of England I don't know. We have witches. I did a program once. By the privilege I have, I brought a witch live onto my program called, this was a few years back, just to let them know we are real. So please, witchcraft is taught. It's not taught to fools. It's not like these babalawos are foolishly behaving nowadays. You know where you'll find witchcraft taught in England? Upper class. We don't teach witchcraft to poor people. No. So, first of all, let's clear that air. We have an Act of Parliament to protect witches. We don't have that in Nigeria. It's about time we have one. So, I went to a university recently in Nigeria, and the lecturer invited me as a special guest. And this lecturer, the topic was Aje. And at some point, he turned to me and said, Erelu, what have you got to say to this? I said, I own up. You have one in front of you, you can't do nothing. Then I was able to explain. I'm sorry. Let me assure you that this bit of siphoning the powers of Aje to do your technology, excuse me. Did you see that giving those powers to swines, what has happened? What you believe, let me put it this way, the powers of Aje, responsible Ajes will be quite mindful of sharing those gifts or powers, because, as I said earlier on, far too many empty-headed fools want to misuse that power. Empty-headed fools, those who want the world to know them, those who want to make money, those who want to be somebody. That's why it's unlikely to happen, what you're asking for. Yes, so some already out, as you said. But can you see the disastrous situation you find yourself in? And often you can't find no solution. I was talking to them, the class, about Shopmana. I said, you know, Shopmana, when you think you're clever and you go and find antidote or whatever you want to find for Shopmana, Shopmana gets stronger and delivers punishment. That is why we must continue to appease Shopmana. Time may come one day, issue of sacrifice. Because again, when sacrifice is used, the ideas that you talk about, they have roles to play and they have clear prescriptions, such as don't use a baby goat. Use it and they will cross your path heavily. So I hope I've answered your question. England has got plenty, Ajay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, panelists, I crave your indulgence. Quick one, Erelu. Are all
Yes.
Elewi Omos Ajes?
Thank you for the
No.
question. Elewi Omos are not Ajahs, but a real Elewi Omo will be able to hear the voice of the leaves. They are not Ajahs. The group that you call Elewi Omo consists of those with the capacity when they touch the leaves. I went to Trinidad and unsuspectingly, I just went into their bush and I was holding and I was hearing. So there are those with the capacity to hear the voice of the leaves. There are those with the ashe. It's not the leaves, but pronouncing the ashe on the leaf that gives it the vehicle to deliver. Those are the issues. They are not, when you talk about Ajah, the technicality surrounding Ajah, the unusual powers of God.
Thank you, Erelu. I appreciate it.
I feel as though that's big enough of a topic to have a question, to have a session around as well. The Ajah, I don't know, I don't want to call it a phenomenon. Maybe that's a wrong use of that. But that Ajah space, it's a big space that needs to be unraveled. Yes. You mean before? Say, come on, Gwen over.
Me come on, Gwen. Lo eje tutu. E ba ti le se tutu. Ọ̀nà sí.
All right.
Let me speak English. I'll just say that as you were talking about during this program, the message came what needs to be done. And I was asking for the way for you to be able to go through. Because you see, I guess people who also want to share, they want to correct misunderstandings. And they want themselves to be accepted as messengers of goodness. Even when they do what you consider to be evil, they represent good. So the only, in your case, you can just have to clear the way. Nothing major, but you need to. That's
all right. We will need to bring you back for that one as well. But Mike is with us. We call him a traditionalist, but he doesn't like that word. But is deep and embedded within the practice of our ancestors. So Mike, I think this is the moment you've been looking for. All of these things you've been telling us, now you have somebody that aligns with your worldview. Mike.
Okay. Yeah, Mujuba. Ubuato.
Ẹgbàtọ́ àsúrè ìwòrìwò fún.
Alivafu Yami Oshoronga. Ele tún ṣe ìyàwó Oṣoolé Mujuba. Yami Oshoronga Mujuba. Àjẹ́ ilé Mujuba. Yami Oshoronga Mujuba. Ìyá kéré ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yìí ìyàwó. I'm glad you guys were talking about the Yamis last. So it's a Yami Oshoronga. I will not bid you when we talk about them. They are very important. In over 50 Yami she, Yori. There's nothing you can do. Over 50 Yami she. So a nation, she spoke about England. This when he goes, we come to you and tell you witches are bad.
Before you continue, can you feed the ground with water first? Oh yeah, there's the for me one and bit over.
Okay, let me speak English for the viewers.
You don't understand, Mike. What he's saying.
Wọ́n ní kò fomi wọ́n lẹ̀ ń bí tó wà.
Mo ti ṣe. Èmi ti fomi wọ́n lẹ̀. Àwọn náà gbé ní fáwọn ìyá mi Òṣòro.
Látòní lọ má dábàá ẹ̀ láì fomi sílẹ̀.
Jọ̀gbọ́n.
Má dábàá.
Bro. Hey, I even say Nigeria or Africa will never rise until they start. Any society that doesn't honor the witches, they are witches. That society will never find headway. It's just not possible. So I often tell people like the roots of your problem in a country, in Africa or wherever, is things you don't understand about yourself. You need to go back and know who you are, where you are coming from. The whites know these things, or they hide it from you. So they'll have you facing the other direction. Yes, in England, they honor their witches. They honor their witches. In Ifa said it. Olodumare, the power of this earth, Olodumare gave it to the Yami Oshonga. Especially like you have to honor them. You have to find headway. So, what I called, there was something Baba was saying, and I thought maybe he had missed a part that you should have given the good answer. He asked about someone that has abandoned his ikin. So often, people that usually have that question are someone they might have abandoned their ikin. And if you have abandoned your ikin, we don't know what your ikin is. If you can remember your Odu when you went to Igbodu, we can still help you to call it back. That's just the message. So if you know someone, if it's you or if you know someone that has lost their ikin, but if you remember your Odu.
I hear you, Mike. Carry on.
If you remember your Odu when you went to Igbodu.
Yes. Mike, you have a right to separate yourself from Ikin. Kosinto Jo. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ, èmi àjú ni mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún ti kíní kan ò lè ṣẹlẹ̀. Ibi tí mo ní kó rí mọ́ ti kíní kan ò ní ṣẹlẹ̀.
Bébí tó bá rí mọ́ àwọn tó sọnù mi ń sọ.
Tó bá sọnù ó sọnù gbé nìyẹn. Ó sọnù gbé nìyẹn. Ọlọ́run àwọn ọlọ́run bàbá ti wá. Look, àwo tí mo mọ̀ ni mo ṣe o. Àwo tí mo mọ̀ ni mo ṣe. Èmi ò ṣàwọ̀ èké. Mi ò ṣàwọ̀ àparò aláṣọ pípọ́n. Àwo tí mo mọ̀ ni mo ṣe. Ẹ má tọrọ yín jẹ mọ́.
Okay, another question. You mentioned only the lobby, Olojumarun, Obi. Ojumarun fi bo Osha only if you be Olojumarun bo.
I didn't mention anything. I simply said to you, dude, stop this rubbish. The God of our ancestors, back in Nigeria, you can give, if you cannot find, you can give palm oil to God of our ancestors in Nigeria. And if you can't find palm oil, you give what you got. Do not do that. You are feeding Orisha. Orisha is not a god. Ntoni ole fojaje. And there are so many of you. Damn boy, Oshadele. Don't feed you what you are. Sorry. There are many people. They are half baked. They don't have full information. Be careful not to be tied to what is not true. Look at the nature of our ancestors. They are your fathers, they are your mothers, and they don't behave in the manner you are describing them. Do your best to give them what they should have. Let me shock you. I went to Mauritania. Yes, so me. Me de yawoshe. Me de collect osha like many of you. Nowadays, the Osha doesn't call poor people anymore because the poor ones are disastrously dangerous. I went to Mauritania. I was walking on the street. And that was how I made contact. Now, a lady who doesn't speak any English, doesn't speak Yoruba, using Eridilogu, and everything that she was saying was accurate.
Yeah.
Everything.
Vous dites, c'est vrai qui fait confiance.
Ma kick fa kankan fún mi torí mi ò ní dẹ́ ẹ lóhùn. You
No,
don't use it.
okay.
Don't listen to me. It's like a Christian wanting to impose knowledge by quoting Jesus' Bible. I don't want to know. Common sense must come with the Ifa you are talking about. And it's not Ifa you want to keep.
No, I'm not challenging you. I'm not challenging what you're saying. I just want to correct Kifa on. No, for the benefit of Baba.
Correct it. Odu falove kiki shefa. Odu Ifa.
Okay, then kill Dufa. Yeah. Adaba Shoshu. Àwọn ló dé àjíríkì. Ọdífá fún wọn ló dé àjíríkì. Wọ́n ṣeun gbogbo ọ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan lórí. Oyin tó bá ti jí kọ́ máa rí kí wọ́n. Gbà tá à ń jí tá à ń rí kí wọn là ń lájé. Àdàbà ṣoṣo àwọn ló dé àjíríkì. Gbà tá à ń jí tá à ń rí kí wọn là ń doníre gbogbo.
Mo ṣayé mi ò jíríkì. Please stop this. Mo ṣayé mi ò jíríkì. Please. Ṣé gbogbo Yorùbá ló jíríkì ni? Ẹ dáhùn. Àwọn tó ń jíró bí nǹkan. Àwọn tó ń jíra nídìí please, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo bẹ̀ yín ni. I hope you can still hear me. I have not disappeared.
Yes, the light went out somewhat, but we can hear you, but we can't see you anymore.
It's gone down. You are looking at me. I'm located at the source. I think they'll switch on. Like, let me make it clear to you. I'm a Wolon Jiriki. I only a Jiriki. I ask you the question. Are you saying everybody must wake up and see king? Are you saying those who don't wake up and see king, they don't live life? I grew up in a Shango family. We never saw no king.
I think you misunderstood me. Èèyàn tó lóríṣà wọn láti jí kí òrìṣà ẹni tó ní ìkín láti jí kó rí kí ẹ.
Don't preach that to me, please. You know, the same doctrine, indoctrination. We must not allow it. Our families never went indoctrinating anybody. Don't indoctrinate. The same character of the Muslims and the Christians you are practicing. Don't indoctrinate. Don't tell people that you give impression, but you're bad during Kikishenyo. Like if you don't wake up. No.
Mike has done worse on this show. He's been telling us what he can do to people. He's been telling us he had dreams of some of the panelists. He's been trying to scare us because of his power.
Yeah, but Chima, let them keep going. Chima, don't interrupt, please.
Before you come in, let me make it clear. The holy books or if you ask the Muslims, they'll tell you somebody, Muhammad gave them all the words in the Quran. If you talk to the Christians, they'll tell you where it come from. We, the Yoruba people too, everything they keep calling Ifa. Odu Ifa, their text, holy texts. And what you must not do is go down that route. I grew up. In my 70s, I grew up. No,
Yeah, is Ifa the Olodumare?
Olodumare ni Ifa.
Okay, so but Kifa fún yín Olodumare mo kí yẹn.
Sorry, 80 Ọ̀rúnmìlà sọ fún ẹ ló ń kì fún mi 30 adult rate.
Ọ̀rúnmìlà kọ́fà. Ọ̀rúnmìlà àdúrà fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà àwọn ilé Olódùmarè lọ kọ́fà.
Okoni, don't preach that to me. Ṣàngó lè mi mo lọ ti wá tó lókun lọ́rùn. Don't preach to Ṣàngó. Abọ́rin bí Ṣàngó ṣe máa ń ṣe ń títì ní alágbára tó jagbára lọ ní Ṣàngó. Who is Ọ̀rúnmìlà? Who is Ọ̀rúnmìlà? Agbígbá làwọn ń lò.
Ọ̀rúnmìlà ló fún Ṣàngó lágbára ẹ̀ ọ̀ṣẹ́ rántí.
Wọ́n bí rẹ̀, wọ́n bí pọ̀n rí Ọ̀rúnmìlà lè débẹ̀. Agbígbá làwọn ń lò lọ́yọ̀ọ́. Who is Ọ̀rúnmìlà?
Ẹlẹ́rìí ìpín. Àbá àgbọ́n rere gbin.
No! Who is Ọ̀rúnmìlà? Nígbà l'Ọ̀rúnmìlà délé ayé tó fẹ́ máa preach fún Ṣàngó. Ẹni tó jẹ́ òun nìkan náà ń pè ní kábíyèsí. Akàtà yẹ̀rìyẹ̀rì. Who is he?
Ẹ mọ̀ pé lẹ́yìn Ọbàtálá Ọ̀rúnmìlà ló dàgbà jù.
Ń bọ́ yíbo Ọbàtálá ń kọ́ láyà. What about Ọbàtálá? What about Ọbàtálá? What Ọbàtálá? No, Ọ̀rúnmìlà. Ọ̀rúnmìlà and Ọbàtálá, who is the oldest? Don't be foolish. Ọ̀rúnmìlà is the servant of everybody. If we want him, we'll call him. If we don't need him, we tell him, sit down and get lost. If you don't need babalawo, you don't call him. No babalawo can impose himself on you. Ọ̀rúnmìlà was a servant of the people. When the people needed him, they called him. Don't back with babalawo le lobe.
Ọ̀rúnmìlà bàbá Ifá.
Oh, go be back with Bifa and a lie. Ọ̀rúnmìlà never gave birth to Ifa. We gather. Ọ̀rúnmìlà is a we of Ado. Oloko di. Ọ̀rúnmìlà bàbá Fa Kilenso. Ọ̀rúnmìlà Eru Ifa. Don't confuse human beings. Ifa is a standalone. It doesn't belong to no Ọ̀rúnmìlà. Because I can hear, I can see. Ọbàtálá, when you go to a Ọbàtálá shrine or temple, go and see what happens there. Is it Ọ̀rúnmìlà that is helping them? Ọ̀rúnmìlà is a slave. When they call him, he comes to answer. If they don't call him, he can't get there. You, please, listeners can hear. If you don't need babalawo, can any babalawo come and impose on you? If you don't need somebody to help you, can I come and impose myself on you now if you didn't invite me? So please stop this foolishness.
Okay, do you believe the phenomena Erelu?
I didn't hear you.
Do you what is Erelu? Erelu.
Don't preach Ọ̀rúnmìlà to me, you junior.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking. Erelu.
Kò sí ìpín mi lọ́wọ́ Ọ̀rúnmìlà.
Tani Erelu ṣe Ṣàngó.
Ó witness ẹ̀ ń bọ́. Ìtàn tó sọ fún wa ń pa Ọbàtálá àti Odùduwà. Ìjẹ́wọ́ mọ̀ ìpín wo ló ṣe rí ẹ̀?
Tani Erelu.
Ìpín wo àwọn tí ò those who don't go to Ọ̀rúnmìlà.
Erelu, we've lost you somewhat. Are you still there? Erelu? I think there might be a glitch in the system. Erelu is still with us on the screen, as you can see, but
she might come back in. Her Wi-Fi probably.
No, she is on the screen. I think it's a glitch somewhere in the system. So there it is right there. So I think actually we're getting more than I actually anticipated for. I knew Erelu because I've been in conversation with her over the course of a week or thereabout. I knew she was a robust personality, and I think the fullness of that robustness is being felt right there. Oh, she dropped. Hopefully she will be back because I want that interaction with Prince Daddy as well. But
can I ask Mike a question?
A lot of people are saying Mike has been busted. You know this.
No, can I ask Mike a quick question?
That he does all the time.
One man, can I ask him a quick question?
Of course. Whilst we are waiting for Erelu to rejoin us.
Okay, so Mike, the question I'm gonna ask you is what I asked Erelu, and I told her I saw a video a while back. I can't remember what state, but they were Sango devotees, and they said that Sango was never initiated into Ifa, and so it kind of is interesting. You and her, the back and forth you guys are having with each other. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on that, as it seems that you're a babalawo, or you're an Ifa practitioner from the Orunmila line. What are your thoughts on the Sango people, if you agree with that, saying that Sango was never initiated into Ifa?
From what I know, almost all the Orishas initiated into Ifa. But maybe Sango people may have an information that says Sango didn't. But from what I know, most of the Orishas initiated into Ifa. I know Ogun initiated into Ifa. Even I know that for a fact. But the one Olodumare
was
chose.
Eshu also initiated into Ifa?
She even said it. I know Eshu Mule with the Orunmila. That's why he's the best friend of Orunmila.
All right. Erelu is back with us. So yes.
But what I would say is
stop indoctrinating people. To belong to Ifa is a voluntary choice. You shall not indoctrinate people with manipulation. I grew up in a family where traditionalists practice without indoctrination. Don't impose yourself. Please, do not. This is what goes on around the world, telling people they don't know what they are doing. Please.
Yeah, I have a question. I have a question. Are you initiated into Ifa or just Sango? Okay.
Voluntarily. Hear me well. 16 babalawos I had when for my Igbodu, I did 15 days. So don't tell me foolishness. You know one thing?
Let me ask a question. Did you?
No, I'm talking.
Hold on now, Mike.
No, you keep quiet. I'm talking. You know what Orunmila told you? When Orunmila came to this world, he met women, he ignored women. He never was able to do anything he wanted to do. So hear me very well now. No more of indoctrination by you babalawos or so-called devotees. No more. Orunmila never forced anybody to be initiated into Ifa. Orunmila never forced anybody. No. Orunmila was not going around the street. Every fool must have one hand of Ifa, must have two hands of Ifa. Liars.
I think she's 100% correct that Orunmila never forced anyone. No one. In fact, is a taboo, a guni, for anyone to go and tell somebody to initiate into Ifa. It's a taboo.
Fool now
it's only Ifa.
Any fool. You don't need to be initiated into any Ifa.
Absolutely. I don't know where the argument is coming. Who's making the argument?
Don't stop behaving like Christians. Whenever they want to make a point, they start quoting Bible as if everybody is a Jesus. Or like the Muslims.
I think there's a misunderstanding here.
Hold on now, Mike. Sorry,
You're saying hold on, but let's correct things now before.
No. We have a guest now. We invited her for the benefit of our knowledge.
But do you want me to leave, or you come? I didn't want to come on because of this kind of thing.
I'm not asking you to leave. Let her land, then put a position to her so that.
I'm not putting position. I'm saying let's correct something. It's a kind of misunderstanding here. She's saying I'm saying people should be initiated into Ifa, and I never said that. Or trying to indoctrinate people.
And you did.
But I'm just trying to correct that. Maybe that's what the pressure she got from me. That's what I'm trying to correct.
Let me tell you what I'm saying. Let me tell you what you're saying. Listen, I think you were not on the program. I have a book now, many pages written by an experienced babalawo and Araba. Same set as I wore any of the past. Couldn't read or write. But when I read the content, it's not published yet. It will be published. You know, my darling, when you are majority of the half-baked babalawos, they must get rid of what is called manipulation. Our forefathers never used the knowledge of the wisdom of Ifa to manipulate. You know something? For many, many years, they'll tell you, me, when I first, they said to me, you are Ayafa. So which one? Is it the Okpele or the spirit? Which one am I here? For many years, they'll tell people they call Ayafa, they'll tell them to go and marry babalawo, the idiots. And they ruin many lives. Orunmila is my special person. The wisdom he has, I wholeheartedly accept, but I will not use it to manipulate people's brains. That is what is wrong. Orunmila ló sọ fún yín náà. Ó ní ṣòtítọ́ ṣòdodo. Ẹni ṣòtítọ́ ni máa là ń gbé.
Exactly.
Liars, too many
So
liars.
that tells you that a babalawo that doesn't do that, of course, Orunmila himself, we turn against that babalawo.
Just as they don't control their penis, nowadays they carry it around the whole world and every country they go to. They are sleeping with the same Orunmila told them, don't sleep with anybody you meet whilst you're a priest. Do not. They can't control their penis. And what comes in Ushuru Babalawo explain a person cannot afford $100. You ask him to go and bring a goat for $1,000. Stop ruining Orunmila's names. Which Orunmila is seeing such kind of foolish? And nowadays Orunmila is seeing a cow. Ancestors never dealt with cows. My darling, I love it when I come across people like yourself who want to be promoters of Ifa. Well done. Do something for me. No manipulation. Don't be like Christians. Anywhere you go, they have no respect for any religion. They start quoting Isaiah 49. I said, every one of us are we. Our family, our ancestors never did that. Or you go like the Muslims, they start running into Arabic. You don't know what they are talking about. Please, don't quote Ifa. If you want to tell anybody, it is for your own good. It's not for the whole world to. Orunmila was never a Lerikmi of the whole world. Who told you so? If it's a Lerikmi of the whole world, you know, I came across a Japanese not long ago. I was surprised when he told me that they have similar to what you call Orunmila's Oduva. Yes or no? They say divination is in the Bible too. Now we saw. And when you look around, many babalawos need to stop manipulating with the Odufa. Don't place Orunmila where he doesn't belong. Obatala existed without Orunmila. How many times did Orunmila guide Obatala? Once a year we have Olojo. Have you ever seen anybody who says they own Orisha Foduduwa in your life? Have you ever come across one? You see Orisha Foduduwa anywhere? Please, let's educate ourselves. I highly recommend that anybody, whether you are Ifa devotee, whether you are not Ifa devotee, whether you are a Yoruba, whether you are not a Yoruba, any book you see where they're written Odufa, take it and read it, try and make sense of it. You do not need no initiation to be a follower of Ifa. You don't need the initiation. Once you are reading these Odus, yes, if Orunmila wants you, his spirit will tell you yourself. Use the spirit within you. Do not anybody tell you they know it all. They don't know nothing. And they've created so many catastrophes. Have you come across people who said they go and do Itefa today, the next day, something disastrous happened to them? I'm not suggesting that is the Ifa or Ikin that has done it. But what conclusion do you want that person to reach? You go and do a ceremony, you don't even understand 3/4 of it. Do they understand it? Awo Olódù mẹ́rìndínlógún, awo ni Ifá, Ọ̀rúnmìlà, awo ni. Alàgbà.
All right. Ayọ̀wámbí.
Wọ́n ní ṣe yóò ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọjọ́ ń lọ. Ayé ilé ṣe yóò ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọjọ́ ń lọ. Èyí tó bá ṣe là ó ròyìn. Ṣe yóò ṣe
ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọjọ́ ń lọ. Ayé ilé.
Ṣe yóò ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ mi ọjọ́ ń lọ. Erelu. Èyí tó bá ṣe là ó ròyìn.
Tí wàá ṣe tó bá ṣe là ó ròyìn. Tí wàá ṣe tó ó ṣe. Tí wàá ṣe ọjọ́ ń lọ. Thank you.
All right. Erelu, we have one more person that still wants to interact with you. His name is Prince Daddy. If you just make the accommodation, he'll put a position to you. I think you may well be the last one. Prince Daddy. So, of course, needs no introduction. You've been listening. We have Erelu with us now. So the floor is yours. So I'll put a position to Erelu and have a conversation with her. Prince Daddy.
All right, thank you, man. Thank you, Erelu. I'm a Christian, and as a Christian, I love everybody, so I don't distinguish nor condemn anyone, regardless of their religion or what they practice. But my question is in regards to witchcraft. You said earlier that if a witch does something that's purported to be evil, we should consider it as good. And my experience with witchcraft or witches, not as a practitioner, but my experience with witchcraft is that they are bad actors. They don't do good. I mean, in short, I call them evil. So, but in listening to you, are you saying that there are different types of witchcraft, and is there a good witchcraft? Is that what you're suggesting? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not suggesting. Affirmatively, I say, to be a witch, you need to know the craft. I repeat, to be a witch, or a wizard for that matter, you need to know the craft. It's the same thing with the babalawos. You know, Orunmila gave them so many rules and regulations. Half of them, they don't follow the damn thing. Don't forget, they are supposed to be doing good, but when they don't forget the ground, when they don't follow, they become doers of evil. That is taught in witchcraft. Let me repeat. Anything you are doing, remember there are ground rules. To do good, there are ground rules. Some people call that moral obligations. Moral obligations. What you are morally, mandatorily supposed to follow. If you don't follow that, the powers of goodness will be removed from you. Same with this the babalawo. They are doing more destruction nowadays than any good. You know why? Most of them are poverty-stricken, economic migrants roaming around the whole world. Orunmila told them to get jobs. A babalawo that is jobless and expect you to help him to build a house. to own a car, to come to UK, is a fraudster. It's the same thing with it, which you're asking me. You encounter evil. It is true. Most of them, most of the witches, regardless of the craft. One thing about me, many people tell you that wherever you find me, you are going to be finding what is the truth. Yes, so they come and collect information. They are provided with knowledge about the craft. And the knowledge, they don't use it for good. So I agree with you. Too many of them, yes, because they know the good, that the goal is to do good. The objective is to do good. But you know what do? They don't do good. The Yorubas will say, it's the same with all these babalawos and all these relationships nowadays. When they are divining for you, they are thinking of their pocket. Yes, so because you are going to make them well off. Yes, so for many years I've preached that instead of them stealing through airport, they should do what we do in England, which is agree fee that is more than professionally reasonable. It's a profession. Competent babalawos are equivalent of doctors. And they come and put a pellet down for you. They don't charge you a fee. And you say thank you and you go. Let me go back to the witches. The witches have answered you. Majority, they acquire the knowledge. They are no different from babalawos. They are no different from Olorisha. All spiritualists, they collect the information and they want to use it to fill their pockets. I told you about myself. If I go somewhere and they say I should, sometimes I've gone somewhere, they say, take this money, and when you get there, spend it. I don't think twice. I hope I've answered the one about the witches to you. Yes, you're right. But I've used it to run a parallel. Babalawos who are economic migrants are up to no good. The babalawos should go and get themselves organized and begin to run professional services. They want to turn it to bread and butter. In those days,
all right. I think Erelu may have frozen for a moment. Hopefully she'll come back. It's a glitch in the system. We get that sometimes. So she's on the screen, but you can see obviously.
I'll leave you guys with your lecture, man. Maybe I'll join you later, man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Mike, for joining.
What I would say, Shai, there's a reason why there's limited things we allow women to be exposed to, but it's okay. All right, good night.
She's a direct descendant of Sango, by the way. So that's
okay.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
Well, yeah, don't be. I don't like coming when you have guests because I don't like you. Do want tell Mike, come on. I didn't want to come on. I just don't like doing it. Whenever you have guests, not necessarily but whenever you have guests, this idea of just hush. Even when the guest is accusing you of something you're not saying, or things like that. The last time I had guests about since then I never came on. Whenever you have a guest, because you do this, trying to shut people down, not to. I don't like that. I mean, if your guest is making mistakes, saying something, I will have right to come in and say, this and that.
Yes, you have the right to do that, but no.
I'm not. I wasn't cutting her off. I allowed her to speak, but I know she was going on for a long time doing this accusation, and I'm trying to correct that. No, I'm not here recruiting people. But then you keep cutting me. I don't like that.
Let me ask you a question, and then you tell me what should be done. if a guest is saying something and you want to interject him or her to add or whatever, but the guest continues to speak, should we pause the guest for you or should we pause you for the guest?
I'm not saying you pause the guest.
But then we can't
And
have two
hold
voices.
on.
We
I
can't have
ask
two
you, hey, I
voices
say,
running
can
at
I
the same
hold
time.
on? I didn't just start cutting her. I said, can I correct something? I ask you, and you ignore me. I said, okay, that's the girl. Let me respect that. And she keep going with the same accusation. I'm like, I came in again. Can I correct something? At least give me a chance to correct. I mean, it's something important now. Obviously, she's saying I'm here recruiting people to come and do this. When did I say that? That's a taboo. You cannot tell someone to go and be initiated. It's only Ifa that can pick someone to be initiated. Personally, I can't walk up to you and say, you go and initiate to this Orisha. No way. It's the Orisha that have to pick you. And she's accusing me of telling people to go and get initiated. When did I say that? That's a serious allegation right there, man. What if people someone hear that and say, oh, Mike is, what if my own our people hear me? They accuse saying, oh, did I go online to tell people to be initiated into Ifa? I never said that, no. So I have to be able to correct something like that. That's my image right there. Anyway, I'll just leave you guys.
No, I
opinion.
agree with you. I agree with you. You did not say you asked people to be initiated into Ifa, but you were inferring, in my opinion, what I call superiority of wisdom of Olodumare as that exclusively of Orumila. And I run a parallel. That is the same thing you encounter with Christians and Muslims. And that is manipulation. The same thing as I said. Nobody must be given the impression once you got Iki, you are in a bond that you cannot be separated from. Who says so? Who says so? I have a list of many people who were initiated into Ifa. One man, he used to get contracts, huge contracts, before somebody told him to go and do this Itefa business. After that, and I'm talking about 17 years old now, he cannot, anytime they have Odu Ifa, the Oluwo will tell him they've done divination, you should bring this, you should bring. He said, Mama Erelu, I have to borrow money every year to do this or doing Ifa for my Iki. I told him, stop the rubbish. Stop the rubbish. You have to borrow money to go and do or do Ifa. I told him, stop the nonsense. When did Orumila become Eshu? That if you don't give him, you have no peace. When did Orumila become Eshu? I told him, do not give, go and collect your Ikikia and see if your life will not change. Do not use Iki to manipulate people's destiny. Do not use Iki to exploit people's pockets.
Are you accusing me of this or just in general?
Sorry?
But
Not
Mike,
you.
Are you accusing me of these things?
I don't know. I don't have
Mike,
enough
you said
knowledge
that.
about you to know whether
She's
you
very
are babalawo.
spiritual. She knows you've said that before on the show, remember? You said
What did I say?
a long
I
time
don't
ago
know
you
you
said
at
things
all.
were not going well with
You are
you. And it
commenting.
was until
Listen to me. When you come before me in court, and I'm well known in court, the facts you present to me will be the basis that I will judge you. Even the law empowers me to do just that. I can't look for what you haven't said. Let me go to what you said, which is quite right. You were implying, or you were stating the facts as you know it, about what I would call Oriki Orumila. Many people said to me, Erelu, but you said that Orumila is Atoriento Sunwashe. I did Etutu for Iwori. I did Etutu for Zameji. I did Etutu for this. All I'm looking for is a job. I have dossiers of information from consumers of the service of Ifa. Dossiers from consumers of Ifa of Orunmila. One young lady, she had been spending money doing this etutu, that etutu, looking for a job. I'm not blaming the Orunmila. So I said to her, don't worry, now you've met me. I had to employ this lady for a while to just to comfort her. It's not huge money monthly, because she had been, these babalawos have been misleading her to think when you do a tutu, you are going to get a job. I always tell people, don't come to the Shango of my father's family. He doesn't give nobody any job. You only know one thing, justice or injustice. All these Orisha, which one tell you they were giving jobs? Which one? Abatala going to give you a job? Oshu is going to give you a job, even Oshu doesn't give nobody any child. Oshu is a herbalist. Oshu, shall Erelu agbo?
Can I say something real quick? Here's the deal. Anybody that goes to a babalawo or goes to anyone, and the babalawo is the one talking to you, telling you what to do, then you are making a mistake. If you go to a babalawo, let the Odu talk to you, not the babalawo.
I agree.
And I don't know any babalawo. Well, I will surround myself, which I'm not here to deny that maybe there are not people doing negative things like you suggest. But one thing I know for a fact is, because if you're babalawo, you are saying what Orunmila didn't say, what the Ifa didn't say, there's a consequence to it. So me personally, I won't even consider doing anything like that. And we all know those kind of babalawo, they are always very poor. Those that do wrong. And anyone that knows me know I'm a very successful person, because there's no way if I would tell me one thing, I'll say something else, and I will be this successful in life. It's not possible. So anybody,
and look at me properly. You are not looking at a poor person either. But I will tell you when people are telling lies about Orunmila. People have misrepresented Orunmila for too long. Time is up. Or I repeat, Orunmila gave all the babalawos the rules to obey. Half of them don't. And what Jaguda Pali, they don't. They inconvenience people's lives. Extortionists. And guess what? In Nigeria, when we do Itefa, they won't give us their family name. I don't bear the family name of my Uluwo. When they go to diaspora, they change their name to Elebubon. Yes, so now, is that what Ifa told all of you? Is that what Orunmila told all of you?
What was that? What was the question again?
Sorry?
I thought you were asking me a question. What was the question?
No, I'm not talking.
I think it was rhetorical. I think she's
okay.
Yeah.
Everything that Orunmila, and they now want, look, let me say it as you should hear it. Any ego-driven babalawo is doomed. They load themselves of everybody. Any babalawo who is ego-driven is doomed. If somebody comes to you, yes, call Orunmila. Telephone exchange of King. Call him. Orunmila will tell you this is the Odu. Tell that person what it is and let the person go. If she doesn't want to do no airport, go. But it's not by force. It is not by force. You should be able to sit down there, check things out for them, and let them go. If they know they want airport,
all right. I think Erelu is frozen again. So she only promised us an hour to an hour and a half. So she's here 2.5 hours now. So we wait for her to come back, and then we'll
she's making a lot of very fantastic points. Like, I mean, I hear stories about people doing bad dealings, misdealings these days, and a lot of them, I always wonder, like, do these people really? Because what happened is a lot of this generation, they didn't teach them the philosophy and the principle of Ifa, so they don't know when they are doing wrong. The thing about Ifa is a raw energy. You can't be doing wrong, doing things the wrong way. It's gonna affect your life. And a lot of those kind of people she described, those of Allah would are just, if I say one thing, they say something else. They are usually suffering the consequence. They will be very poor, they'll be going through hell. Because some of them, they are whoever taught them, if I didn't teach them all those things. Even the negative part of it, before they give you that power to be able to do it, and you can't just do it. You understand? There's a consequence to it. So she's referring to those kind of people that just don't know those things. It's happening. Maybe she's exposed to those, but me, I'm not around those kind of people, and I literally will not even give the time of the day to those kind of on trained priests. So those people exist absolutely, and they definitely suffer the consequences. Like I said, anyone, not to fall victim to anyone like that. If someone wants to do divination for you, make sure you are present and let them cast the divination. You see the Odu. The Odu itself is what talks. You understand? Like Tamada or Yakumeji fuen, or die jogbe fuen. Ki babalawo parun pe otura meji lo da fuen. You understand? But if you are there when the babalawo cast it, you can see that Ijogbe was what came out. So you see yourself. So he can now start telling you something different. That okay, this is what Ifa said. Like, well, you saw what the Ifa already said yourself. You understand? So to me, to avoid any babalawos coming you, anything like that, if they want to do divination for you, be present or have someone do a video where the moment they are casting out, you can see the Odu yourself. Like, okay, I tell you soon, do your this Odu is the one that came out. You can see yourself, and then the message of Allah will give you from that Odu. You can go and ask another babalawo to verify that okay, this babalawo cast Ateni Rosun from you. What was the message? And then you can know whether it's giving you a wrong message or not. So as a person yourself, you have to be proactive and be knowledgeable of the fundamental before you go and trust any human being. So babalawos are human beings too. You will find a bad one, just like you find bad pastor, bad anyone. But me, I will advise any babalawo that's doing wrongdoing. There's a serious consequence to it. Or any Olorisha or babalawo that say something contrary to what the Orisha says, because the Orishas will be very angry with you. So she's right, and anyone that's out there doing that, hey, I feel bad for that babalawo and Olorisha that's giving wrong message. There's a serious consequence to it, and I don't understand how anyone will even consider doing that. Maybe, like I said, whoever trained them didn't give them that instruction of the warning of the consequence of doing something like that.
All right, thank you. We lost you for a moment, Erelu.
Yes. Yes, it's perfect. I agree with what he has said, but I think it should be more than Orisha will punish you. Every professional background. In England, for those who are spiritualists, we have got rules, ground rules. Babalawo are organization, they must go and get themselves into what I call fit for purpose. When they dupe people on the internet, nobody to report to. When they
Erelu, that is turning into a bit of a phenomenon. Babalawo actually consulting on YouTube, on Facebook, which seems quite a novel thing.
Some people are not even babalawo there. They're doing this scam now. They're just going online.
There's a particular guy. I don't want to mention his name. You would know him, Mike.
Oh, there's a YouTube.
Yes,
I know
it's just hustling money of these African Americans, just ripping everybody else.
My mama probably agree with me with this. I think most of the people that make those mistakes are usually people that just converted. So they haven't learned the philosophy. Just my mama said, like, you do this wrong, there's consequence. They just converted into the tradition and they are bringing their Christian mentality into the tradition, right? And they're beginning to do those things. Like, I know one person like that came into the tradition. The first thing in his mind is, wow, how can I profit? And he beginning to get people initiated, calling people to be initiated, and then he will keep their ikin for them and be helping them to appease that can be collecting money. So he was in it for money. And then sometimes Maybe that person has initiated, that person is Ifa, wants that person to have their Ifa with them, or that person wants their own, Ori wants, the certain things for them to do. But you, because you want to benefit, profit from it, you are keeping their ikin, and then you are pretty much working against their destiny. And I know that one person, that person died, man. So a lot of these people, they are make a lot of these mistakes is talking about. Usually people that just came back into the tradition, they haven't really understood it fully. You understand? But someone that grew up under an Olu, under his father, under the Agba, where they taught him, because they will teach you all these negative effect of practicing and all those things. They will break it down to you to the point where you yourself, you'll be afraid. You understand? Because when you understand the consequence of it, I don't think you really want to make those mistakes, man.
All right, Erelu, sorry, carry on. You promised us an hour to an hour and a half, but I think we've held you hostage for over 2.5 hours now. So
I'm glad you held me hostage.
Hopefully, it was the conversation that held you hostage. So we were certainly enraptured. So hopefully, you were entertained as well.
It's been another illuminating session. Always a cherished privilege to be in touch with those who are consumers of services delivered on behalf of my own ancestors and Oromila inclusive. And it's always a privilege to find those with passion. But I always hope at the end of my interactions, lessons that have been learned shall be put to good use, and so it shall be.
All right. Erelu, before we let you go, I want to read you this super chat. This is from Ja Nzola. So Ja Nzola is an African American who I don't think he has any lineage to anything Nigerian, but he delights in African culture and things like that. And I think he's especially delighted in you. So he super chats to say, he says, at Madam Erelu Tunwase, I admire how deeply you connect with your spiritual path and the wisdom it brings. It's inspiring to see how you honor your traditions and seek guidance in your life. So that is just one of the people listening to you who just delighted in what you had to say.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Erelu. We'll certainly be having you back. Hopefully, you make space to join us again. I think the conversation, there's still plenty to be unraveled still. So hopefully, you'll join us again when we call you.
Thank you. All the very best. Thank you.
All right, brother.
Thank you. Eshu, do well. Thank you.
So that was Erelu Tunwase, of course. A real. She's as robust a character as I anticipated she would be. So let's just do a whip round to see what people made of it. We start with you, Prince Daddy. You didn't get to interact with her much, but she's quite a personality, would you say, Prince?
Yes, woman. Yes, she is. No, I'm not too much familiar with this line of stuff. It is Mike's line of traction. So, but anyway, she was quite engaging. Somehow, some way, Chioma thinks Chioma finds her fascinating. So maybe she should speak more on that. Actually.
So people were saying she's a bit like Dupsy in both in personality and delivery.
Absolutely, one man. I thought Dupsy for a minute.
You know. So Chioma, what did you make of our guest, Erelu Tunwase? I think you enjoyed that, did you, Chioma?
Yes, I love her. She's very knowledgeable, and my favorite part is that she really checked Mike, because Mike used to come on the panel and try to scare us.
All of this bobo that Mike has been giving us for years.
That's what I was trying to tell Mike what because he started backpedaling when she got him together. He was like, "When did I say that?" I'm like, Mike, you said when you were younger, things were not going the right way, and then you find out it's because you left the Ifa thing, and then you picked it back up, and things started going well for you. And you said, well, we Africans should go back to our tradition, and that's what's wrong with us, this and that. And then you tell us, oh, you had a dream, someone died, and oh, even 2 days ago, you said, oh, there's things I can't say on the panel because it will affect someone on the panel. Oh my goodness, Mike, you be trying to scare us. I'm so happy this lady got you together.
So everybody should be on alert. I've got an expert to come and debunk everybody's BS on this platform. Anybody that is BS, Pansat is next. I've got somebody that will come and whip him. His name is Ijele, but I've got a whip for everybody. A whip for everybody. That was our Mike's whip today, wasn't it?
It was a mighty one. Elegantly done too.
No, but she's a big personality, isn't she?
Yes, she is. And she answered all my questions, and she was very strict on the answers. You know, she didn't try to sugarcoat anything or try to be extra polite or make you
Don't surrender your bottom. What got me? He said, I don't know where that came from, but there it is. No filters, no filters.
Yeah, but you know, I wanted to ask her while Mike was there, because I remember what Mike told us a long time ago that Ifa told him who his wife is, and I'm like, so I wanted to ask her, is it possible and Ifa can tell me who my husband is, you know? So, but I guess she had to go, but she will come back.
We all know who he is. His name starts with a K, but don't worry. Just give us notice so we take our suits to the dry cleaners.
Okay.
So Baba, I didn't actually think that was your sort of space, Baba. But you seem quite steeped in that sort of the way you came at it, like you're not from an Ogberry, but like an Awo, you know. You caught me off guard a little bit, Baba. I thought you would just be doing some questioning, but
I give your question a pass. Well, in these things, actually, except we want to deceive ourselves, as Yorubas, we have traditions. We all evolve from our villages. We belong somewhere, to a clan, to a group of farmers, to a group of hunters. And it's a long tradition.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
If we have to look into it, for instance,
no, she left. I think she only came in for the lady.
Now the question Choma asked her, she didn't answer Choma. Yeah, Choma, yeah, you can do divination about whoever you want to marry, whatever. But she was just talking about you opening your life for a guy, things like that. But the question Choma was asking was, can she divine about a guy she wants to, whoever, you know, maybe a guy she wants to choose, even if you're already with the person, you're already sleeping, whatever. Yeah, of course, they can still tell you way forward whether that person is right for you or not. Well, it may be too late because maybe you're already.
I think she did say that, but she said that the ideal the ideal scenario was to come to her pre-surrendering your bottom, which I think that.
The thing about surrendering your bottom, that's more of cultural thing. Our culture saying hey, be virgin before all those kind. It's just an encouragement, but it doesn't mean because you slept with somebody. Now you cannot divine about your future.
No.
My wife, right? Of course, neither of us was virgin or met, but the divination was what told us about ourselves, like we were compatible, you know.
I don't think that's what she was saying now, Mike. She wasn't saying you have to come to her all chaste and virgin and whatever. What she was saying was that if you want to marry a guy, it is best for you to come to her before you come together and have a physical encounter. Because what she was saying was that when you come together as a couple to have that physical bedroom interaction,
Yeah,
it's not just a
it's a like it's
there's also
spiritual.
a spiritual mesh which will
Yeah,
then
it is.
interject whatever divination.
Actually, you're right. Yeah, it does have a lot of effect, but it still doesn't make it divine. But in our tradition, in our spirituality, sex is actually a form of ritual. It's a ritual.
Exactly. We do it anyhow, but
we do it anyhow now, and it's very dangerous.
It is very deep.
Yeah, ritual are not things you do.
Everybody has to be careful. It is
very
people
deep.
have
to be careful. Yeah. Ritual is not something you do carelessly. That's why sex is not something you should be doing carelessly.
Because Mike, if you have a wife or something, and since you paid a dowry, you married her, and you quarrel maybe 10 years down the line, and she's telling you, beating her chest, that unless I've slept with any other man again, is what I'm going to say will not affect you. You better be careful.
Yeah, the thing
because
actually
is spirituality.
Yeah,
because as a woman,
and even before even before people get together to start sleeping with each other, there's certain things they can do, kind of like a moonlight kind of thing, where when you do that, actually the woman becomes the one that's in a more powerful position than the man once they start having sex, because now she has more control of the situation, because now that he has slept with her prior to, when they did the ritual before the before the sexual parts, now she's now more in a powerful position, because now she has power to even curse the man, But those things people don't know. But that's what smart people that are in tradition. Before you sleep with their daughter, they make you go through those things, So that way they know you cannot start. Their daughter now have power over you. You say you leave her, you can do something where even your penis will not work again. Those kind of things, Where she's now in a more powerful position after sex. That's how it was back in the olden days. The women used to be more powerful over there, more in a more powerful position, used to be kind of equal. But
today, if they
the
keep
man is
themselves
more
pure,
in charge.
they are still most powerful. Women are powerful. Forget it. Till today.
Yeah, till today.
If you keep yourself pure, whatever you say is yeah and amen.
Yeah. Even Oshun goddess, the Aruba, Aruba, right?
Yeah.
The Aruba Duma, she's the one that have to take the offering to Oshun. She has to be a virgin.
Has to be pure.
You gotta be a virgin. You must not have sleep with a man before, to be an Aruba.
You see, the Yoruba tradition, man, is very steep. That is why when a man is not doing well, or your business is going down south, and you go and divinate, what they ask you first is your wife's hands clean? Because when a woman indulges in promiscuity, it's very dangerous to the man. And if the man is
even
stupid,
some people, Baba, I want to love what there's some men, I've done division with somebody. If I say he's a woman that he's sleeping with that's causing him all this calamity, the guy losing things, everything just working against him, losing his job, his business collapsing.
Some men are careless.
He needed to. That person, his spirit has no connection with that woman, that person. So he's not having an interaction with that person, and it's just affecting his life.
Yeah, you live.
There will be somebody.
Wait, Mike. You leave money. Let's teach people here. You leave money for momo soup, and you come back. You are seeing bokoto. You are seeing panla, and you just gulping it. You are eating swear, abomination. Because if that money is coming from another man, you are ruined. A lot of men have died because of sweet mouth. They refuse to see. They don't want to ask questions. Our wives are blessings. Our mothers are blessings, even our daughters. But then the blessings they will bring into us has to be pure, come from the place of purity of their womanness. It's the law of life, whether Christian, Isheshe, or Muslim. It is very, very dangerous. And when you cheat a woman too, you cheat a woman, you are looking for trouble.
If you end with the wrong person, that's just the key. The key word is right person or wrong person. Like some people, they would do divination for them, and they would tell you if you end up with that woman there, you start receiving blessings in your life. You start climbing up the ladder.
Dupsy,
divination they will divine for you.
Oh my told you already. Just keep in that track, that lane. Don't say it's lamba. Carry on, Mike.
Yeah. And also, that's why I always encourage people before you engage with a man or a woman, you need to do divination. I always tell people that because I've seen so many examples, so many people they're going to kill off. Come, do not go with that person. Your life will begin to go down, and then another person will see like that person. You need to go get with that person because your life will begin to go up. So we are all energies, man. Like we are all moving energies, and we don't understand all these principles. A lot of these spiritual principles, we just living life anyhow. That's why some people, you just see them, they were all doing well, all of a sudden they end up with somebody and their life just go down. So those things, are very, very distant. Woman, I think I know where things went south between me and the ladies. It's about that OB part, He went south because, hey, Baba, you asked her the question about the OB. I will advise you. You see the obiology man, the OB that has 5 eyes. Right? You can only use 4 of them. One of them will be
that's the avatar.
Yeah, it will be avatar. One of them will be called Ofwa.
Dupsy, where were you when the lady was
let me quickly answer.
Papa, when she was telling Chioma not to surrender her bottom, that was when I knew we don't enter.
Preach good values, Baba. Preach good values. Don't say something will happen to anybody. Always preach good values, sir. I don't like it when people introduce fear into anything they're talking about. I hate it. Me too. It's not for sense for you. Preach good values, then people will understand where you're coming from, sir. Let's try and stick with good values in life instead of introducing fear in whatever we want to teach anybody. Do you understand?
Are there no values in what she said and what I said recently?
Yes, when you say that there will be something that will happen to the person. But teach people the right things. If you're in your husband's house, you don't have to have another man. You have to stick to that one man, and it goes the same way for the man as well.
Okay, wait there. What are the minuses and the pluses? I think that's what you translate into. What
are the minuses and I believe in good values. I don't even know if they have any consequences. I believe in good values. You have to be a good person.
Eva G, let me answer this guy's question. Eva G, Obatala is the oldest. Yes, and that's what I said earlier. No, the guy is asking a question. I'm trying to.
You understand? You are always on the positive side, the value side. But with all that, also, there are consequences. It is that consequences that a lot of people don't know that makes them dabble into that negativity. That is the essence of it. It's just like Dupsy, wait. It's just like when we're kids, when rain is falling and there is thunder clapping, and a child will go and start from the dripping of the rain, you put your hands in it, and they will tell you, oh, if the thunder claps, your mom, and you are there, your mother will die or something like that. We know it is not true, but it is a way of making you not to catch cold as a child. Because if you
what I want to say is that it's not everybody that have the critical mind to think it through. So that is why a lot of people, do you understand? So that's why I believe I don't take my children to any religion's home. I just preach good values to them. Do you understand, sir?
It's the most important. Religion is good values.
I don't believe in any fear. To introduce any fear to my kids. I don't come from that side. I have to tell them this is good, or this is bad. Some people do bad things in this world. Consequences come until they leave this world. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. So don't let us say there are consequences to this. If you're good, you have to be a good person. I believe in that. So
that's the number one thing. You have to be a good person. Yeah, that's the number one thing in life.
Yeah, without introducing
that's only,
any kind of fear. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to introduce. Mo ń gbọ́ oníwà sọnù, mo ń gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ. Torí
Yeah,
wọ́n náà ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kan tí ó dákẹ́.
but
Wọ́n náà
Dupsy,
ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kan tí ó dákẹ́.
you have to introduce consequences to moderate behavior now. Either yes, you have to introduce some sort of consequence, either made up like the example Baba gave about the thunder clapping, even though it's fictitious and somewhat ludicrous, but to a younger mind, you can use that to frame them.
Younger mind, we punish our kids, right? Woman, we punish them.
No, we don't punish them now, but
we do.
You moderate them. You moderate them.
Yeah, we punish them by taking some things from them. Even I have older kids. I still punish them by removing some kind of things they enjoy from them. Do you understand? I still punish them. There's always consequences for each action. So if you come from that point of view always, I don't like deceit. So deceit is what people will prey on top. People like Mike that will say, I can say something to your life. Your skull will split into two. I hate when people talk like that.
What do you
No matter when you
No, that is a different one now.
Do you understand?
Don't say that's different. If that is where you are coming from, I can understand that. But when you tell a child or a person that like, don't do this. If you do, this is what will happen or what may happen. I don't think that is bad. You are laying it out to that person just as it is.
I agree with you, sir, but we have to always be truthful about what is going to happen. Don't let us introduce false narratives into anything we teach our children.
No, like
do you understand, sir? I believe that balance. Some people will just come from one point of view. Iya now came.
So I don't know where Google was the Yoruba saying. She was about Google this saying. She only pay me one And now, so why you want everything to be all rosy and
no. Mike and Erelu wanted to clash because Mike is coming from another angle. Erelu is coming that our own is superior. That's why I hate religion. I can't stand religion. Nobody is superior. And I don't like when people look at somebody, or when my sister was asking that maybe she will go and consult Erelu. Choma, you can't consult as long as I'm your sister. You will consult me. You won't consult Erelu. Don't consult Erelu. Me and Choma, we talk. She's my sister. So anything to my she's younger than me. So there's no point consulting any pastor or anything. What command to bread
No, man is a spirit. And those that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. So you don't need a pastor. I would never kneel down before an altar in my life for a pastor or anything. Because I just believe that there is spirituality in me as a human being. I sleep, I dream. I have fears. I have eyes and I can see. I can decipher things. So the spirituality of man, I think, is that what individually we have to build as a person. When you build yourself, it's not an easy thing, but once you build yourself, you don't need anybody. There is only one intermediary between man and God. So
I don't want intermediary, yes, sir.
down your Ferrari.
I don't know, Papa. You can tell me more. You can tell me more. You can tell me more. I came to meet Baba. I think this is my first time of interacting with Baba one-on-one. So that's why I came in. No, but Mike, don't talk to me. That's him.
She's a guest now. How can I?
Now you want
she's a guest now. The thing is, no, I wouldn't disrespect her, but I would have corrected a lot of things she said. But one man here will just be doing this. I didn't want to come on because one man does one thing. When his guests come on and they start talking, even when when you kind of like maybe correct, you just cut you. A lot of things she was saying that was just incorrect. And the thing is, it's not like she's not knowledgeable. One thing about the tradition is they limit women in terms of things they will know. You understand? Because because of their nature.
Manipulation.
So, no, like in Ifa, maybe in Orisha, they give them, but in Ifa they limit. If Onrila himself doesn't
he doesn't give a lot. One is the way Yanifa to know too much, so they will limit what they know, what they get to know. You understand? So, and some of them, that's why they get frustrated like that. They, Shazi was even talking about me, like, because women over so we limit what they know. But unfortunately for me,
Mike,
sorry, let me say this.
Mike,
Unfortunately for me, when I came and trying to like correct that OB information that she gave, I think she kind of took offense. She took offense to it, but I wasn't like really trying to correct her. I was just, it was Baba that asked the question about the OB, like, can you throw OB to she no Juma around? And you can't do that. You can throw 4, you can't throw 5. One of them is a one you can't because Ofuani. You understand? I was trying to correct that, which it make her feel like, I'm trying to make her feel like she doesn't know much. That's where she lost it. But maybe I should have kept it to myself and maybe talk to Baba later about it. But it was Baba that I was trying to answer to tell him about the OB. But she took it like I kind of made her look like she's not knowledgeable. That's why she lost it with me and she just started getting angry, Yeah, it's just women, that's their nature, But
no, but Mike,
I didn't want to come on. I didn't want to come on because the thing is when someone is doing spiritual, I don't like coming on because that's what I was avoiding. But one man was one telling me to come on because when they are giving spiritual instruction, what I would say may contradict, may go again, maybe something she has said, and they will get offended. That's why we allow one person to do their talking, So I didn't want to come on, but one man is like, come on. I said, what, you can't have to you want me to come and be co-host? I can't do that. I will let her do a lecture because if I come in, I may say something where she must have said something opposite before, and then she will get offended. So the OB1, I should have thought it through and just kept quiet and maybe later come to Baba and tell Baba like, no, you can't throw 5 OB. You can only throw 4. You understand? So, but I don't know why I just decided to say it without thinking it through. But then she got mad about it. It's like, no, and then she just.
But Mike, one thing I think as a younger person, don't underestimate. I'm not talking about Erelu Tunwase now. I'm talking generally. Don't underestimate the power of women. The hands
I'll never do that.
rock the cradle rules the world. Because even in those hours where they cannot partake, they still juba them.
Yeah, of course. We can't even do rituals without involving women now.
So that's the point I am making.
But did you hear what I said when I first
they
came
may
on?
tell us they are being, what's the word they use now? They are being marginalized or something they want this thing. I don't believe in that. They have everything. They own us, even the men.
Yeah.
They own us, even the men.
I said it now when I came. I said they are the one who might give the, them and Orumila, they are the equal who might give them. As old if I tell the story when the Yamis when they came to the when Orumila also came to the world, they were trying to dominate, and then they were kind of getting each other's way. So they were both surprised, like the Yamis wonder where Orumila got his power, and the Orumila was wondering where the Yamis got the power. And Orumila was going to Olodumare to ask Olodumare about these people. Where did they get their power? At the same time, Yamis were going to Olodumare to ask Olodumare, where did that man Orumila get his power? So they both met there. Olodumare now explained to both of them like, yo, we should Orumila you find Yamis. So you give them that power so that way that equality will be there. You understand? So, but hey, they merge. We have to Yami. You understand? So that respect, that power is equal. You understand? So we have to give them respect. You have to honor, and that's the first thing I did. She was on the show. I came, that's a woman there. And the first thing I did was to keep you understand? So I first gave my honor to women before I even start, engaging and doing all those things, talking. So me, I know that, trust me. That's the first thing we learn in tradition. We see women as, people we have to give that honor to,
All right.
Mike and Baba.
Shall we go to Nigerian politics or
finally?
Doopsy, are you with us? Are you with us on? Oh, okay. Let me not put you on the spot. I'll ask you offline.
Okay, that's fine, woman. Thank you, Baba. Bye, sir. Bye.
All right.
Rob, I'm a Killian.
So that's Dopes, of course. That's Dopes. So let's get back to the politics of it. The headlines are Lagos set to translate state laws into Yoruba language. So I think it's a narrative of the nail that sticks out will be hammered down. So it's still the smartings from what happened 2023 with that Obi taking Lagos and Rose Vivo constituting a nuisance. Federal government declares end of fuel foreign exchange subsidies. So the end, Lokmesirima, as they say in Yoruba language. So this is the final. Is this a final? This is the absolute categorical. So Nigeria now enters uncharted territory, at least territory that has not been charted for the last 30 years. Those subsidies now gone. And it's like sink or swim now. This is the position they've taken. They've because with Dangote coming upstream and the government handing it over to NNPC to relate to them. So no government intervention in even insulating the price of petrol at all. Let the market play out. Let the market play out in the forex space as well. And then they will try and insulate as best they can at the impact on the people. So that's where the government comes in. So that's the strategy adopted. It's a brave strategy, and anybody that wishes that country well will probably want to wish success, because that liberates us from so many things, and then it also liberates our funds to be able to actually impact on the quality of life of the citizenry. EFCC is an unlawful organization. It was unconstitutionally established. This is Agbakoba speaking to the National Assembly. So he may well be on the payroll of the governors, who are, I think 16 of them actually petitioned that that EFCC must go. Federal government Labour agree on how to crash transport fares, food prices. So Joe Ajero has gone to collect another set of bags of dollars from Aso Rock. That's just the short interpretation of that. So no readouts, but I think a lot of you would have gone through the headlines anyway. So who wants to come in?
There are only 3 of us now. I mean, how many?
There are 4 of us. So everybody just build when it came to politics. They all,
But I saw some more people here before. Maybe
I just joined, so
but
the people have been on go first. Kulata is there now.
It's only me that I just joined.
I'm here.
Oh, Baba. Okay, Baba too.
Baba Wambe. Baba Ekale.
Bawo Patuski, Kujameta. But I like the emphasis the minister has brought on us by saying that fuel subsidy, forest subsidy gone, because I get really antsy when people come here or on your platform, or generally speaking, a reverse fuel subsidy. I mean, reverse the fuel price, or reverse forex. Let's go back to the Buhari gauge and things like that. And it sounds dumb to me, because this is irreversible, except we want to commit mass suicide in our country. And this is my take. So they should drum it into their head, because people come generally every day. No, this thing, we must go back to 180. We must go back to 460. That era is gone. And I think they better wake up to it for the betterment of their well-being. Because if they don't, I don't know what will happen to them from now, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027.
I think the government is quite full. I think the government is quite brave to come out in this manner. So this will draw a line under that narrative. So they are effectively saying that we are not reversing. There is no conversation left to be had on this. That's essentially what's being said there. So the country would then have to make that lifestyle adjustment to the new reality. They make that lifestyle adjustment, and if they are able to cleverly and sufficiently provide enough palliatives, not handing out rice, but like these CNG
institutional
buses,
palliatives.
Yes, these CNG buses, they are palliatives. All these initiatives, the credit scheme, that's a palliative. All this, other alternative means to because what they're essentially trying to do is to rebuild a whole new country, moving it from one particular way of being to a different way of being,
exactly.
a more sustainable way of being. You know, and I think it's quite clear what's been done. You know, and I think it's quite clever as well. I think it's also brave because they're risking everything, you know. But I for one, I agree with them.
Yeah, that's my take, because I just get worried for people's mental being when every day, the only thing they talk about is lamentation about the new price of oil, the new price of this. If you watch even the NLC, the president is not interested. They were at Aso Rock yesterday. They have to face the reality of the times we are right now. They have to face that fact that no, we are not going back. We are not going back to Egypt. This is the way to go. If we want to have the economy that is deserving of us to rub shoulders with the West and North America, then this is the way to go. The only thing I want is, if they have to subsidize anything, let them subsidize production. Subsidize production. And how do you subsidize production? Make loan available at a very, very low interest rate. One. Two, report that the reduce import duty on things that will help the manufacturers. In so doing, I think everybody will be interested, because what is happening, what I see happening now is that the government is trying to discourage trade, karakata, buy and sell. The government is trying to reduce it so that everybody will look inwards and try to manufacture or produce something. And that is where the forex comes in. Because if you look at, if I'm going to buy this and import this, will my people be able to buy? No. So definitely you put your money in your pocket and look for other alternative of doing business. So that thing you want to import, invite your manufacturers from abroad to come and look and see what you can work together in your own country. It takes time.
There's a whole raft of change actually going on. Now, you know, that country is being reformed just as we speak. You know, this new taxation system they're introducing as well, that you can't access anything without having a tax identity number, you know. So that brings everybody into the tax bracket, you know, which harvest a lot of money for the government. And if they're able to harness all of that, you know, we are one of the least taxed countries on this planet. So if they're able
8%.
to yes, if they're able to start to, you know, harness that taxation, that even frees up a lot of foreign exchange for more impactful things. So a lot of moving parts, a lot of them moving
The
in the
guy
right
said, the
direction.
taxman said, it doesn't affect everybody because 90% of people that are paying taxes presently, they don't even have business paying taxes. And that is true.
You know, I think they're actually trying to adopt a UK style taxation. If you fall within a certain income bracket, they were saying if you're earning I didn't even know there were people earning 100 million a month in Nigeria. I maybe they meant a year. They said if you're earning 100 billion, then you'll be taxed, I think, about 30% thereabout, which is essentially how it works. And then on a sliding scale down, depending on your income bracket, the percentage lower. So a lot of those, I am excited by the way these people are administering that country, I have to say.
No, I'm excited too, because a lot of lamba all over the streets. I was talking to someone yesterday and she was complaining about a lecturer who is always bothering her family for money every time. And I said, don't give him a dime anymore, because as a lecturer, that guy could be doing 3 jobs. Because there are 262 universities in Nigeria, with federal government and state government having just about 120. 120. So you have private universities. You can go work as a visiting professor, visiting lecturer. Most of these people take lectures online. So you don't have to just stay put in one university and you just continue to wake up. A lot of, even Wole Soyinka, as old as he is a visiting professor in many, many universities, including UAE. And I said, don't give him any money anymore. If he's lying, fine. If he's not lying, tell him to go look for other jobs. There are a lot of private universities. And if you look at the number of universities, 262, and you look at the number of lecturers we have, you know they are not even sufficient enough to go around all those universities. You need dean, you need that on this thing. So they do 2-3 jobs conveniently. And they come to tell you as you want to go on strike, as you want to do this, as you want to do that. Ditto for doctors too. A lot of the doctors do private business. And this was what put them in a collusion with Babangida government that time, when he says, okay, if I'm going to pay you this wage you are demanding, then I will also initiate laws that will make you not to do private practice if you work for government. And that fell their hands. So a lot of things is going wrong. So, but to retool the country for economic benefit of everybody, it will take time, whether we like it or not. But this man has come and is so courageous. So courageous. Even Buhari said it openly that no, I'm not going to remove the subsidy. I think I can't remember exactly what he said, but it's like, I'm not mad to do that. Same thing for all of them.
If Tinubu plans work, if his plans work, it could well emerge as the greatest black man that has ever lived.
That I think is his pursuit. And if he failed, we all failed. So we had better support him.
What do you mean by greatest black man? One man lines.
That leave one man and his superlatives.
No. I mean it
by the greatest black
man. One man is a talking Gen AI with his superlatives. The greatest it is.
You just said this thing. I know media people, they know how to hype things and make it look, but in your own case, you just ballistic. You just go somehow. Greatest man, where do you want to put Mansa Musa? Where do you want to put Nelson Mandela? What does he want to do?
It will be greater than Mandela. It will great because
Mansa Musa and Sudiata Keita,
every black man that has ever lived,
the Pharaoh of Egypt,
it will be greater than them. Do you know why?
Than Orunmila.
No, not Orunmila. Don't let Erelu come back. It's not the beating that I got. Don't let Erelu come back.
Sorry to cut Baba Jare. I think the man, if he doesn't address what we have on ground, Omar Tebo, people should talk to him. I'm telling you the truth.
And what are those things, Patoski? What are those things?
You know, in Kotowanle, what I'm reading is just saying suffer through it. That's just the thing. It's
the same language.
Yeah.
Same language that all the government have been telling us. Baba, Emaroti, if there's any government in Nigeria that has persuaded Nigeria to endure, we are closer to our promised land. It is just a little posterity we just felt. President Thomas Oknieju. Babangida. Posterity with Jojo. I thought that by now we'll beat America. We are just a little bit close to the destination. It's the same language. Nigerians are tired of that. And Nigerians are not asking for too much. He has made some commitments with food production. He's not even lifting a finger in that area. He's not lifting a finger in that area. We're in dry season, another planting season will come. It will be gone. He's not lifting a finger. Commercial policy, it doesn't matter to them. Oh, we have achieved growth in the GDP. Those growth are part of the growth will be part of the production of Dangote refinery, part of the production of Dangote flour mill, part of the increase in volume of transaction of UBA of the big banks. So those growth are in the pocket of few people. And in the real sense, those people are growing. Wale Tinubu's net worth is growing. All of them, their networks are growing. But my brother, who is in Nigeria, who is a teacher that is teaching so many classes, trying to put everything together, some of them are running private coaches. They cannot even, there's no way if they enter transport to go from one house to another, the transport is finished or whatever, they will even charge people for private lesson. They are not growing. Their pockets are not growing. He will not win 2027 except he rigged the same way he rigged in 2023.
No,
I'm telling you.
Patoski.
If they cannot find bread, there's always cake now. So don't worry. The poor will always be amongst us.
Patoski, when you say he's not doing anything
The poor will
about
always
the
be to increase the
agri
number of poor.
products, but when you talk about the agri
Baba,
products,
you know, nothing song by that thing caught my attention. He said we are going to make sure that 1/3 of our arable lands are put to use. I thought that by now all the land on the express road, that all of them will be having cassava or rice or beans now or maize. That everywhere will be green. If you are driving from Ilorin to Ibadan.
No, but in Niger State, for instance, in Niger State,
that Niger man is one making his effort. What is Tinubu doing? He was one that promised. He cannot be leveraging on somebody else's achievement. He promised that he was going to do something. It's not leave Niger.
Okay, wait.
Leave
Apart from Niger,
it is the Niger man that deliver his own promise. Let him deliver his own promise too.
But they are helping
Is the Niger man
him.
from his party? Okay. Is the Niger man from his party? The Niger man is not even from his party.
Look, we are focusing too much, Patoski, on the center, because if Lagos State government can, no, let me just marshal my point. If Lagos State government can partner Niger State and I think Taraba State in the north to help them cultivate certain number of unpolished rice or something, I don't know what they call it now. I mean, other state government can take initiative, including Ogun and the rest. But one thing he said, he wanted that importation policy about 4 or 5 months ago, which I quarrel about that. Why did they initiate it? What he said was that the farmers assured him that he shouldn't go that route, that they are capable of doing it. And I think they gave them a lot of fertilizers and incentives. I don't know how that is panning out, because people are hungry.
We are not talking of importation now. Demand
no, I'm only telling you, said they are not doing anything. And I'm saying that he put that in abeyance because the farmers has assured him.
The man said almost 2 years ago that he's going to ensure that 1/3 of Nigerians' arable land are put to use, which is a strategy that any government, if Obi had come into power, I'm sure he would have stolen that strategy from Tinubu. If any government comes at one, any of them had won, any one of them that is sensible should have stolen that strategy. Luckily, he won. He is supposed to run with it. Very perfect, very accurate, very correct. And there's no way the impact will not be felt. There's no escaping it. But what is he doing? Apart from liberalizing Naira, which is okay, withdrew license, reissue the license to his pali, go about oil, this thing, review it, make sure his palis are also settled. And when people are complaining, you say go and give them rice somewhere. As we talk about CNG, as we speak to you, Ilorin is a capital state in Nigeria. There's no one CNG conversion center or filling station or anywhere in Ilorin. I just finished speaking with some guys in Ilorin. I go to some of my former staff who are now branch managers in different locations. I ask them, what's happening in your city? What is happening in Benin? What's happening in Ekiti? There's no single CNG conversion station in Ilorin. Even if they say take off today, there's no single CNG conversion. There's no single point where they could even refill a CNG, assuming you even succeeded in converting your own on your own at your own effort. So what are we talking about? To me, it doesn't look like it's serious. I think he's relying on those guys, and those guys are not pulling their weight. I know he cannot be the one doing it because he doesn't have a capacity to do that. But he felt, oh, I was lucky to have these boys and they did well in Lagos. But it doesn't mean they will do well. We all saw that Fashola did well in Lagos. What did he do in the center? Nothing. So he needs to review everything and review his effort. That policy he needs to pursue. When people eat, if they complain, some of us who are Tinubu supporter, we can stand up to them and say, Kill Efe. Baba, as I am now, I am ashamed to even talk to the same people I spoke with. On this platform, I knew how I was abusing Uptown, telling him his idea is zero, confronting Ekene, bamboozling, Pansat.
Uptown has gone nuclear now. His best buddies with Peter Obi, apparently, allegedly.
Wait, Patoski. I think we lack information here.
Me and my
George
now.
Blueshell in the comment section is telling that Koshari's firm, which few months ago we were lampooning because Koshari's was complaining that that place has been taken over by erosion during, I think, the last rainy season. It now says it's producing beans and rice in Nineveh and they are selling cheaply to the people. And I was delighted to read that.
I'm happy that's Koshari's making his own effort. Let him deliver his own.
But that is Bank of Industry project.
That's how government is run. When the private man is trying his own, the government is doing his own.
Bank of Industry or Bank of Agriculture project. He got that loan. No. It's government. Go check it.
Is he not going to pay?
All right. As we were talking, I was checking.
Let me just leave Baba with this. Baba, what I'm saying is this. I appreciate that. I don't know you. I need to come so that you lay your hands on me, so that I will still be able to speak for Tinubu this way. Let me close with this. My brother was a community development chairman in somewhere in Lagos. So he was one of them campaigning for Tinubu. He told his daughter to go and join APC. His daughter was mobilized for the man doesn't know APC, just because I spoke with him and he saw what happened. Now, in his community, his neighbor will say, Chama, actually got that Fawasi. But anyway, I just want to know. He said he can't even open his mouth to say anything. That's how so many of us. I know a lady who, after Tinubu was sharing money, shared 5 million on Facebook, 50,000. That woman shut down her Facebook account sometime last month. Say, look, guys, I don't think I can continue this way. She didn't expect what was going on. That's how terrible it is.
All right. Just stay there. I actually brought this for you actually because as you were talking, I was checking something that you said earlier. This is the CNG conversion website for the government, and there are two, not one but two in Ilorin. Ilorin East, there's one there, and Ilorin South, there's one there. There's the one in Ilorin East is in a Yidi retail outlet in Yidi Road, Ilorin, and then the one in Ilorin South is in a building beside Abdul Salam. Ajelenwa Street, Ita Alamu, along Ajase Ikwo Road. So there's two in Ilorin, not even one. So fact check.
Okay, let me just I will leave you with this. There's a tendency. That's where you have politicians. When they say give them rights, don't be surprised that this address on Yidi Road might just be a residential address. Because the guy that I spoke with lives on Yidi Road. I just spoke with my guy.
Okay, so I'll send you the address.
For example, some people will register a company. They will use to go and get a license or something. They've not started it though. But their address that they will put will be there. The people that are going to report that they already have one. Whereas that guy is just holding paper and not going to look for money. I spoke with Richard, my friend. He lives on Yidi Road. He built his house there. Ilorin is a place where I worked for years now. My wife is from Ilorin. Maybe later in the evening when Simba comes, I will ask
Simba is there. Give him time to come in. He's
actually trying to talk to you. He's trying to talk to you.
Did they tell us that they have CNG? Because Simba is another person that is more current. Is also very current in Ilorin. I'm just telling you what
Let him talk now.
Naija
I
is
want to
on this
talk.
road.
Patoski, wait, let
Simba,
him talk.
abeg.
Patoski, just yesterday, I think they had an argument about this thing that Ekene came and he was talking that there was no CNG whatever in Nigeria. And yesterday I was on Facebook and there was one CNG vehicle, even in Benin, trying to field, and that vehicle exploded.
Exploded,
You
yes,
know,
I saw it. Yes.
you understand? And Nigerians were blaming Tinubu that okay, they were forcing people to convert their engine to CNG. They are not using it. Look at what they are costing. You know, Nigeria now we know how to blame people. Some of these things existed. Me, I did not ask anybody about the one in Lorry, but those address I know Alamu that this guy that woman talk about, and we all know ED Road. But I will try and confirm whether they actually converting anything there because I didn't have any information about that. But for the fact that at least we saw one that they have been converted and exploded in Benin. So for people to come and say that none existed is to me, I don't think is something that we should be advising people to actually be doing because I've never
No,
seen any country where
it's a particular type of politics that is being played now. It's a campaign of calumny that and they just try to negative anything that they want to keep the government on a negative all the way to 2027, so that they can then have their push.
because Patoski, we all know this thing that is happening. Let me tell you, do you think even any of the other two candidate like Atiku and Obi can come in and make anything different from what is happening in Nigeria today? It is like all of us were just shining away from the
No, but
reality of
I
the
don't think
situation.
I don't think either. No, I don't think either. No, it is about to be our article now
No,
because
I'm holding
you
him to
know
his promise. For
no
me, it's
no
not about being Abatiku. I'm
no,
holding him to
you
his
are
own
holding him to
promise.
governance. You are holding him to governance now,
I'm
and you are
holding him
holding
to his own promise.
yeah, which is what.
Let him go ahead, do the farm the way he wants, and let him fail. I will know that at least he has tried it. I know that strategy will work. That's why I was all out for it. Let him go and do it and fail. Then we say, this thing that we all thought was going to work, it has failed. But he tried. I'm holding him to his promise. Waiting concern with to be an article.
No, but you because if we are holding the government, then we are holding them to governance. Are we not?
No,
And
I'm
if we
holding
are
him to his promise.
yes,
In short, one of the careless promise he made was the one he made in Abeokuta that was
which
going
was
to
what?
bring down the pump price. I mean, that was very careless. But he didn't make that promise later. So I could say that was a careless statement. But this particular one I told you, he repeatedly continued to make that promise.
You made the one about the farming, about the
Yeah.
arable land or those.
Yeah, why were people calling him Agbado Agba? He made that promise. It was good.
Yeah, but that's ongoing.
And
Now
now
go to
look at
Niger
what he's
State. Is that
doing.
not ongoing in Niger State?
Which ongoing? No, that Niger State effort was that man's effort. It was not his effort. Stop that. One man.
No, backed by
Stop
government
that.
now.
Stop that. Stop that.
What
Stop that.
about
Stop that. Stop that.
what
One
about
man.
the
Stop that.
fertilizers and the seedlings that
No,
they
no,
gave
no, no,
them?
no, no, no. Stop that.
Name
That man made
Patoski.
his own effort.
Patoski.
Is
Patoski.
Simba not farming? Why is it
No,
government that is doing the farm? I
Patoski.
beg.
Wait. If you hear such a thing, no, don't compare yourself with the normal populace. If you hear that kind of campaign, we all know how politicians campaign in the whole world. If you hear that kind of campaign, can you take that one to bank and say, no, this is possible? How is it possible that somebody will come and say you want to actually cultivate? How much did you call it? Maybe
If a
two-thirds
man
of.
is running for president of a country and at the center of his campaign, not once, not twice, not thrice, he went to Arewa House.
But
Hold
you
on,
look at
Simba,
it.
hold on now, hold on.
Is it visible?
Hold
That
on,
kind of campaign.
Simba, hold on. He went to Arewa House, the center
I
of
heard you
agriculture in
now.
Nigeria, and make a commitment to those old people. He
Mm,
came to the south, made the same commitment. He went to
mm,
Lagos, made the same commitment. In the
mm.
east, he told them he was going to create industrial hubs, 6 industrial hubs. But don't worry, I will turn them to Japan. He was making those, if they were ones, I would say he's just tearing the nest. He's just trying to motivate. But he repeatedly did that. Then this man,
But
if the man is making
if
such
he's talking about Inewi, Innocent is already on board. You understand? I think we lack.
somebody is doing his work. If this man,
It's not government. You want government now to go and build the
if
Volkswagen
this man
again?
continue to
It's
make
individual.
repeated promises around the nation, and you say we cannot trust his promise, then he's
His
not fit
job
to
is
be
to
the president
provide
of Nigeria.
enabling environment, the
He's not fit to
finances,
be the
the
president of Nigeria.
environment. It is
If he,
individual that will tap into it and
the
actualize
man
it.
said he's going to make sure he's going to
But
hire
Do you
uniform.
know, Patoski, do you know what Mario Cuomo said, the former mayor of New York?
I don't know what that one said, but I know what he said.
He said you campaign in poetry, but you govern in prose. So that's just the way. That's the way of politics.
So,
isn't
but
it? You
what we
campaign.
are saying is that so next year we can say don't trust him. What he said is not exactly the way he said it.
No, but
We will need
a lot of it.
interpreter. We will need interpreter for his statement.
I think you have been a bit unfair. A lot of his the students' loan thing was embedded in his policy. It's been carried out.
Let me tell you, the student loan
credit card thing.
He even only mentioned that student loan once in Oshogbo. But this family, he said it all over the country. The industrial hub, he keeps saying it. This one, we are saying that no. When can we trust campaign? Then if we can't trust campaign, how do our leaders, how should our politicians communicate to us? How should they communicate to us? Then we that are going about sharing the same message, then they
you know what,
to deceive people.
Atuski, when they start campaigning, the question we're supposed to be asking them, how do you want to achieve it? Because if somebody,
said
if
how
I
he's
hear,
going to achieve it, he said he's going to recruit
wait
young people.
now, but
He's
you
going
know
to-
that how can you know that one is not possible now? Then you know it's
17
not
months in
possible.
But why
power,
didn't we say it
and you
wasn't possible
expect
then?
17 months to achieve everything we've not achieved since 1960?
You are talking about 6 industrial hub. You want to achieve that one within 17 months. Those are things that you cannot even achieve in 4
We are
years.
saying this farming, this one that will put food in people's table, that will create room for him to drive other policy. What is this man thinking?
He has provided it for the farmers. They promised him. It's not about support. The thing is, we have to analyze
it. Be
it.
realistic. You want to be realistic. It's not about support. It's not. It's just being realistic now.
Patoski.
Yeah.
I was hearing you. You said your friend said there is no CNG conversion center in Ilorin.
He said there is no CNG station in Ilorin. That was what he told me. But now they say there are 2. I say okay.
There is.
I
I
think on
think
Yidi Road.
the first CNG station in Ilorin actually started sometime in May. Ilorin was actually one of the first places. There is even an NNPC CNG, newly built NNPC CNG center in Ilorin.
Are you in Ilorin?
Yeah, I'm telling you now.
Okay, you are in Ilorin. Okay.
No, I'm not in Ilorin, but I know 1 or 2 things.
I'll call him tomorrow.
Woman, you can open what I dropped.
Yes, you have to understand that Larry is investigating that space for personal something. But yes, so yeah,
Lots of disinformation in the air, actually, honestly, because where I'm upset with all of this is that something that has been damaged for decades, and we want it repaired in 17 months. I'm being realistic.
Baba, the way Nigeria are angry with this government, you understand, they can vote any useless somebody if they want to have an election. I think Nigerians have lost their patience. Believe me.
I don't think when we get to the elections that will happen, Simba, because what I've always thought is that well, they are riding against this government because of all of the reforms that is going on and is biting, reforms that are necessary to put the country on the shore footing I think the argument it already explains that. But when we get to that election, Simba, the person that is going to replace him, we have to come up with a better argument to say I would do it this way. So what better argument?
one man,
Are they going to bring back
one of the
subsidy in fuel, subsidy in forex? What are they going to say that presents a better alternative? That's
I mean,
really
look at the story in Punch now. People disinformation. People just tell stories. I told you of the lecturer yesterday who was talking, give me money, and I said, don't give him money anymore. You should go get job. People do 3 jobs here. 260 universities. How many lecturers do we have in Nigeria?
It's a bachelor lecturer in Nigeria.
Tí tabaníkà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ròyìn báyìí ń tọ́ àwọn èèyàn ń sọ fún wa tó fi ń gbowó àní kúrò mí báyìí títí dàárọ̀ ọ̀la. Nigerians are fond of that.
You know, the problem is there's a lot of misinformation. And at the same time, the media in Nigeria is not really helping.
No, but Larry, the government also, they are not helping themselves now.
Like what happened today?
Karen,
like what happened today in Edo, the blast that happened today in Edo. So the media kind of like quickly run away with it. Oh, there's blast, but some of them did a good job in trying to tell the people the truth. What actually happened was the guy went to a welder welded the container, the CNG container,
Canister.
and he took that to NIPCO, the cylinder, right? Took that to NIPCO to go fill that. So I think the thing is, people need to understand that these things are new things. In as much as, we understand that it's a little bit expensive, but you also need to know that, you just going to a roadside welder to go wet something for you doesn't really work like that.
That's just typical of those Edo people, isn't it? Everything is
so it's
water.
Yeah. So it's not really the best. So I think probably what they need to do is to, put some policies in place in order to really inspect people like that and also sensitize and orientate some of them.
But Larry, there are 2 types of CNG. And then the new vehicles, because you know that most of the vehicles in Nigeria are maybe all these 2004, 2003, 2000 and something, almost more than 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
The type of CNG that some of them are not even convertible, but people are forcing them to be converted to CNG.
Yeah, so
the newer version of vehicles that are more of electronics than the old version, they are the ones that are easily convertible. And if you want to convert them, I've forgotten the name of the 2 types of CNG. The old one can cope with,
let me see if I can remember.
So people need to actually know the one that's actually suitable for the type of vehicle that they have. But people are just being pushed by, this thing is cheap. I know when they hear that something is cheap, everybody will just be rushing to go and be doing the conversion.
The problem is, because some of them feel that the conversion is expensive and they always want to quickly look for something that is cheaper. And, and that's why I think government is kind of like, go to those centers, they will do it because these are professionals, right? Not just any guy that just want to help you, one mechanic that just want to help you quickly convert things, right? Those mechanics might actually give you something that is cheaper, right? But at the end of the day, you are not even helping yourself. So another thing I want government to do is to kind of like, if you're converting in some of those registered places, there should be insurance, right? And there has to be warranty. So there are a whole lot of things that has to go with that. So those are things that government can actually do in order to really make people know they are serious, right? I'm converting on this place. You have to give me warranty, and there has to be 1 or 2 insurance that's going to kind of like cover things. So, but people will always run with a lot of things. Nigeria is this place where any negative news, people really run. They like running with negative news, because those are things that, it brings all the clicks and everything. Everybody wants to talk about it on the internet. But
Larry, I want to ask you a question. Why is it that, Nigerians are, because of the cost of fuel in Nigeria, Why is it not a worldwide thing if there is a cheaper option? Why are all other countries not embracing it?
No. Other countries have been embracing it before now. I think CNG. I know Europe was kind of like the first that actually embraced it.
In India is a big thing.
CNG has been in Europe as far back 80s. Because I remember, I think it was sometime in 2000 and I think around 2001. So one of my cousins brought a car from France, and then
Yeah, Tokumboka, you find this cylinder.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I saw the car and I was like, yeah, what's the cylinder?
Mm-hmm.
And that was when they said, oh, it's CNG, and I'm like, yeah.
But if you see pocket of it, it's not something that you go and then you go to those countries and you see that people are using in the way Nigerians want to embrace it now.
What happened in Nigeria is like what happened in India.
In other countries, options. It's an option.
When they first started in India, I know there were one or two blasts in India. The same thing that happened in India.
Even in US, there are blasts.
Yeah, people wanted to quickly look for something cheaper, and you don't even just look for something cheaper. You want to really do in such a way that even the cylinder and everything is secured, is safe, right? To kind of like take that gas in. So, but the problem is because it's expensive, and I think government is trying to subsidize it, and even if it's possible, probably people getting loans to be able to at least to be able to afford it.
No, it's higher purchase now.
How much?
They've even reduced the prices.
How much
This is where that credit core thing comes in, isn't it?
Larry,
exactly.
Do you have an idea of the cost?
No, I think average.
I think they put it about $1 million.
No, it's come down to about 720.
So I think it's about
720 long-term thing to me. Well,
you recover that within a year now.
For a transporter, that's a kill. That's a steal. I mean,
they recover that within a year. In terms of savings,
it's not expensive because I think government is really trying in that aspect. Trying to help people subsidize that.
It stampeded them into urgency.
Yeah,
so they are just offering it anyhow. Come and take.
You know what will kick this thing off, Larry? It's going to be testimonies. It's going to be testimonies because so you go to the motor park, so some forward-thinking car driver. And then if they can get this you know those people that funnel them during Christmas to the east, if they convert them and then the passengers feel the impact in terms of the fares, it'll be the testimonies that will lead to mass adaptation.
I think in Lagos yesterday, or I think Keke Napep. So they pull in 3,000 Keke.
Yeah, 3,000 Keke Napep. All gas.
So which is, I think it's actually another good thing. I think the major thing is for some other states to also embrace it because I don't see.
Ogun State is doing it with motorcycle.
Yeah, Ogun State is doing it with CNG and electric. People just need to just embrace it because the bottom line is we just need to understand one thing: this issue of subsidy, there is no going back, and it's high time we just accept it and move with it.
And this move, if we get sufficient enough adaptation, is going to ultimately crash the price of petrol.
Yeah, I actually expect the price of petrol to go down a little bit because the price of crude is kind of dropping. So, which I actually expect that to also have some impact.
Larry, it's not the price of crude drop. Our forex, we're still losing value in spite of the fact that the demand for forex should be going down.
No, I mean price. Did you check the crude price? Price of crude in 2 days?
No. I'm saying what is influencing is more forex based right now, not price of crude.
Kulata, wait for it. FAC was allocated today. You will see how that forex will spike.
No, it went to 1,700, Baba.
It has even started spiking
What you go?
It's normal. I think the reality is just that. I was, I think was which day we were talking about it, and somebody was saying, "Oh, probably the price should just fall to 1,000." I'm like, I think the reality we always find ourselves is to hover around 1,617. You know, that's the reality.
No, I disagree. If the president can take it upon himself and fight those people that are sabotaging that thing, I think it's about 1, 2, 1, 3. That's the value I think.
Cannot fight those people. They've tried. They can't fight those people. I think the best thing is just like let the
They've not tried. Stop saying they've tried.
You know why I said they've tried? I know what happens in Abuja. You know, Abuja is my market.
It doesn't matter. But if you say they've tried, I disagree. Because let me land my point. I disagree because there's no single person that they've used to even try and set example. Not one.
Good.
Hold on, Baba.
See, these things are easy to say, right? At a point, I think last 2 months, you know, when Ribadu tried it, almost every day, EFCC was always picking those guys in Wuse. EFCC, you bring every Monday, bring EFCC, picking everybody.
Which guys are they picking?
The BDC guys.
You're picking pawns. I'm talking about addressing the queen. You're talking about pawns. What are you going to do? You can regenerate pawns anyhow now. Like, that's not...
Not those ones. Those are big guys. They can... I don't know if those are more of policies. Those ones are even easy to deal with than
Larry,
other guys.
is it possible to try what they did in Egypt? Because Egypt also experienced the kind of problem that we have in Nigeria. Before their present president came in 2013 or 2014, the Egyptian pounds to dollar was about 8. As at today, is 48. And they also have black market the way we used to have black market. The black market rate is about 55 as I'm talking now. But what the guy did was that he actually, the guy just acted like a military man. He picked up all the BDC and then cancelled BDC in. But the what is happening in Egypt now is that official rate is about 48 to $1. But it's now discouraging their people because they are looking at the black market rate of our. So anybody that is now sending money to Egypt, you can't even get the dollar in Egypt. You must convert your money directly through bank to Egyptian pounds. And they're getting it at 48. So all of them, what they are now doing is that they're just sending the little money to their family. They don't save their money in their country any longer.
Yeah. You know, Egypt is easy to do some of those things in Egypt. You know, Nigeria is different. Any slight thing that probably you want to do, you start seeing...
No, the kind of impunity that the guy is doing there, we cannot tolerate it in Nigeria.
Exactly. You start seeing lawsuits flying. You know, Nigeria is the home of lawsuits, right? You start seeing lawsuits flying here and there.
Most of the opposition in Egypt, most of them they're in prison. The ones that are not in prison are outside the country.
See what they did to Mubarak now. See what they did with Mubarak that time. I think the bottom line, for me, if you ask me, right, leave it the way it is. And if you can, at least the official ones, if you can look for a way to kind of like work on those ones. And this issue of selling dollars to these guys, for me, I don't really think is really solving anything. It's more of you still giving them, every time you sell dollar to them at 1,580, these guys will sell that dollar at probably, make 100, make almost 200 on it. So for me, that is not even solving anything.
Larry, I think I can easily accuse him of trying to maybe pander to the North, because 90% of BDC's owner, they are all Northerners. That's the business they've been doing for hundreds of years. That's the business they've been doing. And why are you licensing them? You withdrew the license for a time, and within 2 weeks, you return the licenses back to them again.
That license that you are saying, how many of them have license? It's not even license. It's not even license. Baba, if you go to Zone 6 today, you have a whole lot of them. The guys that have license are just the normal guys. But the major guys that sell those, that are almost everywhere, they don't even have license. They're everywhere. Even in National Assembly, there are BDCs in National Assembly.
And most of them are operating.
When I was in, at least I know like 3 places in National Assembly that you can buy dollars.
It's just
Like
giving Cardoso problem. Honestly,
the
he has to
ones
do
that I
something.
know, all of them have left where their offices. They are just operating in somehow hidden places.
Yes, now that's what they do now.
And
You go to
yeah.
Wuse, if you go to Wuse now, you start seeing them from everywhere. From if you leave from that Sheraton, they'll come. You just see them.
They don't stay in their normal
No, they
offices
don't
again.
because they know they arrest them now.
Mm.
At the point when Ribadu was trying to use the FCC, those guys they will be pursuing them. They will be running etasketa and everything. That doesn't even stop them. So what they do in most cases is, if you have dollars, right, they just call
You
you.
call them
You
exactly.
call them. You call them. They come to your office. They ask your volume, and they come and they
Even
give.
on the road, in the streets, inside the car, people.
And Nigeria.
No, once you get there, he jumps into your car, then you drive. As you go along,
Exactly.
you transact your business.
Exactly. That's
Yeah,
what is happening.
so it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. And for me, anybody that is going to solve that thing is deep. Dollar business is deep in Nigeria. It's really deep. I think it's probably until people.
But Larry, don't you think that one of the reasons why we are struggling is because we are not generating enough forex? Why can't we face that as a solution instead of rationing these little ones that we have?
No, I don't really think we are not really. You see, there is, in terms of forex, if you look at remittance, things that I think it's not really about that. For me, the main problem we have, right, aside this normal monthly FAC that is increasing, affecting this, I think it's all about, there is still a lot of illicit money that people are trying to clean. So every now and then, they keep bringing that money out. You
I think that's the biggest problem. What you just mentioned, for all of these things that we say, I think that's still the biggest. That illicit money. That's why I think that Naira change policy of Emefiele should be revisited.
Yes, I've always said it here, right? I think they can do it well. Just bring it back. Don't be ashamed to bring it back and do it in a better way. Because there is a whole lot.
Which Naira policy? Well, I don't understand. Which one?
Yeah,
The
Changing of
Emefiele
the
one.
naira.
Yeah.
That they will be subsidizing Naira?
No, the
No,
Naira,
change the color or change
Emefiele,
the
the
plates
Naira
of it.
swap.
Okay, to change the money.
Yeah,
change
to
the
change
money.
the money, and then that will flush out all those monies. You know what Emefiele was actually. That's why he shortened it. It's only because he used it as an election thing. It was going to do it in a short space of time, so that will flush all of those monies out, and the monies that was not that they cannot come back in, they will just redecimalize it into the central bank. So they'll just take it. So I think it's a clever idea, or it was
Yeah,
only that it was done for criminal purposes. Yeah.
you remember that time that we're seeing videos of money that were spoiled, that people were started, particularly the northerners. I think I saw videos, they were bringing it in sack, like, they wanted to just get
We
it
were
to
seeing
the
some
market.
in trailers, actually, monies on trailers,
So
parts.
there's still a whole lot of money, that are still in that circulation, that every time, it's all about cleaning money now.
But Larry, only a military government actually can do that successfully. Because
Papa,
I remember Buhari's time, for instance,
we
after
don't really,
everything has lapsed,
Baba, we
my
don't have
company then in 1986, 1980,
84.
84, we
It was
understand,
84.
we struggle and struggle and struggle. And at the end of the day, I think we have about 1.3, 1.4 left. This is an era of no 50 naira then, very voluminous. And you can't believe it. Even our staff who had brother working in the security service were blackmailing us, coming to raid us every time. And at the end of the day, one Saturday, just put everything in the speedboats and go out to Eastmore Signal Station, far outside Babish, after Federal Palace. Just dump everything there in annoyance. 1.3, 1.4 million. Then that was a lot of money. That's about $1 million plus. Dump it there because it was dangerous territory. Then things that are
Can you
happening.
imagine? That's very wasteful. They just destroyed that.
What can we do?
I mean, that was the
When
company that made its own money
NSO
now.
then were we at our neck, our staff were like snitching on us and things like that. Out of
You would have shared the
frustration.
money to
That's
your
why
staff now.
they can't. The bank is the time has lapsed.
Why did you
Oversized.
wait? You would have shared the money to your staff. Let them
It
enjoy.
was limited, and you can't take it into the banking system anymore.
No,
We're
I mean
doing bunkering.
share it to them. Give them.
Cover me.
You see, rich man, no, they think of poor person. You would have just gone to share money, give them
I
1,500, 1,000
if you
like
know
that.
what ologom every time, you can't sleep. You leave that thing.
So for
Only
me,
a military government can do it because the banks refuse. Give me half
But
million
even
naira
that
and
time,
take all of it.
I think they have certain amount of money that you can also exchange
That's
that
where
time.
we enter the trouble now. We've exhausted
What
their
I'm saying
limit.
now, give it to them.
No
give
manager
it to the
will.
poor,
It's like Mark Obami, Jojo. It's like we feel the world can hear, the world can see. Everybody was afraid.
The money you have worked for, you now went to trash it.
So is it not? If you know what is happening that time.
If you had come to Sabo in Mokola Ibadan, you will see a lot of poor people. Just give them.
Where did you get it? When NSO will
Nobody
arrest
will
you?
ask you. If you go to Sabo,
Patoski. In 1984.
No, I think the higher denomination was 20 naira now.
20 naira.
Ilẹ̀kùn owó ń rùn ni. Smell.
And what he did that time is he just changed maybe 20 naira to 5 naira. He just juggled the money
You
like
know
that.
what they did? Not even our printing press did it. Idiagbon went abroad. They printed the money and came back with plain loads of it and enacted the law, put a time limit to it, or everybody start panicking. So the money, you can't even find it to duplicate or anything because that money came from abroad in one plain load. Idiagbon went and nobody knew that that kind of thing was in the offing. Nobody. People start lining
but
up.
they gave enough time that time, Baba. Now they gave enough time.
Only once they extended it, and that extension was for 2 weeks. So the whole program was less than 3 months. Fact check me. Fact check me.
I mean, if the company made its money in a just way, just put your money out there and.
You know, at that time it's not this electronic banking, no. You have
No
to
Saturday
go
banking,
use
even no ATM, no ATM, no Saturday banking.
Sorry, Baba. Everyone, let me bail out. Mike is here, so Mike takes over. The super chat as a significant improvement from yesterday. That's Mike Aiko Gelme right there. That's Ja Nzola right there, and that's Juju right there. That's Ja Nzola again. And that's Juju again. So it's a whole bunch of Kaizo's people. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow, and especially thank you to Erelu Tunwase who came and lit up the conversation and put Mike in perspective. So that's a joke, by the way, Mike. So thank everyone.
Thanks, one man, for Erelu today. Yeah, as I was saying, it's only a military government that can do that program successfully. Look, when Emefiele did it, people were committing suicide, people dying in banking hall and things like that. And the whole country was like aflame with complaints and things like that. So we are at a stage in our country that we are so intolerant and impatient, like spoiled children.
No,
I don't know.
I think the problem we have in Nigeria is every Nigerian always look for who to blame. Because there are some things that are just normal things, and Nigerians, and that thing, that behavior, you even see it in some of them that even leave the country. Any slight thing, you always see them looking for who to blame rather than solving some problems that they think they have that they need to solve. Because that country, right, we all always believe that probably someone is going to come and fix that country. And nobody's going to come from outside to fix that country. It's all about Nigeria fixing Nigeria. as at today, everybody is all about, let's blame this person, let's blame this person, let's blame this.
Sorry, Larry, just for a laugh. We always want people to come out. Didn't Igbo went to Downing Street to prison?
But what sorry, Baba, what kind of comedy is that, sir?
I don't know.
Yeah,
For Britain to come and divide us again.
What happened? Igbo went to where?
10 Downing Street with a petition that Yoruba nation wants to leave. They should come and help us. I don't even know this.
I would say he has taken step, and all these people in his category, they say, look at him.
They start donating now. They
Nigeria is a comical space.
No, sorry. Why anytime we want to protest, we want to demand for something, we'll go to British embassy, we'll go to American embassy. I don't even understand that kind of thinking.
They tell him those were the people that joined us together.
Oh God!
They will tell him those were the people that joined us together.
Yeah, that's the slave master now.
An independent country.
You remember after the election, they started protesting in all those places also shortly after the election when they were doing this petition.
International community. We are calling
on something so laughable like that. And
we are calling on international, those people now. You are calling on international community to come in, and which international community?
I don't know why Africans believe that they are member of the international community.
International African international.
I don't think these people is the one that has survived, even the one that have lived abroad. When they know how they talk about Africa.
My country has gone light, honestly.
Any slight thing you hear, we are calling on the international community. Which international community?
They believe there's a real community out there. Everybody they hold in their head. America get their interest. Russia have his own interest. Iran, all of them, they are all standing on their own nuts. You are talking about communities to come and do for you. It's only Africans. I don't understand. Even African leaders say sometimes. Well, the international community, which international? There's no community out there now. Everybody stand on his own.
Well, I just actually, for me personally, I really want that country things to improve in that country, but I don't know if the subnationals, they can't be doing what they are doing presently and expecting the president to do magic. You see all of them blaming the president, and in their own little space, you ask them, what exactly are you doing in your own little space? And a whole lot of them are not really doing anything in their own little space. This is what they've been doing since 1 week now. They say some of them are even putting swearing oaths with
local government
chairman and everything. And you ask yourself, where exactly are we really going to in that country? You see them, look at Anambra, for instance. Soludo, that I expect to at least to he went on running a task. They can't even leave that money. They are so used to that local government money.
Yeah, you're talking about that. What about 20 years after EFCC have been established? Now they wake up one morning and say, EFCC is an illegal organization.
Yeah, I think that one is just for national
people just manufacture things and want to make trouble.
No, I think it's just for National Assembly to just, if there's anything to, in the laws for them to kind of like do, they should just do. You know how they start those things now. Which lawyer do you think? All those things. Nigeria is a game, Baba. Don't deceive yourself, Baba. Nigeria is a game.
Every week country.
When you know how they will start. Agbakoba will first start, and you remember that this issue of Abuja is not a state. Abuja is a state. It was Agbakoba that started it. And this issue of EFCC, Agbakoba wrote. He has written National Assembly. Yeah, EFCC is not legal. Is this?
I'm expecting Ezekometu to come on board.
No. Agbako. They have their game. All these guys, it's a game. It's a game. But for me, I think the major
one Dawala now.
No, I think
they're worrying us. They're troubling our country.
I think the major thing is for Nigerians to realize that you may not like the president, or you may even hate the president, but you can't hate Nigeria. All you need to do is to do everything to ensure that Nigeria works. Even when you think you've left the country, you've jackpot, you've done this, you've done that.
Larry, let me give a typical example is what happened between Nigeria and Libya during this Nations Cup qualifier that they
Super
that happened
Eagles.
between the Super Eagles. If you see the way Nigerians are supporting Libyans, that hey, it's because what Nigeria did to them. That's why they did what they did to them in Libya. If you see a lot of Nigeria supporting Libya against Nigeria,
There was
you'll be
one guy
wondering
now.
that
He made a show. Yes, I think yesterday or 2 days ago. He started turning the whole thing into it's because of the way Nigerian government treats Nigerians and
No, you
the
know, those
Nigerian
people,
players and the Nigerian soldiers. I'm like, the guy was just turning the whole thing into because Nigeria is a bad country. I'm like, guy, what is going on here, man?
I
And
don't
these
even
and
know.
most of his guests are not even Nigerians. They are
No,
like
I don't
people
even know.
from
You know, those people probably intentionally, and I think the Facebook, all the algorithms know. You know, I don't even disturb myself watching those people. You know, immediately I see you, I block you. I don't even if it's YouTube, don't recommend. If it's Facebook, snooze, just snooze them. I don't want to, because what I've noticed is there are people that feel that negative things, because you know it's internet now. They say negative things bring more money. If you are negative, have you seen that even countries outside, people outside Nigeria, you know, in neighboring countries, there is this new thing on the internet now. If you want followers, if you want traffic, just abuse Nigeria. Say negative things about Nigeria. You see a whole lot of people, right? You get that traffic that you really want. And that's how, you know, the internet works these days. So that's why if you are doing good thing, you won't see that traffic. And people know that it's more of people, you know, particularly Nigerians, they like more of negative things. And, you know, you know, you always see them because they hail you when you are negative. They hail you.
no, the unpopular thing is to support the government. If you are negative and you are accusing, saying this government is bad, this
Yeah.
thing is,
So you have, you
everybody
know,
will just love and likes
yeah.
and share.
So for me, I don't even disturb myself about those people, because for me, I'm always interested in, what can I do in my own little space? What can I do in my own little space? That's the exact thing, right? I know it's not really easy, you know. It's not easy, you know. A lot of people are, if you ask people today, they will tell you, oh, you know, they are looking for ways to, if you have one or two companies in Nigeria, they are looking for ways to take their companies out of Nigeria and stuff like that. But you keep asking yourself, while you are living, a lot of foreigners want to go in. That should tell you that, you know, that space, that means there's something those guys are even seeing that a lot of you are not even seeing, you know. And
Larry,
Kimba, what's
what
so
I
funny, right? When I got back from Nigeria 2 weeks, I think a week and a half ago or so when I went to one spot, I used to hang out with some, Arabs and some non-Nigerians, non-Africans. Yeah. So I told, they said, where have you been? I went home, I went to Nigeria, I just got back. They started asking me negative questions, man. So over there, you see, they use corruption, did they rob you? Did they scam you? They are just negative questions. And I'm asking them, like, why you guys asking me this, man? It's like, well, you don't know Nigeria is, I'm like, what, have you been there? They said, no. I said, so why you assuming that's that's what's going on there? They said, well, that's what we hear. That's what you start saying, where do you hear it? Say on social media now, So I'm like, and most likely heard it from other Nigerians on social media. I say,
yeah, of
oh
course.
boy, now wow. And when somebody else say they went home, when they come back, the first question is, did you have a good time? That's what they would ask. Well, I'm the only guy that went to my country and came back. And the question they're asking me is, how was the bad experience? How was the crime? How was the clinical? I'm like, okay, now wow. Nigerian people, when I don't spoil in our country.
No,
Larry, when you are talking about business, what you just said is in fact very true. You see a lot of foreigners still coming to Nigeria to come and invest, and they open companies, industries. But the problem with us is that we are bad managers. Let me give, for example, I have a friend. This guy is a senior military officer. He's a Air Force man. He has a lot of money and he owns business. Do you believe that he doesn't have an account for his? You understand? He combined his business account with his personal account. How can you now know whether you are making profits or most Nigerians don't separate their business from their personal life.
you know, the problem. The problem is not like they don't serve. The problem is, when you have a business, right, and you feel that you don't even need some people, you can do some things on your own, and you fall into that trap of, you don't even know if your business is a going concern, and you might actually be even making a lot of loss. You may even be making a lot of losses because you are more like, oh, probably if you get that accountant is going to cheat you. If you get this other person is going to cheat you, and you want to do your thing yourself. And that's the problem that you see. Most of the companies that you see in Nigeria are not really well structured, right? People just do their thing like, yeah, I'm the CEO, I'm the chairman, I'm the every gbogbori. Yeah, you want to be everything. Like, you want to be wearing 3 caps because you feel every other person is going to cheat you.
Larry, see what you just said, right? In Nigeria, right? Most likely you're gonna make money on your own, meaning you're gonna do some form of business. You're likely to set something or start some business than to get a job, right? Almost everybody's his own boss, his own entrepreneur, employer. So why can't I? And the way they do business, just do it upside down. Everybody just do things the wrong way. Because if everyone understand the principles, of proper way to do things, I think that society, most of them will probably, things will go well in terms of all the business atmosphere. So why can't Nigerian government look at that and say, this society we live in, these people all these students in school are likely to go and start their own job. In fact, most of them are already working in the market, in the shop with their parents working. Why can't they make the curriculum business oriented, right? Instead of the things they're teaching in schools, most of the curriculum in Nigerian schools is really, it just doesn't correlate with this way of life, the society.
Mike, what I noticed, let me tell you, I know a guy is a Lebanese. What the guy is doing in Ilorin, he has a cold room. So he buys broilers, killed and frozen them and export. I know Nigerians have tried that business before that they abandoned. They say it was not profitable. But this
But
guy
that's what
is
I'm saying.
doing it,
See, all
and
these
it's
mentality that they,
let me tell you, I think maybe because of our culture, the way we look at things, there are so many things that we tolerate
You know, you
that
know, you
doesn't
know,
make business to function.
the problem is this. I think it's more of financial. A lot of Nigerian business owners are not really financially literate. There are two things that you can't even joke with in business, and there are two accounting concepts: the entity concept and keeping your business as a going concern. The moment number one thing they will teach you in accounting is the entity concept. There's difference between the business and the owner. But if you don't know that number one thing, then you can't even have a successful business. And
don't you
that's where
they put in the curriculums and something you should start
and
learning
that's
from
where
school,
yeah,
the
that's
elementary,
where you
high
see a
school.
lot of business owners, right? Because if you are running your business as a business, you should be able to tell if you are really even if you are not making profit, at least at a minimum, you should be able to break even. Right. But if you're not running your business as a business, if you're running your business as like a side hustle, you can run a business like a side hustle. And at that point, you don't even know. At that point, you are really, your personal money, you're putting it in, you're drawing from that business.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you got it.
You don't even know if that business is actually a going concern. And it to get to a point that, and some of them, an average Nigerian wants to, I want to be a CEO. I have a lot of staff,
Larry, from the business money, that's where they pay school fees.
Yes,
That's where they do one bit. That's where they
You will see a guy in his shop. The profit that day will be giving it to his girlfriend like that. Like,
yeah,
exactly.
exactly. So those are little things. Those are little things that that I think you can actually. I don't know if government can really also help But I think it's already in the curriculum. I think what they can do is,
Larry, let me. There was a time, I think I've said it on this platform before. The little ones that I'm doing, for example, the poultry business I'm doing, I discovered it was late when I started. That was the same way I was running it. But later on, somebody now educated me that you can't make any profit, especially if you are raising layers, until maybe like 1.5 years after they started laying for you. And I say, what? Because the way people used to look at it, for example, now, if you buy a layer, you start feeding them right from day one. Let's say as a chick. Then before they will start laying, that you will not be spending money on them. It will be like after like 30 weeks.
Hmm.
You understand? That means you are just putting your capital. Like
Yeah.
the ones I have now, when I put a price on each of them, each of my layer cost about 10,200 as it is now, and there are 29 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? That means, so if you have, let's say you have 10,000 of that, multiply it.
Hmm.
So that would be like how many millions? 10,000 times 10,000. That would be like
100
almost
million.
100 million naira.
Yeah.
Then, so as it is now, let's say you now feed them. Let's say you are feeding them with 20 bags of feed, and you let's say that 20,000 of feed costs 400,000. You pick egg. Let's say you now sell egg of, let's say, 600,000. That would be 200,000. Somebody will now interpret that 200,000 that you have as like profit.
Oh.
Meanwhile, what about the 100 million that is on grant that you have not recouped? So it was from that 200,000 that you now be recouping your 100 million. I just use that one as an example. But
Yeah.
an average farmer, every day, we say, okay, this is the profit. You cannot make profit because you have capital that is already on grant
Exactly.
that you have not recouped.
Exactly.
So
I think
what I used to do is that 200,000 will now be deducting it every day like that.
That's
And
how.
when you look at it, maybe it will be like a margin of like 25 naira, 15 naira that you'll be able to be deducting from the cost every day like that. And
Mm.
it take you more than 1 year before you can recoup that money. I just use that one as but
No,
most farmers don't know that.
yeah.
That you have it. So at the end of the day, by the time those birds get old, they cannot produce any longer. People will not be able to get money to restock because they have already spent most of the money that is their capital.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that one goes to all businesses. You can't be saying you are making daily profit. People don't understand that.
Yeah. And do you know the difference between Nigeria and some of these Western worlds? In all those places, if you have a normal small business, at the end of the year, you are doing your taxes. And when you are doing your taxes, there are some little things that you are able to, because of those taxes, you're able to learn some financial, every time you do your taxes as a business owner, you are more equipped, with financial knowledge. Because at every time you are looking at, okay, what exactly can I do? How can I structure my business? How can I do my business in such a way that, it's well structured, because of taxes and some of those things. But in Nigeria, those things are not really there, right? So people don't really know, if they are really making, profit, or probably their business is.
Larry, how many business owner in Nigeria actually pay themselves salary?
No, it's part of the thing now. That's why I said it's part of the thing. That's why entity concept is key. Because immediately you see it like, yeah, that mindset that there's difference between the business and the owner. That means if you're even working for the business, at least pay yourself. You understand?
Exactly.
I was telling one of my partner in Nigeria, it was like, oh, this. I said, see, for me, I don't even care if we really don't make profits, right? But at least let us break even and ensure that you are paying yourself, right? Because you can't, the way people run business in Nigeria, it's not really the best. And that's why in most cases, they run business and they are
Because owners just see the business, they will just be picking. Okay, you maybe you drive to your business place every day. There's cost that you incur every day. They will just be picking it from the money of the business. No, there is no accountability for that. You understand? But if you are paying yourself salary, you know that okay, going there is part of the salary that you are earning. You know that it's part of the cost of
exactly.
running the business. You understand? But majority doesn't do that. If ask anybody that you know that is doing business and ask you how much are you paying yourself, they say what they will just be looking at you as if you are talking something rubbish. That why should I be paying myself? Is my business now? Because they just dip hands into the business money, spend it anyhow. And then at the end of the day, they spend more than what they gain from that business.
Exactly. Now, our normal Nigerian people, every Saturday, and bear,
The children will go there, pick the money. The wife will go there, pick the money. Everybody will so you can't just run business like that now. And that's why most of the businesses failed.
Probably they should make account.
Simba, in Nigeria, it's difficult
Make
for
compulsory
it's hard for
comparison.
business to die. Maybe that's why people live like that.
I think everybody should know at least basic accounting. Everybody.
Simba, do you think if it's like in the Western world or countries where to start a business alone, the cost, like for example, you have to have insurance, you have to pay every month, you have to be there are so many expenses where you due to government, all those kind of things, even taxation, the accounting is so, all those kind of things, if even the place where you have to rent a spot. It's not, in the Western, you can't just open shop in front of your house and start selling something or one kind of cheap shanty. Everything is so like the cost. So when you know every month you got these bills to pay, do you think we just be selling and just be spending right away like that? You won't do that now. Well, in a place like Nigeria, some people don't even pay anything to start to run a business. The shop they are using is probably free, or maybe they pay once a year, once tiny amount, or they're just selling something in front of their house. There's no business expenses. You get what I'm saying? Maybe that's why people are
Yeah,
not.
yeah, yeah. The other thing is that there are so many um things that they're supposed to factor in as part of the cost that people just neglect.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? People, yes, even that rent that you talk about, Mike, people don't even remember that rent they will pay it at the end of the year. They will not input it as part of the cost of running that business. So it's only when the time comes that they will now be
When
scampering
the
around
when
to
the
pay the money.
year end, they
Eh,
start remembering that. Well, in the West, where
I
every
know,
month
I know in
they pay.
Nigeria, a lot of people I know a lot of finance guys that used to do all those pro bono because I remember those years when I first.
Okay, if you guys can hear me, if you don't mind, it's Simbad and Larry. You guys are just straightforward. The concept you're talking about, the entity concept.
Yeah.
Could you tell me? I mean, how do you maintain the integrity of an entity concept that you're talking about? Because you guys make it sound like the local or the business people in Nigeria, for example, it's they just want to ruin their business, and that's why they dip into the pocket of their purse for their own personal finances. Why do you think that is? Don't you know that most of businesses actually is like somebody getting a paycheck, or they live on their paycheck. They don't have extra. If they don't work, they don't eat. If you put it that way, most businesses, it's not like they're so hugely profitable. That's not the case. It's like subsistence farming, like subsistence business. You can put it that way. If they don't reach into the purse of the business, they can't do nothing. I mean, there's one thing to set up a business. Hold on, there's one thing to set up a business, and maybe your wife or your husband works, so you can maintain the integrity of the entity concept you're talking about. You don't dip into that business. You let the capital, everything just go through the business and the profit to grow the business. But most people can't do it. Well, why do you think? Why do you think? They dip their hands into the pocket, and those that succeed, how do they do it? You guys can educate us.
Okay, so the thing is this: you may not really look at it in the formal way, right? But it's just more of being financially disciplined. And that's when, let's look at it in the local way, how people do business. Look at this Igbo way of doing business, and probably, some other people, places, how they really do their own business. And these are things that a lot of people have actually known, for years regarding. They have this kind of like, okay, this is the capital for business, right? And I'm not really digging my hands into those capital. I want to ensure that I'm able to, at every point, I want to ensure that that capital is still there, right? And so when we talk about that entity concept, forget about the fact that, we're looking at it in a formal way. There's difference between the business and the owner, right? When you know that this is actually what is meant for the business. And at every point, even worst case scenario, you must not lose your capital. And that's a very key financial discipline. But when you are in a situation where you're not really looking at that capital, right, you're more like, yeah, let's keep moving, because you are not really checking yourself at every point. You are just feeling that because I still have that business is still there. That means I'm still running. So it's not like people don't do it, right? It's not like, there are people that are successful today. They are just using the local intelligence of business. And why they are successful is basically because they are putting that concept into it. They may call it different names, right? Some of them will be more like, like in the Igbo space, right? Probably you go and serve a boss, he gives you a capital, and you ensure that at every point you have that capital, and you can always look for a way to increase that capital. Worst case scenario, don't lose your capital, which I think is the key thing. So you can call it whatsoever, but the basic thing is for you to still keep moving, because the moment you lose your capital, you lose the business. And that's the basic thing that I think for you to have a successful business, if you don't put that into consideration, you may have.
Larry, most of the businesses survive in Nigeria. The one that I even say they just survive by grace. Let me give you an example. You are selling food. You understand? Before your children goes to school in the morning, you serve them food out of the one that you are selling. They come back in the afternoon. They eat out of it. What a normal person should do is that the money, you value what your children are taking, your families are taking from that food, and you return the money back into the business. You understand? But today they eat out of that food every day, morning, evening, afternoon, night, dinner, and at the end of the day, you now say your business is not actually moving. How can your business moving when you have already eaten more than what you even make from the business every day? That is the mistake most of us are making. You have a little something. Oh, and there's no petrol in the vehicle. Okay, take this 5,000 naira. You just dip your hand into it and you take it. And no, there is no record for that. You have little electrical problem. You just take your hand, go and call electrician, go and fix this. There's no record for that. I think the major problem that there's no proper recording for our business. There's no proper recording. And we should learn that. And that's why people are finding it difficult to manage. We spend more than what we gain from the business. And that's why we spend our capital. And then people will start complaining, the environment is not so good. The business environment is. How can you be running business like that? That's not the way to run business. I think, as you said, Larry, people need to go and get educated before they start doing business.
Yeah, because I know some years ago when I was still in Nigeria, I know a couple of friends that used to do that pro bono. Like, like lawyer do pro bono, accountants also do pro bono. So they go into, I know one of my friends was, he's a big guy now. That was how he started in Wuse. So he basically that was
But Simba, you have to understand that most people get into business because there's no job now.
yeah. So that
Everybody,
my friend. So what he did then, that was immediately got qualified as a chartered accountant. Rather than when some other people were looking at the big fours. So he just started that normal pro bono. He went into Wuse markets, kind of like start doing normal simple bookkeeping for those market people. And I can tell you, I think after he did it for like 6 months, a lot of as in, he became so popular across every market in Abuja at that point, because he was doing normal bookkeeping and kind of like reorientating some of those people financially, things that a lot of those people were not really looking at, kind of like really helping them. So the guy I think he has a microfinance bank in Nigeria now. But for me, I think the major thing is, there are some things that some of those people might actually know, but you just need to put them in the right perspective and help them to really understand some of those things. So probably if you look at the curriculum, like this one that they are trying to change curriculum in Nigeria now. For me, I think everybody should know normal accounting. Even in the universities too. Even if you're a doctor, you should know normal accounting, because you may get out tomorrow and want to own your own hospital. You're still gonna need it. So those are things that I think it's really lacking. There are a lot of simple things that can actually still help people later in the future when they want to do their own business.
But there are some people that, okay, let me give you, for example, the kind of bookkeeping that I kept in my own business. Even some of the people that are working with me, after they left and set up their own, they still don't use it. They are still using the old way of say, okay, they just model everything together, no accountability. So to me, I think the thing is already embedded in our character, that people just spend money anyhow, and that's what we take to governance also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's what we take to governance.
Simba, another problem I see in Nigeria. One thing is for you to do business probably because you want to do it. What I see mostly in Nigeria is people do business because they think the other person that is doing it is doing it and is successful with it.
Making money.
You start a business today in Nigeria, before everybody wants to do it because they believe that, oh, you are making a whole lot of money there. And everybody wants to rush. Some of them actually have their own business that they are doing. Immediately they start saying that, oh, probably Simba is doing this thing, and they kind of like, oh, Simba is making a lot of money. They neglect their own.
Larry, let me tell you, during the cash, this early last year, it got to a point I discovered that I was losing close to 400K in my farm every day. You know what I did? I sold my belt, because that was the only reasonable thing I could do that period. Some people still endured. They started now incurring that law. Some of them have closed their farm today, because it was no longer, it was a big loss that we are incurring. Something that we are selling for 2,200, we started selling for 1,000 to 1,003. Because people, there was no money, you just have to push them out. So I just look at because I know the cost of each bed on my farm. Because most farmers, if you ask them, they don't even know the cost of their beds. Because if a bed died in my farm today, I will put the cost of that bed on the remaining one. You understand? As at that time, I discovered that each bed on my farm was, the price on each one was about 5,200. And I asked them, I said, okay, how much are they selling old layers? They said we can still sell for like 5,400. I learned 200. I just disposed them. So I gained 200 on each.
Yeah, it's always good to know when to stop loss.
Exactly. But most people doesn't know, because they don't even know the cost. I have an auntie. She was doing oil business. That time I was still in school. She, they will, and all most of this product they will bring it to her on credit. It's only when she finish selling that she will return the money. You that you don't even have a capital, you are spending money anyhow. The children will come, they will just dip hand into the where they used to put their money. That is where they would no accountability, nothing. At the end of the day, she could not even pay the people that actually supply her most of these products. We are too reckless. We are too reckless with the way we live, the way we run our business. I think something is wrong with us. So believe me, and that's why you see foreigner coming to our country. The same business that we cannot run, they will run it and they will run it profitably.
Normal thing in
And
Nigeria.
we will just be complaining and be blaming some other people for our problem.
Simba, what you can do because of your own way of life, some people cannot do it. Have you seen a normal, Nigeria business is about status. If you see some of them on Saturdays pumping, they go to Wasiu shows and you're like, what's it they happen now? I used to have somebody like that. These people that collect things on credit. That person was a distributor with Dangote Cement at that point, and some of those things were on credit. But this man was in Abeokuta at that point. Was top of. There is this musician in Abeokuta, Shefiu.
Shefiu?
Yes, that man was always in Shefiu's party, as in pumping, throwing money and everything.
And it's not his money. He doesn't know that money that he's spending is not his money.
Not even his money. I'm telling you, it's not even his money. So, some of those people, when it's not time to pay money, that's when jazz. They start jazzing people. If you are a contractor, they jazz you. You don't even remember that you give them goods. So it's a whole lot of things. It's a whole lot of things. And that's why in most cases, people say, why is it that they are doing business and some other people are coming to that business, they are making it and they are not making it?
Larry, have you ever, even the Igbos that we know, we normally say that even they know how to do. How many Igbo shop will you go? Okay, let's say you go and buy, let's say a crankshaft or something like even ordinary brake pad. The only thing they will issue for you is receipts. They will not write it. There is no place where they will write it that, okay, how many of them are even computerized that they will take proper record?
Simba, those people have local business intelligence. So
let me tell you, it's just that, let me tell you, most of these things, people just run them and they are lucky that they just be able to just be turning things over and it's working for them. It's not a conscious effort that is making them to thrive, Larry. Maybe they will have thrived more than the way they are thriving if they are taking proper record. And that is why it's very easy for somebody to be stealing and they will not know.
that's true, sir. But at least for Nigeria, I still give it to them because those guys are they have discipline. They may not really keep proper record, but there is discipline. At every point, they can never joke with their capital. And that's
they are more disciplined, as you said. It meant that we, especially the Yorubas, are not disciplined when it comes to this business.
In those days, you see an Igbo man that is a billionaire. He will just wear one jean and
he might not even have a car. He might just be driving ordinary Okada.
I'm telling you, and when you see our own people, tees, chain as big as stars. The Guinea is well starched. Everything is teas. So I think for me, I give it to them all. And I think they are trying. There's this guy that I've forgotten is the one he's trying to that Igbo way of doing business, I was seeing, I think they are trying to institutionalize it.
You mean the what do you call it? Their own apprentice style?
Yeah, that kind of apprentice.
But the apprentice style, I think everyone does it. But the only difference is,
but their own is more structured.
Yeah, their own is more ethnic based, and also
Yeah.
the part that I can say also they do is that they set up the students at the end. But whereas other people, you gotta go do your own because with other people,
because Mike, the difference is that their own apprentice, they serve them. Our own, the way we run our own is
our own you
people
serve
come.
too.
You don't serve. You don't serve. You just come and go. Their own, they live with them. You understand? They live in the same house. They are even feeding and everything is taken care by them. You understand? And you be with your master. You are not taking our own. People who just come and say, okay, I want to come and learn.
But the
and
reason why their own they have to do it like is because that person that are doing the apprentice is from their place. It's like usually
it's likely it's going to be a family member, sir.
A family member or someone from their village or something like that. But with Yoruba, it's more like when Yoruba man start a business, an apprentice you have to come and apply. He doesn't go and bring his brother from village or somewhere or relative. He probably doesn't even want to share his business with his relatives. Talk less of to go and grab him and bring him under him or something. You know what I'm saying now? So we don't have that ethnic or relative kind of thing with us. We must set you up. And maybe that's because we are usually not in other people's territory. But with their own, they go outside of their territory to go and choose something. So they are not in their home, in their comfort zone where they can, say, I'm in my comfort zone, I don't have to care about the next person next to me. But with them, they're usually living in Lagos, Kano, other territory, Port Harcourt. So they're away from home. So what they are doing is, I'm setting this thing up for my group or that kind of thing, So maybe that's why they have that mentality. But I wouldn't think if you go to their region, they are doing apprenticeship like that. I don't think they are doing it within their own.
They are doing it there too now.
They are doing.
If you go to Onitsha, they do it in Onitsha. They still do it in those places. I think it's for them. They've kind of like, it's more of culture to them. The normal way of doing business. Because even some of those apprentices, they stay with them. They do everything. And some things that those people even do, and you're like, normal Yoruba person be like, what now? I'm not here to suffer. But
no, they do they both homework and the business work. That's what they do.
Yes, they do everything.
But
everything.
Can they? Let me ask this question though. Can a Igbo guy that grew up in Lagos or a city, can he go and be serving other master?
No, they do it now.
The only people I know that go serve other master is the one from village.
No. I think they do it. And doing it is not just because you want to serve. It's because you want to know you want to know the business.
So Igbo guy
you want to know the secret, all the secret of the business.
Island, Lagos.
And I think another thing is your boss must settle you. Which is another key thing. So your boss must settle you.
So
who's regulating this thing? Is he?
No, they have association. They have unions now. They have
I think one good thing about
there's
them.
not a written document, too. It's not a written document, too. It's just like it's a cultural thing.
Yeah, it's a cultural.
There's no written it's a cultural thing. It's not there's no written document.
Or the master misbehave, who they report to?
No, I think they have most of those guys have unions now. And I think another thing they do, if you're a good boy, so as you are loyal to your Oga, you are also loyal to your Oga's friends. So
maybe that's what they do Umuna meeting all the time, That's what they are doing there, organizing who's ethnically they are very organized in terms of go and make money.
I give that to them. They are really good at that.
Yeah, but it's not like Yorubas don't have too now. But Yoruba is more formal. That's the
Yeah,
one
not
that
ethnic
you do
based, no.
training.
Yeah,
You do training and you collect freedom. It's
exactly.
apprenticeship now.
And you pay now. That one, that
You
you
pay no
Yeah.
run share.
uh-huh.
With the Yoruba apprenticeship, Yoruba man can start apprenticeship can come from Kano, it can come from Calabar, it can come from anywhere. He accept you understand?
Hmm.
Just come and
Maybe
apply.
you pay ni now.
Yeah?
Olokoshe ni you
All of
pay.
sudden you pay now. And even
You
when you
pay,
are
you come
going,
and
before
start
you do
pay,
freedom,
come
self,
with
you
your
pay.
life.
The
Well,
freedom
like,
self is
can
payment.
you go and apply under Igbo man business? You want to do apprenticeship?
No. They won't take you.
No, they
Well,
won't
I
take
mean, I don't know. No, let me not say. I don't
no.
know. I don't know.
Yeah, that's I don't know, sir. I don't know. I don't know if they take people outside their
No, they
There may
don't.
be there may
It's
be
a
exceptions. That's why I don't want to give
no,
a
it's a
blanket statement.
cultural thing. They call it one boy system. It's they have pride, but when it comes to that, I don't think, because
Okay,
I've
I'll
seen
come
a
at the
lot of
barber.
the one boy. You get my point. They wash even bata ìyàwó ọ̀gá wọn. They wash for that 5 years or so. They will sign on it. You do everything, no salary except your feeding. Your sleeping condition may not even be nice, but you have to endure it, because at the end of the day, you will get settled. They call it settlement. It's not like a certain amount is tied to it. But these days, at times, they sign an agreement, because it's not a 100% foolproof system. Because some of the young men have been made accused, maybe in their last 12 months, or they will say you are looking at their wife one kind, or you are peeping when she was bathing, or you did this. And because of that, they will just simply ask you to go without settling you. So it's not foolproof, but at least working over 90% for them. But then I have not seen anywhere where a non-Igbo person has been involved in that, because even amongst them, there is discrimination. It's like Ekene is not here, but in Alaba market, for instance, people from a Boeing in Alaba market cannot be chairman. If Ekene is here, I'll repeat it,
Yeah,
because they say they are not pure.
yeah.
If you see, I will repeat it. And a Boeing person can never be chairman in Alaba. Ekene, if you are listening, come.
Or Ikwere, even the Delta, those Ika, those people that I know, you can't even, they won't put you in, man.
When people get no love.
But I
I
don't know
know.
about Ebonyi. I thought Ebonyi is part of their people.
No, they don't like those Ebonyi people.
Ebonyi is part of the 5 Eastern states now.
So, I've kind of heard that before, because when I hang around them, some of them always think I'm one of them. They say I'm not like so, and then they'll start asking me they'll start speaking their Anambra Abia Igbo to me. Then, because sometimes I can respond with something because I understand it. I grew up around them, so I know their language a little bit. And then when I try to respond with something, they'll say, this guy's from Ebonyi. He's from Ebonyi, or something like that. Because they could clearly know that I don't do their language, I just say whatever. Yeah. Or sometimes when I ignore them, they start throwing slang, and then they will say he must be from Ebonyi or something. So I know that's why I discovered that Ebonyi must be different people.
No, they're all Igbos, but they just discriminate. The Imo ones will maybe look at a number of people, say these are just traders, because they are more academic. They are more like academicians and civil servants, the Imo lights and things like that.
I think that
But
the
they are not
Igbos are the most
educated.
educated.
One of the Anambras are the most successful one though.
Amambra people are business guys now.
Oh, well, I won't say that, no, but around that they do business, but Imo is kind of like
The main,
the main.
But I always notice most of successful Southeasterners I know are either Anambra or another state
Or Imo.
or Delta. Those Ika people, those Delta people. I always think they were Igbo people.
Let me put it this way. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. I think the most Igbo out of the 5 eastern states is Imo, because Imo is almost 100% Igbo. When you look at Anambra, there's Edo influence, there's Igala influence in North Anambra. In Enugu, a chunk of it is already Igala. In Abia State, a chunk of it is from Cross River, Akwa Ibom side. It's only, and in Ebonyi, a chunk of it is Cross River and Benue. There's some ethnic groups that are not even Igbo in Ebonyi. But it's only Imo that is kind of like pure 100% undiluted Igbo. And they're the most enlightened out of all the 5 eastern states. When you find out that if you have Igbo friends, it's not going to be by accident that most of them will come from Imo. That's my own experience, yeah. That when I find out like what states are my friends from, a chunk of them are from Imo. I don't even know why, but maybe because they're enlightened.
And fine girls too.
Anambra.
Oh yeah, Imo has the finest babes, but they're expensive.
Yeah.
But the smart ones are coming. They will see they're usually Imo. That's true. And Madam Zita, she's from Imo. Emeka is from Imo too now.
No, Emeka is Abia.
Exactly.
Man of Prestige is Imo.
Man of Prestige.
Yeah, Man of Prestige is Imo.
Yeah, it's kind of Man of Prestige is kind of liberal.
Anambra.
They're usually not very extreme.
But Imo-lites are the best of all of them, in my own considered opinion.
It's because they're enlightened. They're very enlightened. In fact, they are almost the most educated in the entire country.
And Isunjaba is my favorite place in Imo State.
Imo are more educated than Ogun State.
Yeah.
Ogun. Hey. I don't know anywhere in this country in that Nigeria I can say, man, they have more.
I know Imo is just too far. I'll say arguably because I can't say for sure. Arguably the most educated state in the country. Arguably.
To me, I always think it's Anambra in the southeast.
No, Anambra people, those ones just make noise too much. It's just noise.
No, those Anambra people.
They are the civil servants. So they have the
how do you define the most educated state? Based on what? The population?
For me, I say civil servants. The population in the civil servants makes me to determine.
If it's civil servants, Imo is number one. If it's civil servants, Imo is clearly number one. And
so that makes them more educated.
No. There are many criteria. It's not just civil servants. First of all, the number of people that enroll in secondary school and
Chairman and me.
tertiary institutions, I think Imo tops it. And when you look at the number of applicants, I've come across
institutions are in Imo compared to Ogun.
No, it's when you look at the nationwide, because it's not like they stay in one place now. If you look at tertiary institution, nobody beats the Southwest. We know that. But when you look at the number of pool of people, Imo is right there. Imo is up there. Imo is way up there. You can find out. It's not like I went out.
I don't believe that. Anyways, I must see better stats on that. I don't believe that. If you ask me, I would say Lagos or Ogun State. More like Ogun State, actually.
There's some areas in Ogun State that always mess up their statistics. Ogun is supposed to be a very good state in terms of metric, but they come out worse. It's the Southwest, a lot of metrics. I don't even know why.
Education.
That Ogun State. Where's BT? I don't feel tomorrow. I still get confused.
I'm here. What?
Okay. If not for wait, Larry, good. You are a good man. If not for Amosun, would we have even seen a bridge in Abeokuta?
No.
Pedestrian bridge and all the rest. Amosun started most of the good things in Abeokuta.
No.
Talotunse, so for me.
What happened is, like, all of them actually have one or two things they actually focused on. Like Amosun focused majorly on Abeokuta. When Amosun was there, Amosun virtually didn't do anything in Ogun East and Ogun West. So all basic thing he did was basically in Ogun Central, which is Abeokuta. And even all those bridges that you're actually talking about, those pedestrian bridge, that Amosu was just busy.
I think some of them even have air conditioner in those days. Am I correct?
Are they using them? They are just waste of money.
Can you imagine air conditioner in pedestrian bridge?
Okay, like at least I know like three.
When it's not in the Middle East.
I know like three pedestrian bridges in Abeokuta that nobody is even using. And I asked myself, some pedestrian bridge, and you ask yourself, why exactly are you really building this?
It's Ogun, no. Because like, Ogun is supposed to be up there.
When Oshoba was governor, Oshoba was basically working on rural electrification and he was fixing rural roads. So Oshoba fixed a lot of rural roads. And when Amosu came, Amosu was kind of like, doing all these Chinese roads. Because all those roads that Amosu, I was asking somebody, all those roads that Amosu did, all of them are spoiled. Because it was basically Chinese.
What about Benga Daniel?
No, Benga Daniel also worked. The only difference is for Benga Daniel, it was a lot of thuggery, it was a lot of security was a big issue during Benga Daniel.
They didn't give him rest of mind.
No, there is not.
He has issues with Oshoba and
they didn't give him rest of mind though.
The clearing agent's man, Bankole's son.
Benga Daniel himself. That guy, that man.
Is you Egbaz that didn't give him as an Ijebu man rest of mind?
No.
Let's be factual.
Is it true that Benga Daniel is actually Ishakiri, not Ijebu?
I'm not even sure if that Benga Daniel will make heaven.
Yeah, you see, Balloon son. The Egba in you is talking now.
I'm telling you now, Baba.
That man always smiling. That Benga Daniel.
No, that is not smiling. No, is manner is a people because some people are saying because of drug. It's not smiling.
Baba, during Benga Daniel, if you abuse Benga Daniel in the morning, don't sleep in your house in the night. They will come. You can't abuse Benga Daniel in the morning and sleep at all.
Because you people are suppressing the Ijebus now.
Which one is suppressing? Benga Daniel was basically Benga Daniel that time was, courtism was really key. He was basically giving all of them money. You can see, he was basically using the courts guys. He was now using court against courts guys. That it was, at least for me, I can still talk about one or two people. Benga Daniel that was fighting with Speaker. They nearly killed that Speaker now. His boys they started shooting everywhere.
He's always using the Ogun State University boys that are in the university for 8 years. One fail exam, they will pack expensive cars on campus.
This House of Rep guy that died in Ibadan, Sugar. It was in House of Rep. I think they killed him in Ibadan. One election like that. He was an House of Rep member in Ibadan. He was one of those guys that Daniel was basically using that time. And Daniel was even the one that took him out of Abeokuta, took him to Ibadan to this old man what's that man? That Ibadan man that died.
The Molete man.
The Molete man. So Daniel's period, who are you to?
Okay, Adedubu, what they call it?
Adedubu.
Daniel's period that time, they will shoot you now. Those guys were
forget about it, but it worked now because I remember I was one that dualized Abeokuta Shagamu Road.
I'm not saying that it didn't work. I said security.
Guys, and you get to stop talking about a glorified village.
What do you say? Prince Daddy.
So you guys, according to Morris, you guys should stop talking about a glorified village. Ogun State. Okay, Abeokuta.
Ogun State is.
Let's talk about
more. Praise Daddy. How is Ogun State glorified village?
That's what Morris said. Morris on the show. That's what he said. And I think Babati also confirmed it. So let's not pretend like Ogun State is this nice super place.
No, Ogun State is
I don't think it is.
No, Ogun State is a nice.
Praise Daddy, you are also from Ogun State. Now, why are you talking like this? Are you not from Ogun State?
Prince
Well, I
Daddy.
like to say the truth. I like to say the truth.
Oh, that Ogun State. Prince Daddy is from
Prince Daddy is from Jerusalem.
Oklahoma or somewhere.
Abeokuta is an ancient city. So Abeokuta is actually an ancient city. So
Larry, honestly, let's stop all these ancient city. Abeokuta is not ancient. Abeokuta is one of the most recent Yoruba cities. Stop it.
No.
Abeokuta and Ibadan are not ancient. When you talk about ancient cities, you talk about Ife,
Which
Ilesha,
ancient city do you know? Which one? Which one is the ancient?
Ife is ancient, Ilesha is ancient, Ila-Ogun is ancient. All those ones are ancient. Abeokuta wasn't this refugee camp started in 19th century.
City that saw civilization. You were
Which
seeing
civilization? Ejo, stop, Ejo.
okay.
Most of these cities, they need urban renewal.
What? Forget about urban renewal. We are talking
Why
about.
would we forget about urban renewal?
Let's say the truth. They are educated. The first lawyer, first doctor.
We know, but why did they leave their cities dejected like that?
Which dejected?
Bàbá wọn láti 1860 lọ sí Oxford. I mean Cambridge.
What are you saying?
Yeah, but they just started Abeokuta. Season 18, which 18 something, they started Abeokuta, and you're saying ancient city.
Which we are talking about city.
Which city? What's the population of Abeokuta compared to Osogbo?
We are even trying to regenerate Abeokuta now. Regeneration is happening now.
Abeokuta doesn't look as good as Akure.
Akure.
Mm-hmm.
Are you serious, Kulata? Really?
Yes, I'm positive. I'm positive.
That's embarrassing.
When was the last time you visited Abeokuta, sir?
Oh God. Abeokuta doesn't look as good as Akure.
Hey, leave that thing. Leave that thing. Even if people are even abusing Abeokuta, not Akure, forget that thing.
No.
Abeokuta and Akure, for what now?
I'm telling you, Akure is better looking, even more posh looking than Abeokuta.
When do you even know Abeokuta self?
Why would I know Abeokuta? I have a shitload of friends that grew up in that town.
Where exactly do you know in Abeokuta? Because
I've been to Abeokuta a few times, but it's been a while now.
You don't need to.
Larry, you know why it's like that? So gray and dusty. When you start having places like Agoko, Agoika, I mean, what do you expect from Agoika?
Agoko and Agoka self, they are different now because
it's a rustic town.
We visualize even that Agoko, Baba, Agoko, Agoka, they've all those ancient buildings.
Itoku and all the rest, dangerous place.
Amosun did a good job. He dualized everything, he was able to do that. The only problem we have.
Like is ancient, 1830. That's when they founded Abeokuta. Unlike my own town, founded like 20 something. I mean 12 something.
Do you know Kulata? Or why is the 8th child of
Oromiyo? Yes, now.
8th child.
Asian city, no civilization.
So we talk about 777, but why is it?
Ilesha and Abeokuta, they're one far off now.
Ilesha.
Yes, I'm serious. What's in Abeokuta? What's Larry talking about?
What is Ilesha versus Abeokuta? What is it now?
Look, Abeokuta, the only part that's kind of like decent is that area that has the rock that people go to do some tourist stuff. People go to do some tourist stuff. Otherwise, it's just normal that the suburbs will have new houses, but the town center is just like like any other place.
It seems probably.
Yeah, but it don't look more rock, yeah. It don't look
if you look more, thank you, Mike. If you look more rock and Kondo, at some GREs here and there, outside business, that's how most of the towns are in Southwest.
No, Abeokuta is. I think probably try to visit Abeokuta. Try to visit Abeokuta.
I'll go next time if I have something to take me there.
Yes.
But there's nothing in Abeokuta.
No, Larry, what they are telling you that with all your civilization, you have nothing to show for it. That's what they are just telling you.
Who told you we don't have anything to show for it? Abeokuta is.
The only thing that you know how to do is to do Owambe.
We don't even do one bell like the Lagosians.
You guys know it's the Abeokuta people that really gave British access to Yoruba land. They were the one that worked with.
They have rich history anyway. That's not too old, like 150 years, more than 150 years ago. We have great Christian tradition there. Most of the early Christians, reverend gentlemen, are from Abeokuta.
Our Abeokuta, our local prophet disgrace Yoruba now. She be all those women from Benin Republic used to flog them.
They are bombing.
They are bombing women. The Amazon, they call them Amazon. They used to beat Abeokuta people now. Right. If not for that rock that they hid under the rock and then they were ambushing them. That was what saved them.
It was Oyo that they were fighting.
No, it's Abeokuta. Abeokuta was a mortal enemy.
Wait now.
No, they fought. Actually, they fought both. But Abeokuta was a sworn enemy. Go and read about the last war.
Abeokuta probably be their allies there because
Oyo
Empire was
Mike,
both of them.
Mike,
yeah.
What's the name of these Benin people now? Jesus Christ. Dahomey, sir. Dahomey people, they were mortal enemies with Abeokuta people.
They have great women warriors in Dahomey.
Mortal enemies with Abeokuta people.
No, they were all under the
King Gezo, King Gezo fi Egbaṣe, nǹkan tó fojú àwọn Egbaṣe, King Gezo. You people don't know your history, mo gbé.
No, they were the only person.
Hey, Mudaro. Okay, let me bring out the history for you. If you guys don't know, then you know.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, Olushab Sabe, one of the ancient crown. I think that's the one
Onisabe is one of the Oromians.
That's what I'm saying. That the Gezo guy wears one of the crown, and that is about.
I mean, that's one of the most documented wars in Yoruba land. That Dahomey versus Abeokuta. That they ambushed. They wanted to ambush them.
How about the Dahomey versus Oyo?
That one has been happening since now because
no, they were Oyo was the.
But this one is actually more recent.
I don't know, Kolata. Even all of them were all under Alaafin. Abeokuta to fight for
as in this one is recent. This was just in 1851. This wasn't that far back because the Oyo one back in 17 something. When the people got, they fought back against Oyo and got they were tributary to Oyo. They fought back, eventually beat Oyo, and then
they refused to pay taxes.
And then they refused to pay taxes. But after the Dahomey started dominating, they were mortal, sick enemies with Abeokuta. They hated Abeokuta with a passion, and they were attacking them, enslaving them, and not until that 1851 war that those Abeokuta people hid behind the rock and they started doing guerrilla form of fighting. That was when they defeated those women.
Who is that their warrior self? I've forgotten. No, not Lishabio, the other one. Which they did a documentary on recently. I remember that.
Go Invasion of Abeokuta of 1851. All of you go.
That's the one that saved them actually.
Because Abeokuta was a refugee camp. It started as a refugee camp in 1830.
Refugee camp from what?
Refugee camp from Oyo wars now. More history. You guys, they vex me.
Who are you reading your history from? Which history are you?
No, they were not fighting people. It was what's this guy's name?
Because different people.
The tall Egba warrior.
Abeokuta came about as one of the towns that the disintegration of Oyo caused, because a lot of people that fled, Owu people fled from the current day Kwara State area, flooded that area. There were, that time there were so many wars after Oyo broke down that we had a war camp. Ibadan came up as a war camp. Abeokuta came up as a refugee camp. These are known history now. It's common.
Was feeling the refugees. Is really the idea of refugee?
Actually, those missionaries. That's how they quickly entered Abeokuta. Is one of the places they entered. They used to enter Southwest. Yoruba people. It's true mostly Abeokuta, outside of whatever they used to do
No,
in
they made
Lagos.
deal with the kingdom, to form alliance with them, and those ones welcome them because they feel like the Oyinbos can help them not to allow the Alaafin to come back and take over. So,
Now, Abeokuta was very, very documented.
do you know that
Very,
the
very
British
documented.
promised the Egba people that they will give them their own country? The ones they go the agreement they have with them. It's the same agreement they start with the Jaws. That when they leave, they will create their country. They will be creating
It showed the
Europe.
I was trying to talk about.
I said should they can now, Baba.
Eh?
I said should they can now.
Okay, I was not listening.
Yeah, I said should they can.
Mm-hmm. You know how Shodeke cooks them into war? Because they didn't want to fight. It was by this farm settlement they have. They go and help each farm. Like 19 farmers will go to the 20th person farm and start working. Then they will choose another farm, they will go. So Shodeke was doing everything. But when he got to the turn of Shodeke, and they say, okay, where is your farm? So let's go do it. He said, no, I don't want help. He said, when I need your help, I will call on you.
That's
So,
Lisha.
okay. When they now invaded, and he told them, now is the time you are going to pay me. When they heard that the Abomis are coming, say, so everybody arm yourself, let's go to war. That's how I want my own help from you. That's when Egba started fighting back. Because they are not warrior tribe or ethnic group.
They are farmers now.
But even that story that Kolata is talking about, it was not even the Egbas that helped themselves. It was the missionary and the British army that helped them to defeat the
They gave them the
original.
guns. But the strategy was all if those British didn't win, or what I will bring them for long. Larry, no good day here now, but they talk.
So those women were brutal, according to history. They were
Those
brutal.
women were brutal. Me, I don't even. I watched. It was this woman king.
Is it not? I think they called them Gesu or something like that. I think that's the
King
name of
Gezo is the
King
king.
Gesu. Yes.
That
King
was the
Gesu.
soldiers.
Have you watched Woman King?
Daomian.
Yeah, I've watched that. I watched the movie before. Woman something.
Woman King.
All that story is not the accurate story.
Yeah, but
It was one white woman that just wrote it.
But at least that shows. It tells you how powerful.
You know that those women they were witches, man.
That those that women.
But sorry, this where are they fighting? Are they not the same or your empire? Or because they wanted to gain independence or what?
No,
What
they
are they
gained
fighting over?
independence from Oyo Empire, and they now expanded their empire. So when they expanded their empire, all the Yorubas in Benin Republic, a lot of them got sacked and sold to Brazil. That's why there's a town in Benin Republic, one of the notable Yoruba towns. It's not Sabe, is it Popo?
No,
It's one of these
Ketu.
big ones. Ketu, yeah,
Ketu.
Ketu. The entire town, almost the entire town got sold. Ketu.
Where do you get this one from, Kolata?
No, it's true.
Mike, this is history now.
Okay, those people, are they Jabu people? Is it what are they?
Ketu are Ketu people. Ketu are Ketu. Ketu in Benin Republic.
That's their king.
They sold the entire Ketu.
They sold it. I mean, it was brutal. That King Gezo guy, it was a brutal guy, man.
Some of those areas now are in Yewa local government.
Where did you get this story?
Mike, is documented in so many places.
The Egba history is well documented.
I don't know. How do I even start to give you? Okay, let me find books for you. I'll send it to one man.
I gotta check. We write things down now.
You say?
We write things down.
Yeah, but I
get education now. I don't doubt that one.
But I've read so many other books where people just wrote opinions.
No, this one will be opinion, no, Mike.
Books are typically opinions, but then
it's not that far back.
Some of them have a lot of facts. Some have.
This is not far. I'm not talking about stuff from 14th century or clinical. These are 19th century activities. Many people were around writing stuff. And
that's what I'm saying now. So
the cases of people, if you go to the K2,
where the kettle is supposed to be. It's supposed to be like one of the big southwestern towns.
I can't even.
King Geso, read about King Geso, very notorious guy. King Geso of Dahomey. What's the name of his father? He had another father.
Imagine Kolata
Shebi,
comparing.
those Yoruba in Benin, boy, are they not the one they are calling Anago?
Anago.
Imagine Kolata comparing Abeokuta to Ilesha. Hey,
Larry ti dákẹ́ látẹ̀kọ́ kọ́ ṣáà wọ́n náà ti get back. Ìgbà tó jẹ tó wá máa tó tó máa wá pa tí gbogbo ẹ̀ tó máa wá ba gbogbo ẹ̀ jẹ́ Prince Daddy náà tó wá fi tiẹ̀ kún. Prince Daddy.
Larry, you know the funny thing? When I've forgotten how the old men, like my maternal grandfather, would describe when the British armed them with guns, and the Jebus, they turned the guns on the Jebus. How the Jebus were describing the the sound of the gun and the fire in the night. You will laugh.
You know, Baba, do you know why the British Army supported them that time? It because they used as a trade. It was actually a trade route. So it's not as if they liked them. They were just using them. That was why, because they needed that route to carry cocoa and all those things towards the Lagos. And that was why they supported them. Because if those guys succeeded in taking over that place, it would be very difficult for the British to actually, carry those agricultural produce.
Don't worry.
The British, they will not do anything for free now. It's not because they love the Egbas.
You guys,
that's how the British really find out.
You guys just give us like 5 years.
They saw the
You are trying to
just unite, form an alliance with one.
Wait, even the population difference between Abeokuta and Ilesha, Abeokuta is like close to 600,000. Ilesha is like 400 and something. And it's not even the capital. I'm looking at the Abeokuta population, the metro. The estimated population is like 589,000. Ilesha is like 416,000.
Which year?
Estimate 2024 estimate.
Abeokuta. Kolata, you don't know any. You don't know
2024 estimate. Ilesha estimate is like 416,000. And that's because we're not even capital though. If we're capital, we'll be 800.
Abeokuta is the capital now.
With capital is still struggling with that kind of population.
600 and something. I don't know what you are quoting though.
It's estimate. I'm not. It's not.
Abeokuta 800 and 500 and something. You don't know what.
Is 589, close to 600.
Abeokuta population 580. You don't even know what you are quoting.
I look at that. Look at the picture now. I mean, come on, man. I can also now. Look at Abeokuta. What is Larry talking about? Look at the roads. They're so bad.
What exactly are you saying? So they are so bad.
Yes.
Which road?
Sky View.
All those ancient pictures that you are seeing. All those.
Man, Larry, don't talk, please. Don't talk.
Leave that thing you are saying.
What you are saying? This is
that thing you are saying. If not that this Dapo is doing rubbish, Abeokuta should be. You can't be talking about Abeokuta.
Don't worry, the next governor will be Egba.
No. Our next governor. Me, I don't even want our next governor. Our next governor.
They need a year one governor, not a.
No, they should bring Yayi. Yayi is our next governor.
True, it's the turn of the year. Wow, they will never agree this time. You can't sidetrack them at all.
No, they have the powerful candidates now.
This turn by turn thing that they do in Nigeria, man, it's killing that.
Prior to this time, they never had the powerful candidate. I think this is the first time they will be having a powerful candidate.
But
that guy that's supposed to go, wasn't he like a senator for Lagos at some point in time?
Yeah, he was a senator in Lagos, did senator in Lagos for like 2 terms. 2 terms. He was, I think he started as a rep member in Lagos. He moved to Senate 2 terms, now moved to Ogun West. But he's at least in Nigerian Senate, I think that guy is one of the richest guys. Chairman Senate Committee on Appropriation, the highest committee.
So will they give him a chance because he's gone to Lagos?
No. They will give him a chance. He's been spending money now. If not for him, Dapo will not win second term now. That guy was the one that did the magic now. He did the Lagos magic for Dapo. Even during that election period.
Election, you want again? How can somebody win with less than 10,000?
Is the magic now? Is that not magic? Is the magic that guy did for Dapo now? Dapo that was now. I think that on
what I pay Ogun East gone low assistant by gonna.
No, Ogun West low assistant.
But why is Dapo neglecting Ogun West?
The problem is everybody that goes there wants to do things for his people. So the same thing Amosun did now. Amosun was basically focusing on Abeokuta. Benga Daniel too, did focus a little bit on Ijebu. So it's more of you go there, you focus on your people. And so probably if this other guy, at least the Yewa people have been neglected for years. So if they have a candidate who focus on their people too now. So everybody go there, focus on your people, do your thing. That's all of them have been doing. But I think this time around, I've started seeing some 1 or 2 guys, grumbling, but no, it's not our turn. It's basically the Yewa people's turn. So for me, and I think they have the money, they have everything. I don't even see any candidate that can challenge them. The only candidate is this PDP people, and PDP is in disarray in Ogun State. In short, no PDP in Ogun State itself.
Southwest is lacking good governors, outside of Lagos.
That's why. So probably Ogun State, because I think Ogun State should, if like that Amosun now. Amosun did a lot of rubbish for us. If not for Amosun's greediness, we won't lose Dangote refinery.
Yeah, guys, I think Latorish is giving us breaking news about sanctions placed on Libya. They've been fined $10 million, and the match has been rescheduled for March 2025.
Oh, that's good.
Wow, that'll be a good. That was terrible.
Why can't they just award that match?
And the match will be played in Angola, not in Libya.
How true is this? Who's this Latori guy? Is he an honest person? Because Nigerians,
he's not making it up. He's not making it up.
I saw that yesterday. He's saying the truth.
I think it's good though. Those guys wanted to kill us now. Do you?
I think I don't believe this news. It's too early now. Have they just released the investigation? It's too early.
I saw it yesterday.
What's the credibility of where he saw it? Maybe Latori saw it from.
Is it $10 million? I'm doubting anyway.
You guys sure it's no Radio Biafra news. All these
not $10 million. I don't know, but I know they are going to reschedule.
But when they even see that,
$10 million,
I've seen it on X or somewhere. So I'm not even sure if I read it in a newspaper or something.
But I know they were going to reschedule to somewhere outside Libya, because those guys.
But the issue is this: the North Africans are they are noted for that kind of treatment. This is not the first time they've been doing it.
Simba, when Eyimba won the cup in
it's not even recent one, Baba. They did it to Shooting Star. They did it to Rangers International. That was the time they poisoned their food in Egypt. The players are having diarrhea.
Yeah, I remember that time too.
I cannot believe that North Africans.
People,
it's an open one of the things they use because they were very powerful when it comes to CAF. They do all sorts of things, and that is why you see even in club side.
It was Ayatu. Since
Ayatu,
Ayatu left,
exactly. It's Ayatu,
we have
exactly.
sense now in the CAF. Ayatu was
That
even doing all that
Ayatu,
rubbish.
exactly. You got it, Baba.
Because Nigeria refused to give him oil prospecting license.
And these Libya people, these people, now bad people, they build.
What? Go and see how they are treating Nigerians in Libya.
There was a time they were selling Nigerians into slavery.
Let me tell you, the so-called North Africans, Arabs that we have, they are very, 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 very mean, very, very mean to black.
See what they did with these super eagles now.
Even your Palestinian in Gaza, the blacks there, they show us pepper.
If not that pilot is well experienced, I don't know. Probably they want to kill those guys. So.
Yeah, because that is an abandoned airport. So the guy used his experience to land that plane.
The guy said, he said he was even arguing with them. They said it came from the highest authority that he has to divert that plane. For what now?
And they have only 2 points. Nigeria has 7. We can afford to do without the 3 points.
If you watch the one, look at the way they even played that match. Look at the way they were just causing problem in Uyo. The delay tactics, everything, any little thing they will fall down. They just it was just I don't know why they are
draw in that game now, so they can go home and
look at the immediately they scored that goal. Look at the way they, in fact, they nearly collapsed. So
the moment we scored, they got serious. So they started playing serious. You know,
they had a plan now. Their plan was just get draw, kill them in Libya.
That was their plan. That's true. Yeah.
If not for social media now, those guys will have dealt with. At a point they even had our guys hostage. They said they locked the whole airport. They can't even go out. They can't even do anything.
Food, nothing. They just locked them there. It was a punishment now. It's punishment.
No. That's kidnapping now. They kidnap. They wanted. That's normal. They kidnap them.
At a point, Boniface was saying, "No, just take your 3 points to let us go back to our country."
Of course, why would
and you know there are 2 governments in Libya?
Yes.
So they flew also the rebel.
The issue is that why should a CAF allow such a country to get involved in competition when you know there is a war torn country?
When they're allowing Sudan, why not Libya?
But Ghana played in that country. Ghana played there now.
They played on Tuesday against Sudan.
But CAF, they sick, man. There was a time
which of the Sudan? Which of the Sudan?
You guys remember when there was war going on in Angola, and they
the one where they have war is this South, the real Sudan now.
South Sudan is settled. South Sudan is settled more than the North and the real Sudan.
Ghana played against not South Sudan.
But Ghana has not won any. In fact, they have not won any of the match during this tournament now.
But Ghana football is over, man. This guy don't finish it.
Ghana is over now.
They sprinkle. And you know, this coach of Sudan was ex Black Star player, ex coach of Black Stars.
Ghana.
So when he took Sudan there, Kwesi Appiah, what they call it?
Kwesi Appiah. They were sprinkling onions on the field. I just asked the Sudanese, my friend, kick all these onions away.
I don't mind those Ghanaians. Those Ghanaians are always looking for neighbor. If they lose, they will look for a way for Nigeria to lose.
You know, go happen.
Ghana should just go and sit down. They should leave football and start eating their banku.
And Kenke.
One thing about Ghana, they will have like 2 years of good player, or maybe a short period of good player. They will collapse for a long time. And there was a time where they had Anthony Yeboah and
Mikey, the same thing that is happening to us, what is happening to Ghana. Ghana, they are just like our twins, the brother. We are the same character, the same.
If not for Benin and Togo, will have been a country. Honestly,
the what do you call them? The Accra people. They're actually Yorubas.
The Gans, they are from Ife.
They are from Ife. Yes.
I thought it was only the Ewe people.
No, the airway, I don't know,
No,
they are
the
different
Ewes
type though.
are Egun, kind of, with the Fons and the Badagry people.
And
They speak
it's not
more
the
the same
Volta
language.
region,
Volta
the
region,
Volta
yeah.
region, the Volta region.
They are the Ewes.
They are our brother. They are our brother. We
In
like them.
fact, even before anything that happens in Nigeria must happen in Ghana.
We like them. It's just that they don't. They know they
All
give.
the coup
They know they let
follow
us.
themselves.
They know they let us drink water.
It's still there. I don't know what is it. It's love, hate, love relationship.
Love mixed with hate.
But Nigeria usually don't have their time, and they're always on our neck, on our behind.
But
Why is Ghanaians always talking about Nigeria?
Let me tell you, anything they see Nigerians do, they want to do it. Okay, look, for example, look at their say Ghana Wood or whatever they.
We do Nollywood, they go start their own gallery.
When but they wanted to stand alone. At the end of the day, they couldn't. So what is their population? They don't have the market now, and that's why you don't hear anything about Ghana. This thing again.
You know, the thing is, you see, you can't beef. And look at what is happening in Afrobeat. You can't beef Nigeria. It's better you are a friend to Nigeria.
But at the highest level, they are very friendly.
No, they are very friendly. But
very friendly and respectful at the highest level.
I prefer them. I prefer if I know, I will have married a Ghanaian rather than a Nigerian.
Yeah. They are mild mannered, very different from
exactly.
women.
Yes.
In those days, we used to have a lot of Ghanaians in Abeokuta. In Abeokuta.
You are talking about late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, we used to have a lot of Ghanaians.
They are basically teachers.
No, everywhere. They're everywhere. They're everywhere in the southwest. They're everywhere in the southwest that time.
I think English, mostly English teachers.
I always wonder why Ghanaian girls always get big yash, man. I don't understand. Like, it's ridiculously big yash, man. Like,
no, Ghanaians don't have big yans. So if you don't have big yans, you talk about go to South Africa. The South African ladies are the one with big yans.
South Africa, no, they take that one. Now they are labeled.
The first time I saw that was at the airport in Ikeja. Was the smart custom man name that became Minister of Information for IBB? The Ekiti man, or the Zondo? Alex Akinyele. He came to welcome back the wife. You are correct, Simba. He came to meet his wife at the airport. When I saw
think his wife is a South African now.
That died of breast cancer. The woman, I was looking like, what is this? I couldn't believe that was the first time I noticed.
No, that their own is genetical.
Heavy duty. And now all our Nigerian boys like that thing. That's what they go they run.
Nigerian have big guns now. And that's why our ladies decide doing BBL now. When they know that this is what you people like.
Nigeria. But I like Ghanaians. I still have a lot of them as friends. A lot of them.
No, in fact, they know how to take care of people, though. Believe me.
They are really good. Really good.
And you know, first thing I noticed when I went there was like, even taxi driver at traffic points will come down from the car and start cleaning car.
Charlie.
They will be cleaning. They are so neat.
Baba.
Do you know they wash signboard? Do you know they wash their signboard? I say in my country, the moment they put that signboard there, it's until it's rotting. Nobody remembers. Only rain will bath the signboard. Signboard they wash.
I think they are kind of like disciplined.
They are clean, very neat, very, very neat.
I like them.
You see a 70-year-old woman still painting her nails.
Yeah.
And dressing up.
You know,
you took it out of my mouth. So I will just be staring that. It's like seeing my mom painting her nails.
Me, I don't know. I'm very close to them in the sense that all my siblings were born in Ghana. My dad was in Ghana. In fact, I was the firstborn in Nigeria. All my siblings were born in Ghana. They speak Ghana language in my house like any. In fact, all my elder siblings, whenever they don't want to,
No,
we
all
that
those
were born in church.
Ogbomoso, Kwara, they
My
are all
father,
these people.
even during that time, they were sending them away. One of them that was a friend to my brother, my father adopted him. He went to court and said he was the one that actually born, when he was in Ghana. He swear and affidavit. So that one remained in Nigeria. In fact, he retired as a headmaster in Nigeria.
No.
They are very good teachers.
And he changed his name to our name.
Another African country that I like is Liberia. I like Liberians too.
But those ones don't have culture now. You know, those ones are just slaves that they just model them together now. Liberians, they don't. Who are Liberians?
I like them.
No, Cote d'Ivoire is a very good place.
I like
Up till now, Cote d'Ivoire is the best. Go to Abidjan, you see the best road, best infrastructure, and they're still maintaining it.
Yeah. I like Liberians. You know, in Ogun State, they used to have this Liberian refugee in Oru around Agowwe. Liberians, very good people.
And you see them bearing Igbo names. They don't
Who are you
usually
talking
have
about?
any local
Liberian?
name.
You say Liberian?
What is it?
The Liberians.
You say
The
Liberia?
Liberians.
Liberia. Yeah.
Those ones are tough.
No, those ones, can we really say are they not returnees from the slave trade?
Yeah,
they are too wild for my liking, the Liberians.
I think they are close to their accent and everything. They want to, they speak a lot of American slangs, and
they are returnees now.
Not all of them are returnees.
Not all of them, but
the local
majority.
ones.
The returnees rule over them for a long time, and those ones just corrupt them.
No, you hear their names now. Samedo, the Charles Taylor. Are they those ones? Are they African names?
It's all of them that the returnees are like the minority, but the returnees rule over them.
My man.
They are too wild. You think Nigerians are mad? Try Liberians.
They are just behaving like the Caribbeans. They behave like the
I was
Caribbeans.
surprised now when somebody said they are very nice.
No. It depends on how close you are to them. Now. For me, I was close to them at the point. I had a lot of them. At the point I was close.
They are too wild for my liking.
They are refugee. There was a program I went to do, and I had a lot of them as friends at that point. Well, it's good.
Ivorians are very, very nice people.
We are all Africans, and we are all. It's only that a lot of African countries see us as threats.
But one thing I find funny in West African francophone countries, when they want to talk, they say we French, and I'll be looking at you French.
Yeah, but it's not their fault now. It's not their fault. Those
mental slavery.
Those France people, see what France did for all of them. It's now that they are now beginning to take themselves out of France now. Their central bank, their money.
But even those of us in the English side, we some of us see ourselves as Englishmen,
Yeah, but at least we still have our independence now. Almost their economy, everything is dependent on France. Their money.
But let me tell you, there's really not much different. The only difference is British do their own one side.
Mike, there's a shitload of difference.
No, the French doing more openly, directly. But our leaders, they all connect. They still all connect to England. All your Nigeria elite, they all have British. But they go to even before election, they will travel to England.
If you're in one of those francophone countries, you can't. France calls the first dibs. If they find something in the ground, they first need to ask France that, do you want? France has the right of first refusal.
And they are very timid.
And France is taking their reserves. They put their reserves.
What you use, Simba? Not their team. They are just laid back.
The British did us better than
nothing worries them.
See their lithium now.
But before you guys start saying all these things, if you look at all the Africans that revolted against their colonial entity, they were mainly from the Francophones. We're talking about Sekou Touré, talking about Patrice Lumumba, all those. If you look at the names, Thomas Sankara, they are all Francophones. So all these name how many English leaders you had that stood up or anything.
Their own. I think it's now they're now beginning to fight for their real leaders.
They are so funny. Do you know if they even owe you money? you come and meet them enjoying or wear new things and eating. And you like the typical Nigerian now. You don't know you pay your. He will tell you, so because I owe you, I will not eat. I will not enjoy myself. So annoying, the attitude.
I like them, Sha. Like the Cameroonians, those ones, they're always one-on-one with Nigerians. They want to, it's all about competition. You imagine Cameroonian go they abuse Tinubu. You go ask them, say, hey, even worst case scenario, even see your president. You know, some of them don't even know where their president is now.
But the African countries, I don't like Larry. Anything Congo. I don't want to describe those people.
I hope.
Those people are nice. I've met them before, but the only thing is that they are IQ, man. I hung around them, but they are very nice, but they are IQ level.
But Congo men are very fashionable, Sha.
Got nonsense and they wear culata.
Sapua, what's they call them?
Go carry fake Louis Vuitton, carry chain for jeans, torn jeans.
They wear yellow suits, green suits, red
green
suit.
Where which kind of thing?
Lemon green. Which one is green? Green is even better. Green is better. They wear lemon green.
True. And they will think they're on top of the world, though.
I'm telling you, fashion.
Even they can wear lemon green shoe.
I'm telling you.
Go to Gabon.
Have you seen their girls with mini, excessive mini like handkerchief? They sold.
Patoski, do you know they like to mash? Everything is to mash.
To match, exactly. I saw there's one documentary on was it Netflix? On is he the other DRs, the other Congo Brazzaville.
Yeah.
I saw a documentary there on Congo Brazzaville. They now try to document how they dress. If you see the dressing, somebody will wear red suit or lemon green trousers.
But they're very fashionable, Shao. It may be too much for you, but they are fashionable.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah, it's good. I think I just hope Africa is able to come together.
I don't stop catching for when I look at other Africans. I'm so sorry. As a Nigerian, I kind of wear chips on my shoulder.
No.
That will make a lot of difference.
They should start thinking about, doing things within Africa, trade, and a whole lot of things, right? Even normal
as the colonial master given a go ahead to do it.
Free borders.
I don't think anyone is stopping us, man. The only thing is that we have nothing to trade with ourselves. That's it. When people keep saying this,
one of my friends is telling me about Tanzania. That person said that Tanzania is like Florida, like Miami.
They have nice city, like Dar es Salaam is a very nice. If you look at it, the place look like Yankee.
Yeah. I'm a visit.
They have coastal. Tanzania.
I've forgotten that coastal side.
Zanzibar.
That's the Zanzibar. People do vacation there a lot. They do vacation there a lot.
One of my friends that just started a company there was telling me about that space. It's really, really, really nice. He was comparing it to Miami. Well, it's good. I just hope Africa
is a combination of two countries. It was Tanganyika and Zanzibar that they combined together to form Tanzania.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
That Zanzibar was actually a slave trade, this trans-Indian slave trade hub, where they used to keep all those Africans that they used to take to Arab land.
Mostly Muslims now.
Because they were colonized now. They were colonized. The initial colonization were by the Arabs.
And
that's why that's Swahili that they speak. Is an Arabic. Is Arabic.
No. Swahili is not Arabic.
Swahili is like a pidgin. Go and check it.
It's a combination of the local language.
It's a combination of Arabic and local language.
Arabic. Arabic is
Swahili from which country? Because
major.
there's Swahili in South Africa too. So
All
which
the
one of them?
Swahili, all the Swahili, Swahili is
East
Swahili.
African countries, all of them Swahili.
I
Uh,
don't think it has Arabic.
it
Oh,
has
it
it.
has
Matter, go and
it's
check it.
highly influenced by Arabic. Trust me,
And that's why when you see
hugely.
them coming to Saudi Arabia, all these Middle Eastern countries, all those Kenyan, Tanzania, they can easily learn Arabic because they have a background. Swahili is Arabic. There is Arabic inside Swahili.
I hope we're able to Africanize solutions.
No, but that African continental trade something is working. They've started.
So,
I
Baba,
think
what are they trading? What are they trading among themselves?
I think Nigeria exported some things to Tanzania and I think Kenya recently. They've started. I think the headquarters of ACTA is in Accra.
Yeah, I know. At least in tech, I think we're sharing technology. I know Kenya. Most Nigeria, there are a lot of Nigerian startup guys. That are in Kenya. But I think we still need to look for how to solve our problems in Africa. There are still a lot of things within ourselves that we can solve. Rather than we should just leave this ego and competition, unnecessary competition. The leaders.
I don't think it's ego or competition. It's the people that control things don't let you trade. It's not by accident.
Yeah. Probably I think
But Kulata, the things that we consume, do they make them in Africa?
Yeah, they do now.
Okay,
the raw materials, but the finished produce, no.
Exactly. So even can we use raw material to make anything?
And that's the whole essence of us trying to look for those things now. We can't keep exporting our raw material.
Well, before we can start
The
trading, we
basic
got to start
thing,
learning
what
to
I
make.
hate most is if you pick a child, even in the US here, not to talk about Switzerland, if you ask a child here in America where chocolate comes from, they will tell you Switzerland. No, they will not tell you it's Cote d'Ivoire or Ghana or Nigeria. They don't know
Well,
anything
and
about cocoa.
Baba, and that is right. Chocolate doesn't come from Africa. Yeah, that response is correct. You may
But
get a
what
raw
about the
material
cocoa?
cocoa.
The cocoa butter,
Cocoa is
cocoa
not
seed,
chocolate.
which
It
is
is not chocolate.
okay ingredient. Ask your little girl tomorrow or your boy the cocoa they use in chocolate, where it come from. He will still tell you Switzerland. He will tell you
Who
Europe.
told you not to make chocolate out of cacao?
That is the problem, Kulata.
And do you know,
Because if they refuse, that is the cash crop they have. The
another
people will revolt.
Papa,
Because without it, where will Cote d'Ivoire have money? Where will Ghana have money?
yeah, do you know another space that this lithium space? Have you looked at lithium space? Now, the lithium in Niger, they've, at least those people have actually gained their independence from them. And now the next point is Nigeria now. If you see what is happening within that space in Nigeria, you pity Nigeria. And that's where I think this Daily Alake, not all this policy, they should be on ground and work on all those things. It's really crazy now in Nigeria. As in lithium smuggling in Nigeria is crazy now.
My friend in Kano, I called him. I said, what about this mining stuff? He said lithium is what's going on. That if I want legitimate government backed, say ED. And if I want the other side, ED, the non-government backed, I was like shocked.
No, I'm telling you, Kulata, as in I was talking with some guys and I was looking at that space. I'm like, those are things that I think all these are lucky that blah 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 blah. Put foot on ground. Because now everybody is now diverted. They've now diverted. They left all those Niger, all those places because of those guys. Now everybody is now diverting to Nigeria. So that's now the business that is bustling in Nigeria now. It's not oil, it's lithium. Because they know that lithium is tomorrow is lithium.
Did you see the Oyo State people selling it on TikTok?
That's what I'm telling you now.
National assets, national product.
Go to
on TikTok.
Go to TikTok. See how they are selling lithium in TikTok.
They said that's why the price has crashed.
So
it's selling to whom, on Amazon or what? Who are the buyers?
the foreigners,
Who's buying it?
the Oyinbos now.
The Chinese.
Chinese, so they are Arab.
If you see the one Ghana also has lithium now. The one if you see the kind of arrangement Ghanaian government had with Australia, it's Australia that they even invite. I think the percentage that they said they even be giving Ghana is like 4% or 3% of the something. I don't know what is actually wrong with us.
For me, that's why all this, because
she wanted your battery. And you say what's wrong with us? You can't do battery, and they're giving you 4% for your debt. Yeah, now. Otherwise, it doesn't make of what use is it to you if you can use it. It's just dirt.
You got to keep in mind, before the white man came, all those minerals, were in the ground. We did nothing with them.
We did nothing with it.
No diamond, nothing. So we don't.
Okay, look
Do we know the use? What about copper?
Look at that. One I was watching one man, was it yesterday, that was showing that gold guy. That was that something.b. That was taking. They were basically taking gold from Nigeria. Have a good website, and
Okay, the one from Zamfara also.
Yeah, the one from Zamfara. I think I was watching it yesterday when one man was playing the video, and you ask yourself, what exactly is happening within that space? All of them are everybody's just playing
But why do we find it difficult to control our resources?
I don't even know.
Because if is it not the same? Even when we look at the Arabs, are they better than us?
I don't even know.
That's a big question.
Even in America, right?
They are better than you. Sorry.
Back then, they had
what
it called.
I said they are better. You guys continue.
I don't even know what's happening within that space, because I think what they just do is they just come in, bring money. Everybody's just doing. You give license, and some of the state governors now are not even challenging Ministry of Mineral Resources. This is Alake. I think they just busy giving everybody license, and those guys will come to your state, do whatsoever they want to do. And Alake will keep shouting, "Is a federal government this, is a federal government that." It's so unfortunate, because that's another space that I think we need to really look into.
Because that's where we can make more money.
Yeah. It seems they are not really looking into that.
I'm afraid you guys really should stop it. We can't make money from minerals. We cannot. The only way we can make money from minerals is if we're processing it in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's the major thing now. We have to process now. So what stops us from processing?
Otherwise, we're just going to degrade our environment for nothing.
No.
We won't make anything from it.
What stops us from processing?
Are they not degrading the society? I mean, the environment. Now, what are we gaining from it?
At least I know the only person I have done something is this.
Ulata, go to Chebi. Is it on your background that they're exploiting gold in Elisha?
This
Gilola. Is it only Elisha? The OAU campus, they've started exploiting gold in the land of OAU campus.
Chebi, you guys are doing now. The OAU is now denying. OAU management is denying that they don't know anything about it.
I passed the front of the place that they're doing it now. Chebi is near the road.
And now OAU is denying it, that they don't know anything about it.
They know. They know.
Even if you go to Ifewara, Abi, what's this place? That is it Ife? Yeah, Ifewara. There is gold in that place too.
There's gold all over our side in Osun State between Elisha and Ife.
What's the name of that company? Is it Segilola?
Segilola.
Those people are just chopping money. I think these are Demola.
If you go to that Osun River now, it's like a mud.
Because of the alluvial whatever that's coming from.
So what exactly?
And that's dangerous to the environment because they use mercury.
I'm telling
to
you.
separate it from the muddy water.
I pity all the people going to deep in Osun Osogbo because the water.
I don't they don't dig there again though, because that those times that they used to do all those things, that water is crystal clear. But now nobody can even touch the water again.
They've ruined it.
I know at the point a lot of people within that space were challenging Oni of Ife, because I think they said Oni of Ife, had one or two deals with some of those guys, some of those miners too. But I think government should. I don't know. That's a space I think they should. If you are looking for investors, not genuine investors that can do something, build something.
We are just too fixated on the fast one, which is the oil. So we are not bothered about the mineral resources, because there are giant miners in Canada, in Australia, in South Africa that can come. And I don't know why they are not coming to Nigeria at all.
Yeah, I don't even like this issue of this.
But I'm not sure I want them to come, because if they come, they will come and take the raw stuff and leave.
Yes. So that's why I said, for me, there are people, you just have to make that place attractive for Nigerians to be able to make it attractive. There are Nigerians that can do all those things. Most of all the things that you see, all these Chinese, all these blah, blah, blah. And Nigeria is just a country where you see a lot of foreigners, they don't even have paper, they don't even have anything.
You see all these stupid riffraff, God forgive me, Asians in the airport, like while I was in Nigeria, you just look at the person, some Chinese guy.
One of my
you
guys,
are seeing what you don't see, or what you refuse to see.
One of my guy in immigration that time in Abeokuta, that guy, that's where they make their own money. They know where those guys are. They just go papa. They make a whole lot of money from those guys, because a lot of those guys, they don't even have any paper. It's more like probably small.
No work permit, nothing.
No work permits, nothing. So, and once they hear immigration, see the way they will be running. Blah 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 blah. Nigeria is also, I don't even know. Everybody, if you see what these Chinese people are doing with these minerals, these are minerals.
Are they doing it? They are doing it in connivance with Nigerians now.
No,
So
it's illegal and everything. Okay, look at what happened in Oyo. That blast that happened is it in Ibadan?
In Ibadan, yeah.
Yeah. That even people didn't even know residential area. They took dynamite at what? They took it to residential area.
I think they store it inside one of the
flats now. So it's I don't know. We are not just serious. There is more.
So to me, if you look, it's only that we just have to be optimistic. Because if you look at the way we behave,
when you look at it, we are self-sabotaging. Yari, who was governor of Zamfara, that was how he made all his money. The money he wanted to use to fight for the Senate presidency, and was giving each senator how much? Thousands, tens of
all
thousands
this banditry is not all about
the governor was
mineral
complicit.
resources.
Yeah.
All of them.
It is the people. Imagine
Even
if Niger Delta starts revolting.
there was a time, even Abdul Salam, they said he has an helicopter that he used to supply these bandits food and all their ammunition.
All of them. Okay, see today now, Ribadu is shouting that most of the ammunitions that the bandits use are actually Nigerian ammunition.
It's self-sabotage. Look, Danjuma now, how Danjuma has a private airport now in Taraba with his own what's it called? A dam hotel, everything he has in Taraba. Airport, not a strip. It was a former airstrip, which he converted.
You see?
In the north.
We just have to for me, I think the major thing is to be optimistic and just hope that, with time, things are going to change.
No, it can't change because this is
how will it change? How?
Me, I don't know. That is one by one now. There are a lot of cabal. Cabal is everywhere in Nigeria now. You talk about this, there's this cabal of this thing. You talk about this mining now. Mining like from like 3, 4, 5 years.
Larry, today, yesterday you said Tinubu should arrest everybody. Today you're talking about cabals.
No.
So
maybe Prince Daddy, who is going to do the thing? But yesterday you said Tinubu cannot do anything. Then I now said let's be optimistic. Probably someone else will come and be able to face them.
No, today you're acknowledging that there are cabals. There are cabals that control stuff, that have power.
But wait, gentlemen,
go against them.
Why don't we want to face reality? Relatively, we have 2 countries, one north, one south. I'm telling you, let's face reality. Because the other day they were talking of somebody having a strip, a church. I was against it, only to read that even Danjimo has his own airport. What am I talking about? And what do you think he's using that airport in a remote part of Nigeria? What's he using it for?
When they divide our country now, go airports.
Let me tell you, if they divide that country, the status quo will still be maintained. We are not.
You guys think it's by division? Do you think Yoruba people don't do those things?
I don't even know. You know the thing is, I just hope one bad guy becomes president that doesn't even look at anybody. Change anybody. I don't know.
That's not gonna happen now.
We have wild imagination.
And we don't change our mentality. Nothing will change.
What civilian wild guy can come to power that will have any power to do anything that is of that magnitude if it's not military?
Yeah, but we don't want military now. So
even
let me tell you the solution.
Our military itself, not the old military. All these military are corrupt now. Forget about military.
The military is more corrupt than the
military uniform. They are just politicians in military uniform.
My point is that for what Larry is talking about, you need somebody who has a gun pointed at the people to do anything. Because if you want to use your normal democracy that you guys are doing, it doesn't work.
I have a solution. It's very simple.
Okay.
First of all, you guys are not going to restructure, so let's forget all that nonsense. Sell the country to Dangote, Adeleke, or Tedola, and Mike Adenuga. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Sell everything sellable to those guys and let them build the new treble in Nigeria, and everybody will have jobs eventually.
I think you and Zita, you're writing the same book.
I'm not kidding.
Sell everything. I like it.
Sell everything. When everything is sold.
Palapa, I know it will be better. They should privatize.
What do we do with the money?
They should privatize all 36 states.
They should privatize everything because that's the only thing efficiency will come.
Who keeps the money from the
wants to
sale?
make money, so you go to work.
They should share for everybody, even we in the
Whatever they do with money, no concern me. But at least we'll have ongoing operation will be going on.
There will be work going on, Abi.
What will be going on?
Now I'll collect my share. My children will collect their own. Everybody will collect that. We know that at least everybody will collected our share. Yes, now. Because me, I don't even know.
You say Ogun State is for sale.
I think you put it in. I can help them put it in NASDAQ.
Come on, run it. Make it a company.
Everybody come and.
I think it's a long time. The British shouldn't have lumped most African countries.
Yeah, but it's not by. Why do we all think, like Yoruba people are innocent? Or when we're amongst each other, we won't do each other bad.
Ibadan against Ijebu against Ekiti.
But that's when by the time you are together, that's when you see your differences more.
Bad guys. Look at states. A whole single state. Ijebu wants to be governor. Abeokuta wants to be governor. Yewa wants to be governor. And everything is all about, every day is Ijebu versus Abeokuta. Even though we know the Yewa people, those ones cannot fight. But
you know what?
They can't fight. Those ones are.
Who told you they can't fight?
No, Baba, those ones, you know how to.
So don't give them the governorship next time around. See.
If we don't want to give them, we won't give them. There is yes now.
Ara oni rokun, ara oni radi.
Baba, we've done that for them several. Even the one that Obasanjo wants to give them by force, they still didn't give them. So that one is.
Have they ever ruled Ogun State, the Yoruba people?
No,
never.
Never.
So what are they going to do, Baba? Why are you saying that they can't make
They are now strongly agitating.
No,
They
Baba.
are now conscious.
Baba.
They've woken up.
Baba, I'm telling you, me, I'm from Ogun State. That they are strong agitation. They just still need to come and beg, and they are begging presently. If they don't beg, forget that thing. It's still going to be within Abeokuta and Ijebu. You know, sometimes.
Then you people should not cross Otao.
No, forget which Otao we're not going to cross. Even the whole Otao, we.
Àwọn ìgọmọdé àfàlẹjà àfikótí ojú ẹgbà.
No, Larry, Baba ń ṣeré ni wọ́n dá Baba lọ.
Even within Abeokuta itself, there is still this division between Egba, the Owu, and the Owu. You know,
even Ijebu, are they one? They are not one now. The Remo, the other, there are so many things. Forget about it.
You know, it's still a whole lot of things. But for me, I think
come to my state. That's when you start seeing the gestures, this thing. Everybody start
a lot of division, a lot of everything. I think the most major thing is like probably they need to privatize as
the countries that have divided. Sudan is an example. Look at the two Sudan today. Where are they?
So those ones, I think division is not really the solution. Like
it's not the solution.
We should have bigger West Africa, but the only thing is just how to manage, to me, I always think the main solution is to just allow locality to govern themselves. Like local government should be, those ethnic groups, they should just be a local government of their own. So that we don't have all these my tongue.
No, I think the major anything business.
But then you have a country, you know.
I think government should not even do anything business. Government should just focus on normal public administration.
You know, that was why I was trying to talk to Patuski when he was saying Tinubu said that he's going to cultivate 2/3 of arable land. How can government cultivate? Who is going to manage it? Those things, you know, that those things are those kind of promises dead on arrival.
Not government.
How can government tell you that I want? So anybody that's telling you know that is lying. Don't believe such a thing. It's not possible.
Talk. It's political talk.
I don't even want government to do anything. They should just focus on public administration. And they should just focus on those things. Anything business. That NNPC, everything, sell it. But my own is what I love is I want Nigerians to be able to take ownership of things. And that's why for me, every day, I'm always happy that the likes of Owando, Surplus are taking ownership of things.
Let me tell you, let me propose the Middle Eastern this thing. Let us just look for a reasonable family, one family to be ruling Nigeria. That's all. We don't need the election again.
One family.
So that yes,
they will kill Nigerians, go kill that family. Finish.
If the family knows you want to say now, lose my wife, your state. I be Kano.
You know, because let me tell you, that is what is working for them in the Middle East too. And that's why they can take decision and if you messed up, they can take you, imprison you, do anything with you.
That family, I don't even know. But I think the major thing is a lot of things, right? Like take for instance that Ajaokuta, if I were government, go and sell it scrap.
Sell that thing.
Sell it scrap. Go those call lion bender. They should just come and sell it scrap. Don't even waste any money there. No, don't focus on refurbishing, anything. Iron bender, go there, cut everything. Let's sell it scrap, and let's know that we don't have that thing again.
The thing even is already empty.
Larry, let me tell you something. Larry, let me tell you something. All our NNPC JVs, right? If we sell those JVs and NNPC is 40% or 45% and the JVs are 55%, Nigeria will be making money.
Of course now.
Look at NNNG. Have you heard any problem with NNNG since they started?
No problem whatsoever.
Of course now. You know, that's why I said, you know, Prince Daddy, that was what I was saying. For me, I believe if Tinubu really wants, you should just close his eyes. Forget about politics or anything. Let Nigeria be better. He should just do. Forget about and pacify.
But you guys, Nigerians don't understand what these things that people are talking about. We want to just okay. By the time he started selling those things, now if you see the way Nigerians will be talking, hey, he just selling this to his friend. Though, hey, look at Ohando. Hey, look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
Atiku said he will sell everything, and we kicked
Why
against
should
it.
any reasonable Nigerian be talking about even all these are old refinery that we should be talking about our refinery has to work out to work out to.
Do you think
When
it's
I hear people say that, I get real
if
irritated.
there is, look at the situation where there is nothing like second term, where it's just 6 years? We'll have the best president that doesn't even care about anything. You will just do any things that will
God,
make.
you don't need to come back for them for votes.
I'm not even thinking of I want to go and beg anybody. Immediately I get there, 6 years. For that 6 years, I will do what I think I want to do and fix everything. Nothing like
But that's if you intend to do good, because you can use that 5 years and say, I'm not begging for vote, I'm going to steal every single
But
thing like Abu Salam.
the issue is that this mentality is okay. You now want to be a godfather. You want to steal as much as possible so that you can now be determining who will succeed you. The successors.
Walai, take economic activities away from the government. Put it in the hands of private people. Honestly speaking,
I'm telling you.
Nonsense. Like,
let's all this nonsense and NPC and blah, blah.
Actually, government has no business in doing business. Honestly, it's not the business of government to do business.
Just forget all these.
It should be in private hands.
Together,
call them one day.
Anything government runs, man, it's always pathetic. Even here in America, whenever good
the thing is,
government-run agencies, I'm like,
government
it's a little bit disorganized.
When government runs
as a private, you know.
You know, an average citizen have that belief that it's for government now. Then is you know, if government, take for instance now, government has a farm. Do you think an average citizen believes? They just think that it's more of government subsidize this thing.
No, everybody will just take their own now. We start taking their own. Yes, no.
It's not government thing. Is it not our thing?
Anything government does not belong to anybody.
And it's for us. They say it's for us now.
Because whether that thing work or not, the minister in charge will still collect his salary.
Ogata.
But if it's a private entity, if that thing doesn't work, the CEO knows that it's not making.
No, I think that's the truth. If they really want to do that, right, if they can sell. Worst case scenario, sell and pump that money into our reserve.
You know, Larry, if Nigerians really understand the decades in that country, I don't think they should be having hope in any president or whatever.
They should just sell. You know, Nigeria is a lot of things. Any small thing now, before you know, you start seeing lawsuits flying around, injunction. Hey, blah 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 blah.
Simba, you know, if I become president of Nigeria, I don't want another way I can do it. You see all these agencies, right? I will hire private staffing agency to manage, I'll contract it, the management, I'll contract it to a private staffing agency.
You won't last 1 month.
No. The thing is, no.
Professor, I was civil servant, the contract staff.
No. The civil servant will be there, but the management, kind of like the people that will manage the civil servant, will be a private agency. You understand?
Yeah.
So that private agency will be the boss of the civil servant. So that private agency knows that I'll contract this thing to them, and it must profit, it must produce, you understand? Because the private agency will know that the another staffing agency, I can fire them and replace them. You understand? So the private agency now will oversee the civil servants, and they will be the one making sure the civil servants are working. Because they know if the civil servants don't work, they don't produce, guess what? They will lose their management contracts. But if you put the agency, if you put civil servant in charge of civil servant, they are all civil servant, they are all collecting salary. Nobody will make sure anybody is productive.
You know, my own problem is even all these agencies. What's the usefulness of a lot of all these agencies? And even till today, you are still seeing Senate. Any small thing, they want to create an agency. Any small thing, they want to create an agency.
No, the agency won't be under government. It's a private agency now.
Yeah. They should scrap everything and then
no, you don't get it. Like it's like a private agency, is like a private company. But what they do is they're a staffing agency. I don't know in America. I don't know if in America they have something called staffing agency. They are the one that in charge of recruitment.
Yeah, I know now.
Yeah.
For me,
Or are they managing? Are they managing civil service in the US? No, no.
No, we don't have,
So
we
there's
can
nothing
create,
much
that's
on.
a new idea now. It's a new idea, you know.
They won't that thing. I know what I was talking about. I've managed a staffing agency in Nigeria before. It's how do I put it now? It will be you see, when we started with that outsourcing model, creating a staffing agency in Nigeria, we started with the banks. You need to come and see the opposition we faced. Oh, this and that. We started with tellers and some other things.
The Workforce Bank was using, is it Workforce? First Bank was using one.
Yeah, Workforce,
Yes.
RIL,
I know that Workforce that time.
Workforce, one guy learning Workforce, RIL, Vic Lawrence, a number of them. Even later, Philip Consulting joined us.
Consulting, yeah, I know.
Yeah, they joined us, and then some other companies they have joined us. Now we used to do for Heritage Bank, Keystone Bank. We're doing for Airtel. We did for MTN. We did for Etisalat. We did for even British Council, even British High Commission. Rather, we did quite a number of organizations. There are all these power companies, and the point is that when we started, oh, Billy, come and see labor, come and see. Say no, they want to turn everybody to contract this, they want to do this, they want to do that.
That's the problem of Nigeria. Now, that labor, this union self is another problem in Nigeria.
Well, is good though.
Union is good, but for Nigeria, I don't know.
If you're working in the US or the West now, like where I am now, I'm doing something with government here. For the first time, I'm doing something that has to do with union. It's so enjoyable. You enjoy your work. You feel protected. The job I'm doing now, for the first time in my 30 years career, I'm working as in a unionized role. You understand? I used to, I was like, oh, so this is how it is. Though you pay some dues and everything, but you are protected. And then they have collective bargaining arrangements. They have. It's good if the union do their work. The workers are.
But in Nigeria, the union in Nigeria, I don't know. Any slight.
Union will not say that staff should not work now.
The union in Nigeria they are not working for Nigerians now. They are just politicians that are just. How can you all those trade union, all those NLC? They are just even Eshu, very very useless unions.
Looking for opportunity to.
If you want to do anything to kind of like change the educational system, tertiary institution, before Asu is, hey, no, it can never work. Oh no, blah blah.
Because everybody is enjoying the status quo.
I'm telling you, any slight thing, no, on strike. Oh, blah blah.
Look at when they said the lecturers should join IPPIS, just because majority of them are working in 3-4 places. That was why they were against it now.
No, we can't. No, God forgive me. At the point I was like, can
IPPIS? Okay, that sorry,
integrated payroll, whatever.
I was wondering why were they opposed to it?
No, because some of them were working in 3 universities at the same time now and collecting.
They were working where?
Like 3 government universities at the same time.
But that's bad now. When we are saying that there's no job.
That's Nigeria for you. So
people are looking for work.
Oh, you see, when after they fought for the extension of their this thing that okay, if you're a professor, you can work till the age of 70. Most of them that live to that age, they don't retire after that. After retirement, they still take contract job. And all those things, if they started IPPIS, they won't be able to be doing that. So that's what they do.
No, they know what they're doing.
So now, until they go Johnson, nobody can.
Government,
they will go on strike now. Then you see that people will be supporting them against the government.
Remove them from IPPIS. They've removed them.
They've removed them now.
They've removed them. Any slight thing.
But is there a way they can do it that they will find out who is? They don't need IPPIS now.
Those guys, the problem, Patoski. Those guys don't even want you to do anything.
No, this is it. Let me tell you the issue. You see, this national identity system, we should do it that we have our social security number become sacrosanct. So there's no way you can be doing 2 jobs Nobody will hire you without your social security number.
Wait, Patrick, if you've read about the new tax
Abi?
bill or whatever they're doing, please speak to it. I've not read it. So if
I've
you
not.
guys have read it.
I've
No,
not.
I think it's
Because
just
what you guys are saying applies to it. But
no.
me, I've not read it, so I
I
can't
think
speak on it.
I think it's just normal. Not normal thing now. That thing. I think
Yeah, but they said they have the ability to see your income, whether you try to hide it or not.
yes. Now if they kind of like like now every transaction, at least every just like we have this BVN. So if you have a TIN number, they're going to link. Now I think they've linked BVN and NIMC now. So basically, if you have a TIN, so they just kind of like link it also. So with that, if you have one single TIN, then across wherever you actually have all your accounts, it's still going to be the same thing. So I think what they are trying to do is to link everything at have a single point of
Exactly. So if you are doing 3 jobs, no problem, as long as you are paying the taxes.
yes,
If your
that's why
income
they are more
goes,
like everybody is
I don't know
both
about drop share from our
new and existing accounts needs to have TIN number.
But let me tell you, don't you know that this kind of thing is actually affect productivity? Let me give for example. If you are, because they also call something locum.
Okay.
You understand? You have your primary place of work, then you now go. People are more loyal to where they doing locum than where they have their primary place of work.
Because that primary is government. The locum is their
Exactly.
personal.
Doctor, another way that doctors are doing using their own
Locum.
doctors. One doctor, 5 hospitals at the same time.
You see, but let them be paying the taxes. If, for example, you are doing extra job, if your regular job is making 1.5 million for you now, you do extra, it's making you 2.5, and your tax increase to the point that you are paying almost 800,000. You will just say, beg, let me just be doing the 1.5 and be relaxing my life.
Of course, now Nigeria. That's why I said for me personally, I think Tinubu is trying. There is a whole lot of policies.
Yeah. But it needs to settle food inflation. If not, all this is policy. They will use the people against him. That's
that
what we are saying.
Patoski, that food inflation of the thing. That is, for me, I think there is limits to what he can do. If the
It's even to me that food inflation is a relative thing, though. It's not even an absolute inflation. It's a relative inflation.
There's even limit to what he can do. Probably if he can actually get the support of the subnationals, then probably they can start thinking of that. Because as of today, all the lands still belongs to the states.
But what about importation for a quick relief?
No, that importation.
Importation, you are still talking about subsidy. There's no way you import. And you see, there's no way you can sell at a price that will be
there needs to be
affordable to
some sort
Nigeria.
of subsidy, like if it's to make food cheap, because all these farmers just promised Tinubu, governors, they promise they don't do anything. He has no power over them.
Importation, Kolata, is only
and people are hungry.
Kolata is only if probably the government themselves, right? Probably they have some relationship with country to country, and government is the one importing. I don't want this issue of we are opening, people should just go and import, and everybody's looking for forex to go and import, and all those things. So if they want to do that, I think what government can actually do, talk to some African countries, sign good agreements with them, buy some of those things and bring it in, and let government just undo that. Probably they should just kind of like have a time. Probably, okay, fine, we're going to do this for like 6 months. Not this issue of everybody go and import. Everybody's looking for dollars and everything. So I think that with that, I think they can really.
No, and you get any suru. You want to tell me that there's no food in Nigeria? Why are you talking about food importation?
But why is food expensive? That's the question.
No, it's expensive.
Me, I'm after the
It will be expensive because that is the price you can sell it. That you have input.
Patoski, you know why?
You can't sell below the cost price now.
It's expensive.
So how can you make sure that the cost of producing food drops so that people can have something reasonable? Since we know the problem now.
the price can never go down. You know why? In as much as it's profitable for me as a farmer to sell to a neighboring country, and I'm going to get something, that is more valuable than what I will get in Nigeria. Even if you subsidize me today, government is giving me fertilizer and everything. The next thing I want to do is to go and sell to that place that will make better money.
So what you are saying now is because our exchange rate is low.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening
so
in the
export
north now.
is.
Do you know
export
all
is
those rice?
attractive.
What do you think happened to all those rice farmers in the north? With all
You know,
the
that is why I said that the inflation is a relative inflation. It's not an
So
absolute thing.
export is attractive because of the
now
devaluation.
It's cheaper. Food is cheaper in Nigeria relatively. It's
now.
because of our foreign exchange.
So Patoski, do you know how this guy smuggled foodstuffs to Niger, Cameroon? Because it's for them because of the exchange rate. So they smuggle every day. They are smuggling. So that's why for me, even if governments do, government subsidize.
So
Because
before now smuggle for import and we get. Now
no,
we have small export
yes,
smuggling.
now, do you know that at a point during that I think custom arrested a lot of them. When, the basic thing you are seeing now is particularly the northerners, rather than them bringing things to sell in Nigeria because it's better for them to take it outside.
Larry, before, whenever there is the increase in price of maize in Nigeria, we used to go to Benin Republic, Niger, all those things to go and bring maize to Nigeria. But now the reverse is the case. It's from Nigeria that is going out to all those countries.
So that's exactly what's
So
happening.
when people are talking about importing, I don't even know. Let me tell you, you import at the price of wherever country you want to import it from. You can't come and sell it. So if you want to, you think that if they import it, the price will be cheaper in Nigeria. It won't be higher.
So for me, I just think, you see, to solve this thing.
So what's the solution now?
Sorry, Simba, there's some crops, grains especially, that we don't make enough. We don't make enough grains in Nigeria. And
I
mostly
learned that we
grains.
have the largest grain market in Nigeria.
Kulata, just Google what is price per tons of maize in dollars, and you convert it, and you see that it's not, even if you want to bring to Nigeria will not be able to afford it.
And that's why I said it's subsidy now. If we want to subsidize that, because basically governments go buy and bring it to the market, slash the price, and subsidize
And
that.
they will take it to Benin to go and sell again.
So that the fact that we don't even have our border is so porous, and that's why for me I really like if Tinubu
whatever government want to do to assist people, it will not work.
If Tinubu can do that national revenue agency that they want to do, let custom focus on their core mandates and leave revenue.
No, is it possible to increase the purchasing power of Nigeria so that we'll be at parity? What if we are at the parity? Then we will not be talking. Because in Cameroon, they are not talking about CNG. In Benin Republic, in Ghana, and all those, they are not. So what is happening? Why are Nigerians not able to afford petrol? And relatively, it's even cheaper in our country than those countries.
Simba, that purchasing power that you're saying, I know your thought is probably give people more money, right? Giving them more money, don't forget, inflation will also increase.
It will not. Let me tell you, it will, that I don't share that idea again. We have already reached our peak. It will not cost any. Let me tell you, Nigerians don't sell. They have all this food that you are seeing. You see people, even food getting rotten, getting bad. You understand? It's not. Things are not moving.
Simba.
Any money that comes to Nigerian hands now, it's not going to cause any inflation. Believe me.
Now, if you give Nigerians,
it's just theory that people are just theory stuff.
Theory now, it's a normal thing. Give everybody minimum wage 200,000, right? Maximum in 1 month.
Okay, the 70,000 that they increased to, what inflation has it led to?
No, now even the 70,000.
When Obasanjo came that time and increased the minimum wage, does it lead to inflation?
Simba, wait now. Give everybody to 200,000. I'll be minimum wage, and probably, probably in rank, probably some people will be taking like 500.
People are. It's not only food that people use money for now. Why are you thinking that? Okay, by the time they give them money, it's only food.
What you are saying invariably is the woman in the market should make her own price constant. Why the purchasing power of probably the
woman in the market will be able to sell more. People are not selling. They are not selling now.
The woman in the market will also look for a way to increase his or her own price. Our price. That's the major thing. Don't expect that.
Looking at the behavioral side of things right now.
So yes, don't look at probably the woman in the market will say, "Oh, okay, don't worry." No, the woman in the market also wants to increase it. Do you remember that Obasanjo's period?
That Larry, that's not the way. Okay, I cannot say. Let me tell you.
Wait now, that Obasanjo. Let me tell you an average thing that happened in the market. That Obasanjo period. Do you remember that was the point where people were? You remember Gbemuaremu, Patoski, Gbemuaremu. What happened in the market? The market woman, all of them came together and said, everything is increasing. You have money now, Gbemuaremu. When civil servants go to the market, what do you say?
Everybody wanted to share from the market.
Yes, now when civil servants go to the market, everybody so with time, everything evened up. So that market that you see, the average woman in the market also wants to get her own share of it. So it's only probably you are expecting that probably that woman behaviorally, that woman will kind of like, no, no, it's not like that now. So it will even up.
And there was Simba, there was economic expansion under Obasanjo. So naturally there will be inflation due to growth. So it kind of like there was equilibrium. We were expanding the economy and inflation will go naturally. So productivity increased under Obasanjo at the same time with money. In this case, productivity is still shit. And then you tell them to pay them more money.
Pay them, and at the end of the day, it will even up. There's no way it won't even up now.
But don't you think that now that even they don't even have the power to purchase anything, it's also killing productivity?
Well, you see, it's I think another thing that I think we're trying to
a lot of businesses are being folded up because people don't have capacity to buy their products.
You know, the thing is what I see, and I think this is part of what they are trying to do.
So you people should look at it on both ways. When you say, okay, if they increase, it will the productivity now. There's no productivity now because purchasing power is very low.
Simba, there is a way government can subsidize production, right? That can actually still make price normalize. Right. So if that is what government is doing, you can also still make price normalize.
Give us an idea. Where can government subsidize production in Nigeria that you think can work? Tell me.
Okay, take for instance now. What's the interest rates? Interest rates in Nigeria. If you are giving business guys half of that and they have access to that, you are giving them single-digit interest rates. Do you know what that can actually do for most of those guys?
A reduction in import duties.
So you think if I can get money in Nigeria at single digits, do you know what that can do for me as a businessman?
You can get it now. So why can't you get it? You can get it now. But what you need to get, people are not interested because how many people are even ready to pay back? Go to Bank of Industry. They are still giving at single digits.
How many? No, Bank of Industry is not giving single digits.
They are giving now.
Nobody.
Agricultural Bank, BOI, they are giving. Not
they are giving.
They are giving.
So
they are giving single digits.
If that is, it's easy and everybody have access, like you have a business, not trading, not all these importer exporter. You are doing something in Nigeria because most of what you see in Nigeria is importer exporter. I mean, those ones are not really business that can grow an economy.
The way they do their own, maybe you don't have information that because it's something that I've tried.
Okay.
You understand? 2018, I took 10 million from them, 10 million naira from back of industry.
Okay.
And even that time, they just collect, because though before you can collect that one, you need collateral, and you must give them your business plan. You understand? And they will supervise it. You understand? But most Nigerians will not pass. They don't want to even pass through all those that kind. And I got it within 6 months.
But you see, the thing is, okay, take for instance
6
now,
months to get
an average business. What's the cheapest?
Because I started late 2019, and it was COVID that actually delayed the something.
Simba.
And they give me how many months moratorium? I think they gave me another 6 month moratorium.
The problem, Simba, we are saying nobody who recognizes one you just tapped into now or talked about, because they are not ready for all this business planting.
Of course,
Nigeria just want to line up, fill a form, at that same day he gets approval. In the evening, they credit his account.
Okay, why do you think people go for Bomule Lanta?
You know, Larry, that is what you are talking about. Nigerians are not ready to do things in the right way.
No, because
You
a number of
This
them,
month is huge
they
now.
go for Bomule Lanta because a number of them, they don't have collaterals.
They don't have
That's
collateral.
the point.
If you
Some
want
of these
Bomule
are
Lanta,
small businesses struggling.
if
They
you want
don't have
Bomule Lanta,
collateral.
if you want Bomule
What did you guys call it again?
Bomule Lanta.
Bomule
Bomule Lanta.
Loan
Give me-
gbóná ni.
tó bá Bomule Lanta, ó máa born ẹni
Ó
now.
máa bọ́ọ̀nù ẹ̀, àwọn bọ́ọ̀nù.
Oh, sorry. God. Okay, make you understand.
Ọmú.
Your breast. Put it on the lantern. You know lantern now. You don't. Ọmọ alákọ̀wé ni kulata kò tó gbé lantern.
Atoske, I want to ask you a question. Why don't you, the federal government, enforce the commercial bank to give all these SME a small, what do you call it, a loan?
No, what did you say? Why don't?
I'm trying to say maybe the federal government should promulgate a law, or probably ask the commercial bank to give this set of people a loan below maybe 2 million at an interest that is extremely low.
Remy, let me give you.
That's what we are saying here.
Jai's Bank. Let me give you what Jai's Bank. When Jai's Bank came, they started doing business with people. In fact, it's like a partnership that they were doing. You know, now they have cancelled it because Nigerians are very bad. They don't manage their business well. Most of this business failed.
So the same thing one day Emefiele gave them. What did they do? Have they returned it?
They won't return it. No, but I have a friend that collected about 20 million to start the poultry. And he's thriving. He's really doing fine.
Forget about your friend. Your friend, maybe it's 1 in a million.
Forget that Emefiele one, no, Baba. That Emefiele one is armed robber. Because that
at the end of the day, Nigerian people see all this kind of
Emefiele one. They want to give you 2 million. Those guys is CBN. Those is boys who collect 500. Somebody will collect something. Maybe at the end of the day, they just tell you, "Don't worry, the money will."
Is it not Uncle borrower that you are talking about?
Is it Uncle borrower?
I'm not even talking about Uncle borrower. We are talking about
let me tell you, I will not propose anything different from what the way back of industry are doing their own. Believe me.
But back maybe it's for big player, not for SME.
No, even for small player, but you have to have
for small player. Plan. What are you saying?
No. What I would suggest is this: like here now, even if you want to start an entrepreneur, you want to be an entrepreneur, anything you want to do, everybody must register a company, and with that company come with a TIN number, your tax number with it. So all this Yaloja, Bomulinta or Bomuli, whatever, first go and register a company. And then with your registered company, the government can now follow you once filing your returns. And then you have your tax number. With this way, I think they can now, at least they can know these people that this way can make them find a way to give them this kind of loan. And they can trace them easily. So,
the one from back of industry.
In Nigeria, everybody does do business without no proper formal registration. A lot of people are making a killing in Nigeria. You might call yourself a small business owner, but your shop is more than 50 million naira or 100 million naira. You don't pay tax, and you just say you pay 20,000, 30,000 naira a year as indirect tax, and you say you are paying tax. That is not tax. So maybe as we are continuing to grow, and you are right, Nigeria does not want change. They want the status quo to remain, just to continue to enjoy. That's why they say. And when we people say, you see a lot of foreigners. Each time I go home, I see a lot of people, white people, even from Asia, everybody, they are flocking into Nigeria, and the economy is bad. Why are they? What are they doing there? Why are they flocking into that country?
Shall I tell you one thing? Shall I tell you one thing on this issue? Let me tell you one thing, guys, on this issue.
Yeah.
You see, all these are brothers that are doing importer and exporter. A large number of them, they don't even have company. They do it on their personal name. That's an enterprise or anything.
But are they registered?
The rule is this. Normally, the rule is this. The way the tax system is structured is that you that you are an enterprise and me that I'm a civil servant, at the end of the year, our tax is supposed to be the same. It should be such that this money you are making from your business, so it will be treated as if you are earning it as a salary. So people like Ekene are supposed to be paying as much tax as some of us were paying when we're in Nigeria. But because they don't pay, that's why it looks like those guys have money more than the rest.
So why not bring them in and let formalize it so that they can do the right
responsibility. That's the responsibility of government.
Yeah. That's exactly what they want to do now.
You see a lot of people, they will leave business and start going back to school.
No, I think that's what they want to do now. With this,
with the tax bill,
they just want to do it now. 2 years,
No. Let me tell you something. That bill will be passed.
You are not talking as all this thing is magical.
This is not even current anymore, Steph.
Which one is current? I say it's almost 2 years.
No. This tax bill is already with the rep, and they are going to pass it before this year, December, because it has to start from January.
And start next year. That'll be another almost 2 years. We are saying the same.
No, it's starting from January.
Military regime to be decree. Why are you talking as if all these things is something that somebody will just wake up one day and say, okay, yeah, start?
No, as of rep, harmonizing tax bill, one thing. And they are harmonizing that it was last month.
Okay.
And the bill has been there last month, and they are harmonizing the tax system so that everybody, they are now even saying that even if you don't get your tax number, the government will give it to you through your BVN and your NIN number. They will give you a tax identification number immediately. And if you fail to do it, or you are trying to dodge it, they will fine you heavily. So
Remy, that was why I said I like that model of the way Bank of Industry had. There's no way you go to Bank of Industry, you want to take a loan without the tax identification number.
Yes. So
you know
that Nigeria does not even to hear the word tax. It's like
and
but you know what they now do by time, and then you must open an account in the name of that company that you have registered. But Nigerians, by the time they start the business, instead of giving that account for their customer to be paying the money, they give their own personal accounts. So there's no way.
One more now, one more, because the tax authority have access to your income through your bank. So what is that account?
So are they really monitoring it? That's the issue.
You want to enjoy.
No, I think this I think Taiwo guy is really working.
Yeah, so and that's Zakadede, both of them. These people
I think Taiwo and Zak are really
Larry, it's so worse that some people don't even use their own account. They will use the account of their children, their wife. You understand?
Remy,
Simba. You guys
are talking at the same time. So the thing is this.
Ohun wa ò jọra rárá
Ohun
àtọ̀.
wa ò jọra, but bá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Ìlọrin ni bàbá Yèmí ò ń ṣe, àbí Ọ̀ṣun ni èmi ò dẹ̀ ń ṣe
No.
Ọ̀ṣun.
I think it's because
Rẹ̀mí olóhùn agogo.
People always
Dripsy fún lórúkọ kan gbà kan.
People always find a way around everything. It happens everywhere now. People always, even in the US,
even in the West.
Even in the US, yeah. You know, people, there are some pokoye like that. Yeah, if you want to do anything with them, they tell you it's cash. Like
even Africans do that.
Yes. Even here. In fact, my landlord, if I want to pay and I say I will pay to his account, we say no, I should go and bring cash.
Even here, there's this place that we used to go and kill goats. You want to kill goats, you want to kill cow. That guy, no matter how much you don't bring cash, you are joking. And do you know the number of people that go to that guy's abattoir?
I'm telling you
everything. Like, I was still there this weekend now. Everything we bought there, the goats, some of my friends did cow, everything. Even if you are bringing 2,000, 3,000, everything has to be cash. So those are things that I expected. You know, people always find a way around it.
But I mean, it will reduce.
Exactly. So don't expect that whatever
it will be perfect.
Eliminate it. It's not going to be perfect, but at least it will reduce.
Even when some people report their taxes, they will still find a way around to make it minimal.
Patoski, the way they do it here is that there is a limit to your cash deposit. And there's also a limit to your cash withdrawal. So in here, at least I took my car to a mechanic before and he want to collect cash. I paid him cash. And the other time the car has a problem, I took it to him again that what he did the last time, he didn't do it very well. So he now said, I want to pay. He said, no, he cannot collect cash anymore. And I asked him why. He said the tax authority already came to his workshop twice. That if he dare do it again, they will seize his license. He will not be able to operate again. Immediately, I paid through my card. So they enforce the law, not just sit down in the office and saying by mouth.
Go
out and do your job.
Why that is easy here? That is easy here is the fact that it's not just the government; it's every aspect of the value chain is working. Government is working. The bank is working. Everywhere. Everywhere is working. So, but in Nigeria, because you can't even do that thing without you having the full support of the bank, and that's why
you can't even have. I mean, given that population, banks individual account no
Larry.
So, but it will reduce.
Patoski, you guys are bankers.
I'm not a banker. It's Larry.
I was a banker. Yeah,
Patoski was a banker now.
It will be tight.
But it will be that is not here.
Patoski, number one problem of that country is you guys.
No,
not you guys.
Patoski, I was listening to
now.
I was listening to.
Okay, look at this forex. Look at this forex. Particularly all the big boys in GTB, particularly GTB. All those guys in GTB, all of them now don't leave Nigeria now. Where they make money, no be forex. Everybody in
GTB. GT already share forex deals.
Hey, more Patoski, GT.
I didn't tell you. All the forex deals.
All the guys I know in GT, all of them were forex.
If you know people where they make money from forex, let me give you. The people that made money from forex are the merchant bank of those days, and some of those merchant banks are still running universal banks now. That's like
Patoski. We used to have, where are those banks now?
Intercontinental
something measure bank. Where are they now?
FCMB was the merchant bank now. FCMB used to be 4 City Merchant Bank. You understand?
Before they now change it to Monument.
Intercontinental used to be Intercontinental Merchant Bank. NAL Merchant Bank. NAL is now part of which bank now? I don't know which bank even. I don't know why.
Intercontinental.
Intercontinental used to be a merchant bank now.
Intercontinental is part of Aztecs now. Aztecs.
Yeah, they used to be a merchant bank.
I want to give you this information, and I want you to tell us whether it's good or not. when Zakade did that one, the FRSA boss defending the new tax system that will come in if the lawmaker pass it before December, that will come into force by January. Now, all MDAs in Nigeria, custom, immigration, all of them, they are not going to be revenue generating.
Of course, they shouldn't. They shouldn't.
So all the money you are going to pay, whether you want to import things to Nigeria, you pay directly to FRSA, the Federal Inland Revenue Service. All money goes to them. So if this MDA now wanted, they have to do their own budget from their budgetary allocation. Then, according to the federal,
and they'll just be giving them running costs now.
Thank you. Exactly. That's what they want to do now. So the chairman of appropriation.
You know what they are going to do? They will go and bribe those lawmakers. They will go and bribe those lawmakers.
Let me hear it from me. They won't pass that thing.
Why?
They won't pass it.
Why?
National Assembly won't pass that thing.
Why? But the chairman of appropriation and all of them, they are quite happy.
Forget about chairman of appropriation. Me, I'm telling you that National Assembly will not pass that thing.
Why?
Is it not the same TSC? It's not the same thing like TSC that Goodluck Jonathan wanted to do that time.
They won't pass it.
They won't. You know why they won't pass it? Let me tell you something. In National Assembly, each of the committees in National Assembly that are doing oversight on some of these agencies, why a lot of them are in some of those committees is the fact that they believe some of those agencies are juicy. So if you
he's going to counter them with this, and I'll tell you what. So listen. Let me tell you what they are.
If the president wants it, you will get it.
You know the politics. Do you know the politics that is that is?
No, Larry, listen.
Wait now. Let me just say something. From last week, do you know what has been happening in National Assembly from last week till this week?
I don't know.
From last week till this week, there's been a lot of politics. This issue of impeachment that Akpabio is saying no, they don't want to impeach him. No, it's a lie. It's a this, is a that. Is truth.
But they just passed votes of confidence on him yesterday.
Wait, do you know what the Akpabio did? They did some compensation in National Assembly 3 or 4 days ago, and there was a big compensation they did with Senate Committee on Petroleum Downstream. That they gave to this lousy Kano guy. Do you know that Kwankaso guy?
Okay,
NNPP guy.
That Abdulmuminu guy.
No, Abdulmuminu is a rep member. He's not a senator. No, Jubrin is a.
Are you talking about Udume? Udume is from Madam. From.
No. I'm not saying Udume. This guy is from Kano. He's from NNPP.
Oh. I forgot what happened to him. So they bribe him, right? Whatever, right?
They gave him chairman. They gave him because he's one of the key guys that he's one of the anti-Akpabio.
That is the politics behind that.
That thing. That thing is even beyond Akpabio because it's going to be a lot of gang ups. Right, because the only committee that will be juicy will be Senate Committee on Finance.
Okay, so, what I learned they are trying to do is this: if the youth confab came on board and they now propose that those two houses should be scraped into one, because the youth confab is going to be all over Nigeria. People are already trusting for position there.
So what will now happen?
So if they now come out there and say, okay, the house should be scraped into one. You will now see that it's a bargaining chip against them to pass that here.
That's it. So is it youth comfort that will say split house into one?
Because according to Tinubu now,
that's the Tinubu thing. No, the Tinubu cannot do a youth and say they should scrap.
We tell them to collapse National Assembly. And what are you saying, Remy?
What are you saying now?
Youth copper.
I'm not talking about youth copper. I don't say youth copper.
Call it youth confab, but what do you call it?
Confab.
Youth confab.
Whatever.
Youth confab.
Larry, whatever. That TIM bill, no matter what happened, for those lawmakers to sustain their lifestyle they are giving them now, they will tell them the truth. Oh boy,
Larry, if Tinubu wanted it, he would get it. He know how to persuade them. He know how to persuade them.
To persuade them not to
It's
chop
only
money.
This
You
one,
know, you have to persuade them not to chop money.
you know, the persuading that you are saying, that thing is even beyond Akpabio. Even this Tinubu persuading them, you know what Tinubu has been doing? You know, it's been Akpabio, Okoyemi Bamidele, Yayi, you understand? You know, trying to calm things down. So immediately they see that there is an issue coming, they just try to like at least put some of those guys. Because even that committee they gave that guy, you know, I know that immediately I saw that, I said that this is big compensation. You understand? Because, you know, does he really merit it? No, it doesn't. You know, it's not like he merits it, but I know it's big compensation because of what they've been seeing.
Well, that is part of politics now.
So,
That
but
is,
for that one is not one person now. This is the whole house.
you see this tax something. Okay, Larry, let me ask you a good question. Are you not trying to say that you don't want Nigeria, you don't want this
Remy, what makes you think that all your questions are good? You always ask a good question.
Okay,
What makes you
my
think
question
that all your
number one
questions
is
are good?
whether good or bad. Larry, do you, if they are not going to pass that bill, you that have been talking for about some few hours now that you want changes, if they are not passing
changes now, Remy,
no,
wait,
listen, my question to you is this: if they don't pass that tax harmonization bill, that tax bill, the status quo will remain. Government will not be able to account for revenue
Remy,
generation.
Larry wanted it. He's just being realistic. That's what he's doing.
If
He
I'm
will
being
have.
realistic, that means the status quo will remain.
If you ask him personally, he will love it.
I know the people we are dealing with now. You know these people. Okay, take for instance now. This guy was saying there are 14 million that they collect. Uzokalu, he said there are 40 million that they collect. It's not even enough for them. So now imagine a situation where do you know how these people fight because of committee? Because everybody wants juicy committee. Do you know how they fight? And what is that thing that is juicy in that committee? It's because of some of those agencies have money now.
You know, when they say they are going for oversight function, do you know how much they bring? They give them.
For a situation where agency does not even have money. Now,
I want to ask people in Canada and America that are here. Is it Ambaba? Is it the same thing that the lawmakers in America also just for this committee position? At least they also have something similar like that in US or maybe in Canada.
Yeah, they have the appropriation committee is a most lucrative.
Did they also fight for it that I want to like push me into this committee or some like Nigerian situation?
They do.
Then we are copying. So fraud or corruption is everywhere.
Everywhere, everybody would want to, now. Take for instance, now if even your constituents even want you to have juicy committee. Imagine take for instance now, one thing, if you go to National Assembly, people want to say, okay, your chairman, okay, your senator, which committee is your senator? Because they believe that if you have those juicy committee,
that is the problem. One of the problem of Nigeria. If they just appoint you to a good position, all your family member will even celebrate more than you. Because it's like our money has come.
Okay, now take for instance this Yayi that we are saying. Why do you think Yayi is powerful? It's because of the committee he is now.
It's in appropriation committee now.
It's in appropriation, so that's why it's powerful now. Because there's.
Do you know that day one of the MDA from the Nigerian Port Authority, the Director General about their finance or whatever, he now mentioned that, but in the MPA, sometimes we want to buy badges. Sometimes we need to do something to offload the blah, 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 blah from the big ship in the ocean. Sometimes there's some money we really need very quick. And that guy now report back, I just told him that is not a big issue. That there must be a way that if they need money as quick as possible, they will give it to them. So far that it go through the former channel. That guy just kept quiet. That's all. I think that's Zakadeji. He's a very brilliant guy. I don't know that you have a lot of brilliant people like that. The way he articulates his position, the way he lays down.
Adedeji is a first-class student now.
Oh man, he is good. But if you listen to his English, the way he spoke his English, you won't like it. It's too
No,
like,
but
it's Yorubanized.
I don't know the had first class in Ife.
Kò tiẹ̀ wà culture Yorùbá yẹn gan as English yẹn gan bí Yorùbá English.
He had first class. Zach had first class in Ife accounting.
Zach is more refined, okay. But that one of the one I'm talking about of the FI, very articulate, man.
Yeah, that's Zach now. Zach
when he mentioned that the MDA alone are sitting on 50 billion.
Please let me just check something.
Yeah, and not remitted to the federal government account. I was shocked.
No, there's a whole lot of
50 billion, 50 trillion.
Something like that, maybe 50 trillion billion.
50 billion, that one no be money now. I can 50 billion no be money now.
When they give them money, they first push it to their bank account for 6 or 8 months to generate interest.
Let me tell you, all this Zach Adedeji, all of them that are saying good boy now. When he was in Oyo State as commissioner, what did he do? Did he
commissioner for who?
Was commissioner for finance now? Under Ajimobi.
They tried though.
No,
they
Zach,
boy, Duro, no. Hold on. Let me Duro, no.
Can I just make a contribution?
You can, but let me just quickly answer Remy.
Okay.
When I said under Ajimobi, you said they tried. But before now, you didn't even know that it was under Ajimobi. So how did you know they tried?
No, me, I know it was under.
You know, I mean, Remy, I'm talking to
will
Remy.
answer your question.
When I say when he was commissioner, he said under who? He didn't even know.
The reason why
so how did you know he tried? So let's just not defend things anyhow. I know the guys that worked with them. I know guys that worked with them in Oyo State then.
Okay.
I knew bankers.
The reason why I said they tried that
one clean system, one everybody.
The IGR of that state improved.
Leave that one.
Panelists, please allow Oroyo Musa to come in, please. Please allow Oroyo Musa to come in. Oroyo Musa on mute and come in.
Sorry, my brother.
No worries. Thank you. I just wanted to contribute about the reform that is going on, because when I was listening, I saw Remy. Remy is very excited. But when you put certain things into consideration, like if you harmonize the tax now, for example, like that is to say, like the senators, the House of Rep member, that means they're going to be taxed. So, and if they are to be taxed, then there is every tendency that they will not allow the bill to sail through.
Are they not being taxed now?
They are being taxed already now. They are collecting salary and they are.
No, that your thinking. That's not the. How can that one be a reason why they will be against it? No.
You must first understand what we call harmonization of tax.
Yeah, they are being taxed now. They are not getting the more. That one it cannot be a reason.
How much are they being taxed? They are talking
forget
about
it. They are paying the amount of tax that they're supposed to pay. They are paying now. So is that couldn't what we are saying? Maybe you don't understand what we are saying. The reason why Larry is saying that they might not pass is not because of the tax they will pay personally. It's because of the money they are getting from all those parastatals, MDAs that Larry was talking about.
Yes, definitely they will tax those money. Definitely they will tax those money.
Do you understand what we are talking about? Do you really understand what you are discussing?
If those money comes into their account, those money will be taxed. So it's the same thing I'm saying.
It's not the same thing. We are talking about revenue, government revenue from custom, immigration, NPA. That's what we are talking about. We are not really talking about tax in real sense of it. That, or if you want to, let's say you want to import something now, and you want to pay to Nigeria, instead of paying to Nigeria Customs Service, you pay directly to FIRS. That's what you are talking about. Hello.
So Musa, so the thing is, if they do that, you are taking food away from those guys. And that's why, for me, I think they will go against it. Because in that National Assembly, basically it's just going to be one or two committees that will be the juicy committee. And why you have a lot of them, at least the fact that they are still able to share things around themselves. So Now, and people were saying if Tinubu wants to do it, he can do it. And me, I'm saying it's easy if it's just a popular thing. If it's just something that's going to affect one person, it's easy for Akpabio to be able to, like, pacify them and everything. But with this, it's going to affect not just senators.
It's everybody, all over everybody in Nigeria.
Yes, it's going to affect all the rep members. It's going to affect all the
everybody.
senators.
It's a general something.
And Akpabio cannot move some of those because it won't be popular. You can only, as a Senate president, you can only move things that are popular.
But Larry, why are we so selfish to this when we know that this will be the benefit of the generality?
The people we are dealing with. Simba, you know the people you are dealing with, right? And when you know the people you are dealing with, so you should, if you want to give them something.
If you go to Nigerian Custom Service, Larry, if you see, they can have like 1,000 accounts.
Yes, now. So, and even that custom, do you know the sabotage?
But Simba, that same account, do you know those people, they still make returns? They still have people they make returns to.
Of course, because listen, this is how it works. This is how they make their money. If you have dealt with custom before, when you want to clear your good, there is a special money you are going to pay directly to Nigerian government account as your import duty or whatever they call it. But by the time they want to now scan your container or maybe make it pass from one angle, from one place to another place. That is now when they start asking for bribe or asking for money from you.
It's not even bribe. What they do, what they do is that they undercost whatever you want to pay. You pay, if you are supposed to pay 100 million, they can ask you to pay 25 million naira to government, and then they will negotiate the remaining one for themselves. That's what they do.
Thank you. And then at the end of the day, they share the money among themselves, and they want due to organic. But now, with what they are planning to do now, is very easy. They want to do exactly what other countries are doing.
But even what they wanted to do now, how can that one reduce the
No. What I want to say is, let me finish. What they want to do is that once you put your container on the ship, you can see the total money you are going to pay for clearing your stuff. And once you pay that one, once you get to Nigeria, I know this problem will not arise. The customer will not tell you that, maybe blah, blah, blah. They will tell you once just to shake
frustration. You. Okay? They will be frustrating people. If you say you are paid, they will say they find one reason or the other for you to pay more money.
But at least
to bribe them.
Let me give you an example. Immigration. They said they've digitalized passports and everything. That you can do everything. You can, you are not going to give those guys money and everything. Now, you know what happened? Because they said, in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks. Because I'm still counting and I'm trying to test that system. I did the whole thing.
Larry, I can give you my own personal experience recently about that one. So what I did, it was very simple. You go to their portal and there is a photograph you must take according to standard specifications.
Yes.
If you don't do that, they won't accept it. Once you do that, you upload it into the system because that's your passport photograph is the one that is going to be in your new passport.
I know now. I've done those.
Now, when you finish that one, within they will now pay the money online immediately, and then you wait for 1 or 2 days for approval. And once they approve it, you are good to go just to click on biometric, and you take your passport the same day or deposit to you in your country of domain. They are doing that here. Sweden.
So the thing is, now that is working outside Nigeria well.
Very well. Fantastic.
But
sorry, can I get my passport now without going anywhere?
You have to go to the nearest.
You have to go and capturing.
No, biometric.
Maybe it's capturing that we used to call it. Biometric.
No, there are no more doing capturing anymore. That's what I'm trying to say.
And that's still
about. The challenge is that I don't even have a BVN now.
So no,
do you have NIN number?
You don't need BVN.
I don't have NIN rather.
You have to get it. You can get it.
Patoski is not in Nigeria any longer now. Are you in Nigeria?
I have a passport now that I previously expired now. I have a biometric passport now.
Shibi Patoski, you are in Canada.
Patoski, you are in Canada.
Just book anytime you want. I think they do. Are you close to Toronto?
I'm currently in Ottawa now as I speak. I even came to see
Yeah,
my son in Ottawa.
So you just have to book the two things together, right? So I think you can do the same thing in the same office.
At the embassy, right?
At the embassy, they have the NIMC side. So you can just
let me try and see. I would have done, and I'm leaving on Saturday. I have only tomorrow.
So Remy, what I'm saying is that thing is working for people in diaspora, right? So what I did is, because this is how I do most things, right? When you say something, I try to test the system and see, not just what they tell us in the media, but I'm now currently testing the Nigeria own. And I'm telling you, I'm still counting 2 months. I did the whole thing digitally. They went for thumb capturing and everything. And 2 months. 2 months now.
Well, according to the
question: Are you guys okay? Are you guys okay to go to the back, or do you guys want to stay live?
Of course.
Okay.
So 2 months. So Remy, 2 months now. And what you see is, what they,